Ich bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach sie mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.
Good morning, everybody, from sunny Austria. We're here live at the WMW Fehring here in sunny Austria. So it's yes, as you can see, it's dry, it's dusty. The weather has been holding up. If by holding up you mean really, really hot later in the day, and no clouds. No rain, no dampness even, I don't think. At least not by the time we get to the track an hour or so ago. But yes, we are here. We are Control, RC Racing TV here with EFRA, broadcasting to you, bringing you all of the racing action for the rest of the week until the very last final. And these guys that you can see on track are already out there and racing for qualifying position. This is a large-scale short course truck. It's a class that's only been around for a few years. And so this is the first of 3 groups of racers that are out, and they're just crossing the finish line now to start or finish their first laps. And in this one, we've got the number 1 of Alfie Jack Shilcock from the UK. We've got Patrick Weiss also from the UK. Martin Fitzpatrick from the UK. Lubomir Mihailov from Belgium. John Hall from the UK. The number 6 car of Damian Petrov from Belgium. In the 7 is Martin Petrov from Belgium. The Petrov brothers. Or possibly another father and son team. We had a couple of them last week in Fiorano. And car 8 is Rinus Vesser from the Netherlands. And that is all of them. So they've got 8 minutes to go. We'll have, if you go to myrcm.ch, you'll be able to get the live timing results and online streaming results as well, or the live timing, I should say. Live timing and the live results as well. Last week I didn't have to adjust my phraseology on that, because last week we had live results but no live timing online anyway. So, as you can see at the top right of the page, we've got Patrick Weiss currently in the lead. Oh, just been pipped by Martin Fitzpatrick. So, Team GB, there's 4 of them in this race. 3 from Belgium and 1 from the Netherlands. And hopefully everybody finishes. The track, from what we've been seeing the last day or so, since we've been here, we've been getting lots of little video snippets and photos that you can see on the EFRA Facebook page, and those will be uploaded to the to the EFRA web page at some point during the week as well. But the track has been fairly brutal for some of these racers. I mean, these aren't cheap cars, and the replacement parts for things like broken arms, like full metal arms, those aren't cheap either. So it takes quite a hit to actually bend or break a metal arm on one of these suckers. So has Alfie changed his body shell, because he's not running? Where's the number? See if we can find the number 1 car out there too. Oh no, he is out there in the Sonic the Hedgehog. We're gonna have to come up with names for these. Obviously, we've got. I think we're following Alfie now. Yep, he's just come over the bridge and over the iron grading section. I think it's pretty easy to call that. And then there's the quad jumps, and then 5 jumps here, which Alfie's not really putting the power down to get past them. But as he comes down the pit straight and up the long straight into the shaded corner. It's the only shaded bit on the track. It doesn't matter really for traction or anything like that. But big long jump. We've already kind of had a name for it. And then there's Dario had an interesting name for the brick section, which I thought was kind of funny. I think he calls it like the kitchen tile section or something like that, or kitchen floor. The patio floor. Yeah, so obviously there's the bridge, a famous Fehring bridge, which allows for quite an intricate track, really. And we're hoping to get, I don't want to name any names. I've written some names down, and I've talked to a couple of guys, but we have we're not promised yet. Well, I don't want to make a promise that we can't deliver just yet, because hopefully, my point is, hopefully we'll be getting some of the racers that we know and love in these classes to pop in and have a word and just give us a bit more insight into all of these fascinating racing classes. So feel free to pick up another car, Jude. We've been following Alfie for a bit. Team GB well represented in this one. There's only 8 racers, and there's half of them are British. So, but don't worry, don't despair, because thinking that, all the British racers are in the bottom heat. There are 3 racing classes at this European Championships. We got the first one, obviously, is short course, which is this class that we're watching right now. And this class has only been around since 2017. So obviously the first racer to take the championship was, I believe the first name was Matt Perry from the UK. So, yeah, there's quite well, it's been a few years now. Obviously, we had a couple of years off, but back to it. The next class coming up is two-wheel drive. So we have 3 heats of short course, 3 heats of two-wheel drive, and this year has been outnumbered, is the word I was looking for, by four-wheel drive. So four-wheel drive being 4 heats, so 10 heats total, 10 groups total. And you can find all this information on as I said, myrcm.ch. Just find WMW Fehring and click through, and you can find all of the lists of the drivers and everybody. You can find who you want to particularly cheer for in every class, and find out exactly what time they're going to be on the track. So we are in, just so you know, if you're following us from the UK, Australia, we do have an Australian here actually, amazingly, which is quite cool, I think. And I think, I'm not sure exactly, I mean, officially, well, unofficially, this is sort of, I think Ian Audie was telling us, Matt, that this is kind of a world championship for large-scale off-road, sort of unofficially, because other classes don't really, other federations don't really do it. So obviously it's big and literally in Europe. So they welcome, EFRA welcomes racers from the US or Australia, obviously, to partake. And I can't imagine the amount of logistics that was required for our racer from Australia to be able to attend. But there you go. He's here. I think he was with the Belgian racers yesterday in the opening ceremony. And you can find photos from those and the live stream. You can watch back the live stream on the EFRA Facebook page. Just search for RC Motorsport Europe, and you'll find it. And there's, I think there's already about 100 photos that are on the page. More will be uploaded later today and tomorrow and Saturday, because we've got all racing action. We have qualifying action, heads-up racing action for all the finals, which starts, I think the lower finals are Friday afternoon after the lunch break. But you can get all the official times, but I'm just kind of going off the top of my head. And then, of course, we've got the more finals, the finals, the big show on Saturday. So we're going to have little cool video bits and interviews and track walks and stuff like that you'll be able to watch on the stream. And yeah, so we've got a couple people in the comments. So hello, I believe we have a couple of Finns in attendance at the moment. If you are watching on any of the Facebook pages that we're broadcasting to, are we on? We are on the EFRA Facebook page, EFRA YouTube, RC Racing Facebook and YouTube as well. We'll try and keep an eye on all of the various chat channels where people are tapping or typing in their comments and questions. This is quite a hardcore. It's a small but hardcore group of racers in this class, so it's always good fun to talk to or see the same faces at the races. These people who come to the European Championships every year, no matter where they are in Europe. Of course, these have been raced across Europe, from the UK to Croatia. Obviously, Austria, Fehring is quite a popular track for large scale and 8th scale. So yeah, it's good to see some familiar faces and then see familiar names and handles in the chat on the stream. So I'm sure we'll have Tara, Pecco's mother, come in and say hello. I know she's been watching us on the stream the last couple weeks. So Patrick Weiss takes that one, 13 laps with a best lap time of 45.782. So just keep that in mind. 13, he's one lap better than everybody else, basically. So maybe he had some bad luck in the controlled practice, which helps seed all the racers into qualifying. And the next group is going to be out in a few minutes, because there's 3 minutes of, well, let me see. I think there's meant to be 3 or 4 minutes between each heat. And when there's 2 minutes left to go, they let the drivers come out. So they do 2 and a bit laps, and then it's a rolling clock. So as they, once the clock starts for qualifying, they come across the finish line, which is just underneath us, literally. The track or race director, I suppose, getting a bit feisty with one of the racers who's taking their time bringing their car into the pits. So who else do we have in here? We got Hello Brian Crawley, Marcos Sousa, by Corinthians. I'm not sure. Cool, yeah, by Corinthians. In the next heat, which is Group 2, and these each group is numbered from 1 to 10. So this is round 1. In round 2, I think they're going to start with Group 3, and basically then Group 5, then 7, and so on. Don't quote me on that. That is, like I said, listed on my RCM. But they'll basically do a round robin sort of reordering of the heat every time, just to keep things interesting and keep the racers on their toes. So, because if someone's a bit late, they're late, and they miss the laps. So in the next one, we got Michael Loeffler from Germany, Steve Jones from the UK, Andrew Spence from the UK, Matt Buxton from the UK, Matt running with rcmodels.co.uk, one of our sponsors this week, and we'll get more into that in a little bit. Heidi Schilcock is also in the heat that's about to come out. Gert-Jan van Medevort from the UK, from the Netherlands, and I missed Bruno Trotman from Switzerland. That CH always gets me. And we've got Sjord Lubelinkhoff, wow, from the Netherlands also. And we've got a couple of racers who I'm not sure whether one or both of them are going to come out. Ian Southey is listed as in the next race. He was with the Belgian racers yesterday for some reason. I'm not sure why. In the opening ceremony, and then Rinus Visser, who he's got a yellow bar across his name, so I'm not sure what's going on there with those last two. So as you can see on screen, we've got the drivers coming out. That first big jump there, we're definitely calling that RC Fox jump. The big tabletop at the. Currently, it's in the shade, but as the sun moves around, it'll get in the. It'll get all lit up. RC Fox, of course, one of our sponsors, and the RC Fox himself. I'm not sure we can call him Foxy, but. Mark Kreisig from Germany is here. He's the guy who runs RC Fox, and so he's definitely one of the people that we're hoping to get in, and hopefully Matt Buxton as well. Like to get our event sponsors who bring this coverage to you live for free all week long, at least for the rest of the week. Yeah, so we're hoping to get those guys in. So just under those banners at the hut in the middle of the screen, just below that is a big tabletop, and that used to be a double, but it got filled in to make it slightly more friendly for the racers. So yeah, there's speaking of team RC models, that's with a Z, and I'm only saying Z because it's a .co.uk company. And yeah, so that is you guys can order all your large scale equipment from them. Obviously most of the British racers are running rcmodels.co.uk stickers on the car, so heavily supporting the large-scale community. And this week you can use the code RCMZ for 5% off once you go to their page. And also they got their Facebook and Twitter and Instagram are all RCM Racing, except for the Instagram, RC Models with a Z again. All right, so thank you very much, rcmodels.co.uk, and for helping us bring you this what is going to be a great race, great series of races coming up. So a lot of the Team GB guys, like I said, are using them. Most of them are pinning together. We'll have some pictures from the pits. Well, some pictures are already in the Facebook page, and so let's see who we can maybe pick out. There's why don't start with Heidi Shilcock. She's just going over the RC Fox jump, I think, right now. The white and pink and black car coming down the hill into a fairly tricky sequence of hairpins. She's going across the paving tiles now, and then over, I don't know, I suppose it's a double, and then it's this really tricky bit. Ooh, that is a hard hit. That would definitely set your airbag off if this was a real truck. Across the iron grating, over the double, or no, is it? No, over the quad. And then around the final hairpin, and that's the main straight, your pit straight, I should say, and then going uphill, across the RC Fox jump, and coming down the hill. Some really cool action photos that we were able to get. You can find a few of them on the Facebook page, EFRA Facebook page right now. Make sure if you recognize any of the paint schemes, tag people, like and share, and Marshall just narrowly misses getting hit off camera. It's fairly scary. These things are not small, and they're not slow either. I mean, they look it maybe when you're watching from sort of the angle that we're at the moment, but they are pretty big, pretty big. So after a couple of laps, let's see how it's shaken out. We've got Sjord Lubulinkov and Trotman and Shilcock, who we're following right now. That's your top three. Already a couple seconds faster, so Lubulinkov is already fastest lap time is a couple seconds better than the previous heat winner. So we should see they are forecast, Lubulinkov is forecast for 14 laps, which is already one better than the previous heat. So be curious to see where the next heat, there's only 3 heats or 3 groups of short course. So it's I think it's maybe stabilized with the number of racers. Ooh, that nice big jump from that white and the sort of monster, quasi-monster colored car behind Heidi, and she lets it go. That's the number 1 car, actually, of Lubulinkov. So let's follow that white, and he got spun around in going under the bridge, I think. So he's probably going to try to put another lap or get another pass on Heidi. He comes over the bridge. That's a metal grating is what the bridge is made from. And there are, well, we've seen some pretty heavy hits coming of some of these cars going underneath the bridge. Now these cars, or trucks I should say, the short course trucks are the only ones with front and rear bumpers, or any bumpers at all. Very quick coming down the hill into this hairpin, and you got a tricky little kind of kicker jump just after the turn, and then on the inside of the next little kink that's going to the right is a huge hump that would absolutely just hide any other size vehicle. But this track originally designed for large scale. It's some of the jumps have been reprofiled, or some of the sections have been remade for 8 scale, because obviously I would guess that it's because it's just a much more popular class So we've had some comments from the large-scale racers that it's not really to their taste, but it's the same conditions for everybody, and everyone's just got to deal with the same things. So, you know, it's one of those kind of put your hands up and go, well, it is what it is, and you just get on with it. This is racing. So Lubilinkov's still in the lead, even though he's fallen behind Heidi, but he's catching up to her, and there goes Heidi over. Lands that jump, just smashing right in the top of the landing jump. I imagine the very last jump, which is right there, is going to disappear into just a U-shaped mess of clods of dirt and dried clay, because lots of people are hitting that. There are also some photos of the track conditions. There's only so much that you can see from the angle that we're showing you. But, yeah, it's going to look like a moonscape by the end of the week. So let's see, who can we pick? Find another car, Jude, and just whichever one you like, and we'll just pick it up. One of these two here. So let's see who gets off first of this 3 and 8. The number 3 is Lubilinkov. Again, is the. You know what? He's following the wrong guy there. Number 1 car is Michael Loeffler. That's why he wasn't able to get past Heidi. It's not actually Lubilinkov at all. This number 8 is our leader, Lubilinkov, from the Netherlands. So let's see what a fast guy is able to do over these jumps. Doesn't get a good landing on that double there. Now, if you look very closely, or maybe pause the stream, but don't pause it too long because you're going to miss all the action. But if you, there's some sections where there's actual full-size Armco barriers, like highway barriers for that real cars and real motorways use. That kind of maybe gives you an indication of the sorts of damage these large-scale vehicles can do. Oh, Lubilinkov goes over. So that number 1 car that we were following, that was Michael Loeffler from Germany. Ian Southey is running in this one. He was running. He's stopped after 4 laps. So we saw Ian and Matt Buxton, actually. We saw them both in Fiorano last week running large-scale touring cars. We didn't really, I don't think we actually chatted to them. Pretty sure we didn't. But definitely remember the names because I was saying their names quite a lot over the few days that we were there. Next week we're back in Italy, but down to Gubbio, which is a little north of Rome. And that's for Nitro touring car, or no, Nitro touring cars. Yes, I'm confused because we're also going there for electric touring cars in September for the Worlds. So Lubilinkov racing past. He's still on pace for a 13-lap run, but his early pace of 14 is not working out. His last lap time was 54 seconds, so he's had some thrills and spills out there. Normal lap time for him, medium time, 47 seconds. So yeah, I missed it while I was looking at the timing screen, but anything can happen on this circuit. So, Jude, if you want to pick someone else and we can babble about them. Yeah, sorry, Michael. I was just trying to cover a lot of things in that little babbling session and missed that Lubilinkov was in the other car. But we followed him now, and so we should be all right. So who are we with here? That is the white and pink car of number 4, Matt Buxton. There we are. So this is, I'm not sure, is Matt Buxton Mr. RC Models? Not really, just one of the top reps. Yeah. Whoa, big pirouette there. That was nasty. Unfortunately, a bit lost in the shade, but got it really wrong coming over the RC Fox jump. And onto the kitchen paving. Kitchen paving? Patio paving? The tile section. Lots of these cars, especially four-wheel drive ones, practicing their drifting over that because it's just very loose. Obviously not wearing down the tires very much either. Not like it would if it were drifting over dirt, maybe. But I think Matt is running the LSOR. I'm not sure which model, but there's a few of the LSORs out and about there. LSORs and MCD seem to be the most popular ones in this course. You can kind of tell which ones are which. Oh, Lubolinklov has died. His truck has died just before the line. Yeah, and the marshals trying to be helpful and push him across the line, which is the race director shouting him, said that is not allowed because he's not coming over on his own power. So yeah, and just want to say hello to everyone watching us on Red RC. Hello and welcome to Austria. So yes, we are on Live RC. Is that Facebook and YouTube? Just YouTube. So hello to everybody taking part in the racing festivities here in Austria. I'm sure everyone is massively curious on what the temperature is. At the moment, if you're in the sun, like these poor marshals are, especially this guy wearing all black, at least he's wearing shorts, it's about 42 degrees out there. In the shade, it's quite a bit less. I'm going to guesstimate at the moment somewhere around 35 or so. So that's hot. You got Wesley Van Hellman in the chat. But Wesley Van Hellman is also in the pits, I believe. How does that happen? Maybe he's one of those other ones that we can get into. Possibly have a chat with Wesley. So in the next heat, which is the final heat of short course, Group 3, have a familiar name. Well, a few familiar names, I'm sure, to everyone who's been following large scale off-road for a while. But a very familiar name for someone who's been, for any of you who have watched our large scale offerings in the past, Mr. Ian Audi is racing this week in short course. Of course, he took the very first two-wheel drive large scale off-road title at this track in 2010. Matt was here. Matt remembers it fondly, doesn't he? I think he does. Just checking his time. Yeah, so Ian Audi, not an EFRA representative this week. He is a Team GB representative running his LSOR. And as we mentioned, Mark Kreisig is in this one. Jack Keatley from the UK is currently seated first, so that's why he's listed above Mr. Ian Audi. So both of those from the UK. From France, we have Fabien Morat, Taylor Letchford from the UK, Mark Kreisig, as I mentioned, Mr. RC Fox himself from Germany, Matthew Stokes from the UK, Urs Gehrig from Switzerland, Simon Godney from the UK, and from Belgium, Emil Karamfilov in the number 9 spot. Not sure what happened to Rinnis in the last one. Maybe he might just be accidentally listed in Group 2. But, and I'm sure we'll see him back out on track. Wesley and Michael in the chat having a little conversation in Dutch. So, hello to both of you guys. That's about as much Dutch as I know. I think, is talk still thank you? And is that, I know it's Scandinavian sort of for thank you, but I'm not sure what it is in Dutch. So these guys, not racing just yet. They're not on the clock, but they are obviously getting their warm-ups in. Kreisig leading them out. That number 6 car is quite bright. Matthew Stokes. You can usually tell the Team GB racers because they have a massive Union flag on the top or across the back or across the bonnet of their cars. And it looks like most of these, it's either basically MCD, which is the more realistic looking truck. Everyone is checked in except for Jack Keatley and Ian Audie. So I was wondering why Ian's, he's got a red, white, and blue scheme on his Losi truck. The Losi truck is a lot more swoopy, and I think it's... Oh, there's Ian. And the number 2 has just come down the hill. About to go under the bridge. But the Losi, I'm not a fan of the looks of it, to be honest. I think it's one of these that it kind of looks like an 80s racer, rally autocross racer that is just designed to maximize the downforce and scoopiness of the body show rules, and which is fair enough, but it just does not look. You'd have to be many pints in before you can call it a beautiful looking body show, I think. Let us know what you think in the comments. But yeah, he's there. There's 1, 2, 3, I think, Losis in this one. The rest are MCDs. So the clock is just about to start on this one. Jack Keatley is also out there in the gray car. So let's get this out of the way. Let's follow Ian Audie as he's coming down the hill. He's the next one. He's coming down the hill, Jude, into the hairpin. He's about to go under the bridge. And there we go. That's Mr. Ian Audie. And I say, let's get it out of the way because obviously we're going to follow Ian. Ian is not a shabby racer by any means. Just because he's an EFRA official, whatever you might think of his age or whatever, I don't know. He's running obviously his Audified engine in there. And if you haven't seen his YouTube, his Metro 6R4R, or the last R being replica. If you haven't, there's a video of that on YouTube. A couple of automotive geeks go out and visit him, and he basically just scares the bejesus out of him in his car. it is quite impressive. We actually bumped into him at Santa Pod last year, the year before. And, yeah, pretty mental. So give that a watch after today's stream. So Ian already up in the top spot. You know, look at that. Well, he's the first to cross the line for twice. As he stopped. Ian's just stopped. That is not good. And then he gets rear-ended because the driver wasn't paying attention. Number 7 of Urs Gehrig. That is not expected, is it? So, obviously, electric's still working, and that is Matt Buxton hauling his car off. They're not pitting together, but obviously they're both British racers. He'll be quite familiar with... Yeah, he's not allowed to repair the car, so the race director is saying the mechanic basically has to come retrieve it. The marshal really shouldn't be, no matter what team you're with, or I mean, he could be literally Ian's mechanic, even though Ian's his own mechanic. But the marshal needs to be more concerned with what's happening on track and turning cars over and making sure that the racing lines are clear rather than repairing anyone's car trackside. So, yeah, that's unfortunate, isn't it? Maybe we'll find out what's happening with that later in the day, because obviously we're not going to be talking to Ian anytime soon. I'm sure he's going to be sorting that out. Wow, carnage coming into, that's that one of the bits of Armco barrier there, just that turn before the bridge. Let's stick with this number 1 car, because that is Jack Keatley, who was seated first in this class. Jack from the UK, running another one of those love it or hate it sorts of body shells. It looks like he's coming into the pits. Yeah, so it's another one down. Top 2 racers in this top heat of short course already down and out. That is not good luck for those guys. Someone okay corrected me. Thank you very much. Super Savage. These are aftermarket bodies for the Losi. The stock body is far better looking. There is someone running. I was sure it's the in the last group. I'm sure there's someone running the stock body. It's got the plastic roll cage, and Jack has just died at the bottom of the hill, coming to the hairpin. So it's something rubbing, or I think his steering arm is broken. And again, Matt Buxton not allowed to do any repairs. So that's that for Jack and Ian. Alan, yes. Yeah, that's... I won't repeat that, but yeah. Hello, Tara Evenin. Good morning from Finland. Good morning from Austria. And we have a surprisingly large Finnish team this year. As we're following the 6 and the 9. The 9 has an interesting of Emil Karamfilov from Belgium, going over the RC Fox jump. But yeah, I think we have... Well, we were introduced sort of to one of the younger future racers, I think like literally just a couple months old yesterday. Husband and wife and their little baby. And the racer, we didn't get his name, but he's saying, yep, you have to start him young, don't you? So, little family holiday here in Austria. Beautiful area of the world. We do love coming to Austria. And it's not just for the Punta Gamer and Schnitzel. Whoa! That is into the ditch! Did we get that? Wow! Poor Matt has to come out, and the truck isn't able to get him. Woo, that was a landing. Unfortunately, that number 2 spot for marshalling is a very busy spot. Poor Emil literally ending up in the ditch at the edge of the Fehring track limits. On the other side of that ditch is some sort of gravel making facility or something like that. And, yeah, you don't want to end up in that machine. Let's see if pick up another card, Jude. Just anyone at all. Who are you feeling? This is the number 8 coming across the finish line now. There's that bar that goes across the track. That is the timing loop. Because I'm sure these guys, the Wendler brothers, figured out pretty quickly that for large scale, there's no sense having a buried timing loop because it'll just get dug up. So they have a very solid metal bar that goes across the track, and that is the timing loop. So this is all that babbling, and I missed the car number. It's the number 8. Love how we can read the car numbers from across the track. From the UK, Simon Godney. And Simon not doing these well. If Ian and Jack were running, it certainly would be troubling them. But he is in the fastest seat at the moment. That's a good jump. It's going, ooh, spin out there on the tile section. Coming over this weird cross jump, and that double getting a lot of people caught out. That's why there's a big chunk of Armco barrier right there, you can see. And every now and then we do hear some cars just straight lining that and just going straight into the barrier. This is that crazy iron grating section. It's just solid slabs of steel. And believe me, when that gets wet, that will be super, super slick, just like the tile section. Going up the hill and over the RC Fox jump. We need a section that we can name after RC models. So if anyone has any suggestions, feel free to pipe up. Yeah, Super Savage, I agree. I think this is probably, I think mostly based on the looks, short course is my favorite looking class for sure. There's still a lot of stalwarts running two-wheel drive, large scale, and I think a lot of that is just because it's a sort of like the OG sort of class of off-road racing. If you can cast your mind back and think, the 80s, the sort of the glory heydays of like the RC10 and the JRX2, the Double X, that sort of stuff. Just when a lot of people my age actually got into RC racing, was two-wheel drive was king. Four-wheel drive was just way too expensive, and because of batteries and motors and tires and stuff like that, it's still expensive. But it's a lot easier to get into it now because the tires, the batteries and the motors are just a lot more powerful these days. Come around that final turn down the pit straight and into that very hard left turn and over and into the barrier. You see the Armco barrier shudder and dust comes off it. Oh, the dust is everywhere. And as someone said in the comments, these marshals are eating a lot of dust. We have seen a couple of them with masks, obviously, which are a lot more common to see nowadays in all sorts of situations. But wearing a mask outside is not, especially if you're marshalling here, is not a bad idea. I certainly would be. Don't want a lung full of dust. So yeah, I'll have to find out what that aftermarket body shell is called for the Losi, because I just so I know, so I can avoid it like the plague, because it is not pretty, is it? And that is the finishing order. So looks like we're waiting for Urs Gehrig to finish, but Morat, Stokes, Kreisig takes third. I think I mean, obviously Ian is going to be quite strong in this one, assuming everything else is okay with his car, his truck. This is the only class that he's racing. I don't think many racers are double stacking it in this championships. You know, it's quite common in the States for big races and even national sorts of levels of races to run e-buggy, truggy, and buggy and stuff like 1/8 racing, but it's not really a thing in Europe. I think you just do one and just be as fast as you can in it. It's from Graphil Bodies. Okay, thank you. Well, I mean, it's certainly I'm sure it's highly effective because it looks like it just produces tons of downforce. But as is the usual thing with many things racing, I don't know. It's like the Escudo Pikes Peak, loads of downforce, and that was a body shell from HPI Racing for a little while, and I think from Tamiya, but there was more. It was like a multi-piece affair sort of thing, but that one is one of those where it's like it's so functional that it's ugly, but you like it and it looks good. And I don't know, maybe because I'm not racing, it's just not very good looking. But maybe if you're a racer, it's a beautiful thing because it puts out loads of downforce. I don't know. So the first heat of 3 for two-wheel drive about to come out on the track, and a nice mix of countries in this one. Thomas Rhein from Germany, Roger Kaus from Switzerland, and also Kurt Heffliger from Switzerland, Paul Diver from the UK, Michael Schultz from Germany. Ooh, I'm going to mess up this guy's name, I'm sorry, but it's Krejkar Ludwig from the Czech Republic or Czechia. We're not sure. We haven't decided that yet. Anyone from that area in the chat, do let us know which you prefer. And Uwe Dombrova from Germany. So just 7 racers in this one. I dare say, I think there's actually more racers in short course than there are in two-wheel drive, which kind of shows how things have kind of shifted, because just a few years back, back in 10 years ago, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 championships ago, it was just two-wheel drive. So and now two-wheel drive is very much outshone by the four-wheel drive options of short course and four-wheel drive buggy. So, yeah, the winds are shifting and whatnot and everything like that. So it's two-wheel drive now the smallest class out of the 3 available large-scale off-road. Michael says, yeah, that brand is known for making ugly, like all caps bodies. So it's one of these. It's like there's a new touring car body shell for electric bodies. Obviously, there's the Worlds. So this brand is fairly well known for, it's a Worlds, so we're going to introduce a brand new body and absolutely maximizing the I think it's called the global body spec of the touring car class. They're no longer required to make realistic, they're no longer required to make them based on an actual racing touring car, so like an Alfa or a BMW or Audi or anything like that. So it's really, in the UK, people call them jelly mold bodies. And this really does look like just something you would make a cake in or something like that. It just looks horrible. And even when they posted it on their Facebook page, they even said, here's our new body. It's called such and such, and here it is. And their first comment that they put themselves, because that's what that's what these brands do now, is they post something and then they make themselves their own first comment. It said, hey, don't come yelling at us because it looks ugly. We made it to the GBS spec, and that's, so we're maximizing the rules. But it just looks really ugly. It's just half a sphere on top of a wedge, and it just looks terrible. So, I suppose their point is, obviously, if you want more realistic looking bodies, then talk to the people who write the rules, which is fair enough in one sense. Oh, number 2 car just trying to come around. Ian's picking it up, and it's got a it looks like the upper camber link is completely come off. The drive shaft is sticking up out of it, so it's one-wheel drive, but then it can't even roll forward because the drive shaft is basically locking one of the wheels, one of the drive wheels. So obviously there's nothing Ian can do about it. The mechanic is coming around, and so he shuts off the engine, and that is that drive done for that driver. Ian knows exactly what he's looking at, so he's like, yeah, making the hand motion of no, it's done. Looks like either a broken bolt or a loose screw somewhere. Usually the loosest screw is the one behind the wheel. But boom. So time has started for these guys. Yeah, I agree. Sleb Dad should have based it off a real car. I do agree. Yeah, Super Savage saying, making the point that the stock Losi body comes with a full roll cage, which is a molded plastic thing. And yeah, fair enough. That is one of the things. It's actually, as far because of mold costs and stuff like that, it's actually one of those things that if they really wanted to, they could have just left it off and not have to pay to get the molds made for those, because molds are incredibly expensive for all these cars. But yeah, hauling around however many pounds of plastic on a racing vehicle isn't great, especially if it's just not doing anything. But I don't know. Personally, I would probably replace it with a couple of thicknesses of polycarbonate sheet just going straight across the body. And, put some holes in it for cooling and be done with it, instead of replacing it with that thing. But whatever. That's the nice thing about choice. Everyone has their own options. So coming across for the first laps is Dombrova, Schultz, and Diver. See who else is coming across. Hafliger has come across. Good morning, Sander. Our chat on the RC Racing TV YouTube page. It's the only chat that we're really looking at. Just ends up that it's the most active. If we did try to respond to every single person, we'd have to be checking all sorts of tabs and windows. So we do apologize if you're asking us questions or making comments about the looks of various bodies and cars, but with the live timing screens, we have to be able to just have one screen open for the chat and comments and stuff like that. But while we're talking about looks, and it's early in the day, early in qualifying, still first round. This is the first round of buggies. Are we on this yellow car? Yeah, I wanted to follow him. This guy, the car looks quick. I don't know if it is quick. It's car number 1 of Thomas Rhine. I got some really nice pictures of him yesterday, because this to me just looks like one of the, apart from the rear wing, which looks basically like an air dam, but probably provides plenty of rear downforce. This is one of the cooler looking setups, but I don't know if it's running too low or if this particular chassis wants to be running low like it is. He's obviously not trying to do the double coming just in front of the bridge or before the bridge. He's taking he's singling everything, every one of these jumps. So that is certainly not going fast over these. But anyway, it's this class in particular is probably the only one that kind of really harkens back to the 80s and 90s of racing, of off-road racing, and especially this particular chassis, because this body has that really far back leaning, I suppose, the traditional shape of the cockpit, where it's right at the back. Where obviously in practical terms that's where the engine is, but in 70s style or even current style Baja racing, that's where the driver would sit, and then it has either a rear or mid-mounted engine. It's just behind the driver. The only thing, what's the term? Looks-wise, that I don't like about these cars is that the wings just seem to be completely vertical. But then if you look at, I suppose if you look at the 10th scale racers nowadays, it's just basically, it's almost the same thing. It just has a deeper chord on a deeper horizontal section. Whereas these have effectively no horizontal section, and the side dams are non-existent compared to the 10th scale versions. So I've always thought that was kind of a interesting sort of just appearance, either decision or whatever. I think it's, as with most things, it probably came about just because this is the original manufacturers of the large-scale buggies just didn't make 10th scale style rear wings for them, and that's just the only option they made. And so obviously that just becomes ingrained in the rule books. So who knows? Maybe there's a market out there for someone to make a big plastic 10th scale style, but just twice the size rear wing for these guys. I'm sure it's in the rules, though, that you can't. Have a look at the rules later on and see. But what I do love about these is that they have four-wheel disc brakes. Some of these cars actually have some sort of weird double clutch system, which is really interesting. And there are some photos that were going to be uploaded, or they may already be uploaded to the EFRA Facebook page, showing the chassis. I think it's the Elcon brand one. And actually it's the four-wheel drives that have it. Feel free to pick up someone else, Jude. I think we've shown Thomas for quite a bit now. We haven't had Roger or Krejkar check in, so it looks like those guys are missing their first qualifying heat. I'm not sure if they have not been here the whole time, but last week in Fiorano we had a few drivers that just didn't show up. They signed up, paid their entry fee, so their names were in the entry list, and then Ian trying to coax that number 4. It's like, go on. But that's Paul Diver, so he'll know Paul, I'm sure. I think they're allowed just a couple of pulls, maybe 2 or 3 pulls of the starter cord before they have to give it up. Because otherwise, like I said earlier, they're not paying attention to their marshalling post if they're trying to start a car or repair it. But Paul back on the road, and we're following him as he goes under the bridge and across the tile section. It's a very big tile section as well, so it's a nice slow corner for getting photos. And Paul about to get passed by the number 7 of our leader, Uwe Dombrova, who's on 12-lap pace. So these guys already a couple of laps behind the short course pace. Okay, so we do have someone from Czechia has replied to us, our question about whether it should be Czech Republic or Czechia. So he's saying, Zdenek Hamak, sorry if I butchered your name, but he says in very nice English, of course, hi, it should be Czechia. Czech Republic is also correct, but often is shortened to Czech, which is not right. Yes, so, yeah, I've tried to be conscious about that myself, so I've known some Czech races, I believe, but if you know someone from Czechia, you can call them a Czech, I imagine. I mean, or would you call them a Czechian, which doesn't sound, I don't know. It's one of those weird English things of, there's actually a term for it. I read some sort of linguistic term of how people from areas or countries are called, whether you put E's at the end or an N at the end, such as Texan, like me, or Japanese, or stuff like that. There's a linguistic sort of term for it, but there's no real solid rule on it. I don't know. It's an interesting thing and not really intended for watching large-scale racing in the middle of Austria. In my experience, it kept quite ridged, as it also has the option of using 4 bolts to bolt it down. Talking about the wing, yes. And yeah, I agree. Slebdad says that first car that we were following, Thomas Ryan, it looks like it's bottoming out on landing, slowing it down. Yeah. So I'm wondering why he hasn't got it raised up like these other cars that we're following. I believe most of these other cars that we're following, with the more rounded and more cab forward sort of bodies, not proper cab forward like the 10th skill racers all seem to use. And interestingly, they're using cab forward bodies and front wings. So there's like little tiny scoops that are on the front shock towers of the 10th scale buggies. I'm surprised maybe they're not allowed in this class of large scale. Who knows? So Thomas. So we can see Thomas on screen there. We've got the names coming up. We can still follow some of the action. So anyway. So there we go. We've got everyone's coming across now. Sort of. A few of them finishing. You see the green lines. Yeah, Ryan is definitely finished, but his time is still going. So is he still technically running? No, well, he's pulled in. Not sure what's happening with Hafliger and Ryan because they... Well, anyway, that seems to be our finishing order. Dombrova, Haflinger, Ryan, Schultz, and Diver, with Kuz and Ludwig not finishing. Just going to grab a quick word with Ian as he's walking underneath us. So I had to grab a quick word with Ian. He's in the number 2 marshalling post, and unluckily for him, he walks directly underneath us. So I just ran outside and just asked him very quickly, what happened? His throttle servo broke. So there you go. That's racing for you, isn't it? So he was saying you practice all week, and everything's completely fine, and then in your first qualifier, your throttle servo breaks. So that's unfortunate. We'll find out in a little bit, or later in the day at least, exactly how these guys qualify. Was kind of learning as we went along last week. Found out it's basically a rocket round for touring car. I don't know if these guys do best of 3, or if there's 1 or 2 knockout rounds, or if it's just single fastest rounds. So we'll find that out. If anyone knows in the comments, feel free to enlighten me. But the the first round, it doesn't matter a huge amount. We just know that Ian Audie and countryman Jack seeded 1 and 2 in the short course group. Both stopped and were unable to finish their runs. So hopefully better luck in the following rounds. So this coming up is Group 5, the second group of two-wheel drive. We've got Thomas Kraus from Czechia. See, Czechia.
4 minutes to start.
Lucas Hartman from Germany. And I believe that's Hartman of the Hartman brand of cars. Mark Higgins from the UK. Krog Kim Nygaard from Denmark. A few Danish racers. No, it was a pretty good contingent of Danish, wasn't there? About as many Finnish. Sasha Koos from Kaus from Switzerland. Cohen Middelkoop from the Netherlands. Darren Smith from Great Britain. And Essa Letemaki, our first Finnish racer. So Matt has popped up into chat saying 4 rounds and 3 count, I believe. Okay. So another selection of rear-wheel drive buggies.
3 minutes to start. The track is open.
It's interesting that there's a few in this class that have spoked wheels, and a few of them that are running just dishes front and rear have spokes drawn on the wheels, which is interesting, especially when you can see them braking over the really slick surfaces of the track. Remember, there's two very, very slick areas of the track just after the bridge, and after they cross under the bridge, there's a sort of a kitchen or bathroom tile sort of section, and after the bridge is some literally just solid iron sheets of it's not diamond plate, but it's got lines cut into it that look a bit like diamond plate. So very interesting. I think it's a sort of thing that if like a utility company were digging a trench in a road, these are sort of the iron plates that they would put over that trench to allow cars to drive over the trench, when they're not being worked on, if that makes any sense. Yeah, so 2 very slick areas, and as the cars are coming into these areas to make a turn, you can see the spoked wheels stopping, and as they're just very lightly just locking up. It doesn't damage the tires or anything or put flat spots on them, because they're just very slick surfaces, so it's not wearing down the tires at all. But they're sliding around, and it's just kind of cool to have the
1 minute to start.
they made all these changes to the track over the years since we've been coming here to do the live streaming, but they're still keeping the multi-surface sort of feel to the track. It's quite cool. Good morning from Wiltshire. Good morning to Wiltshire from Austria. Good morning, Avgas. Alan O'Brien popping up in the chat. First comment: spoke wheels are disgusting. Well, that's quite a strong statement, Alan. What have they done to you and your family? Oop, someone's exhaust is loose. I think you could probably hear that on the ambient mic. So I believe the timing has started. Or there it goes. You can hear the horn. Well, not often we get a car crashing on the bridge. We just had 2. Let's see who we are with. We're with the number 1 car, Thomas Kraus, as he's started his first lap. Going down the hill into that hairpin, over the little jump there. Taking the inside hump over the tile section. That the alternating, the red tiles on it say EC 2018. The Walter and Mario quite proud of hosting many European championships over the years. I don't know if have they held a IFMAR? Have they held a world championship? Do you know? Here. No. Don't think so. Many Euros is. And of course an RCGP. We're going to be at RCGP in a couple of weeks. And that is at the Nemo Raceway, which we were promised. I don't know if the word epic was used, but we were promised something special. Because apparently they've remade or redone large bits, or maybe the entire track. They've bulldozed the entire track. So, and then a couple of weeks after RCGP, it's going to be hosting a BRCA round. For 1/8 buggies, so it'll be very interesting. RCGP is going to be the first event that's going to be racing there under its new, or using its new shape and layout. So yeah, it'll be quite interesting. I think it would be quite fun to have a large scale track or an 8 scale track. If I had a farm like where we're at right now, I would have so many RC tracks. It's a Thomas coming up on that number 2 car that he's trying to get past. They are running neck and neck in the qualifying, so these guys are going to stick together basically probably for the whole 10 minutes that they're running until one of them goes over. Going up the hill into the shade over the RC Fox jump. And again, if anybody has any suggestions for an area of the track to call RC Models something or other, otherwise I'm going to have to come up with it on my own. I just don't have the brain power for that at the moment. Oh, there goes the number 2. So Thomas has gotten past the number 2 of Lucas Hartman. Hartman actually fallen back just a bit, so Kim Nygaard has popped up into the second. Alan saying, "What did I asked Alan in the chat? What did Spoked Wheels do to him and his family?" He said, "They offended my family's eyes." Well, I'm sorry to hear that. But I think disc wheels, I think this is one of the few core, I mean, disc wheels are everywhere in RC. They're in touring car, they're in pan car, they're in nitro touring car. They're not in 8th on road, which is a good thing. But you know, they're in 10th off-road, they're in large-scale off-road, and everywhere in, you can only get spoked wheels, I think, in 8th off-road. So just having discs on everything is just a bit bleh. I actually liked it when there was a brand that came out, I can't remember who it was, if it was JQ or someone else. It may have been X-Ray that came out with wheel stickers. So you could run your disc wheels, but that made them look like spoked wheels. But of course, if you get it just slightly off, then you have a wobbly wheel, and that's probably what killed it and made them not continue making any more. So Little Style RCs replies about Nemo, saying, rumors are Nemo is getting carpet and wood jumps.
Mm.
And I'm sure Alan posted in a now deleted post comment something about what something about Nemo Raceway there. And he says, I'm not sure if that was a secret, actually. I'm just posting it to the world, so I'm just going to delete my comment. It's out there now, whatever it was, even though I missed it. So I think I agree with Slebdad. The bridge is a good option because it's nice. It's a nice gap away from the RC Fox jump between the uphill and the downhill sections. Ooh, and as a car gets very stuck into the banner there. Lots of local companies sponsoring the track, as you can see. That was Winkler, based in Fehring. I'm not sure what they do, but they obviously have provided some monies towards the track upkeep or track land purchase or whatever. Every time we come here, there seems to be some sort of welcome addition to the track, so it's quite cool. We do enjoy coming here. And like I said, it's not just because of the Punta Gamer and Schnitzel. Someone getting hung up on the pipe at the back. That is not a good place to want to come across as a marshal. He's got the sun in his eyes and very large growling beasts coming straight at him. So there's 2 3/4 minutes left in this one. This is group 5s, which means we've got one more group of 2-wheel drive. Thomas Kraus leading this one on a predicted pace of 13 and 10:38. So it's a lap better than the previous group. I think this has now become, I think 2-wheel drive has now become sort of this sportsman group for large-scale off-road. And kind of like with Formula One is with large-scale touring car. But it's interesting that there's also the short course truck, which is maybe the more quote-unquote fun class. I mean, it is a proper European championship, but I guess, shall we say, the more sponsored, the professional guys are in large-scale 4-wheel drive. So we've got about 1 minute and 15 left in this one. I'm just glancing at the schedule for the rest of the day. If I can bring it up. Time schedule. And this is all freely available on myrcm.ch. So today's racing started at 9 local time. That's Central European time. So GMT +2. Or British Summer Time +1 if you're watching from the UK. So this round will end at about 11:52 local time. Then we've got roughly an hour-long lunch break. So we're going to run around, post some stuff on social media, get some TikToks out there. That's right, EFRA is on TikTok. You can find it just at RCXme on TikTok. So I'm sure everyone out there is on TikTok. Everyone seems to be. So we'll have some fun stuff on there. And some stuff posted to the Instagram page. And, of course, to the Facebook page. So today, will finish after round 3 of qualifying. We'll finish just before 7 o'clock local time. These are 10-minute runs. There are 6 minutes between each run, so 14 minutes from the start of one heat to the start of the following heat. And they tend to stick pretty close to things because it's run by a computer. It's not like the it's not it's not a club race where it's lots of time in between and lots of chit-chatting. European Championships, so everything runs pretty smoothly. The Wendlers know what they're doing here. Slipdod popping up. It's 4:20 a.m. in Ohio. Wow. Hello to you, sir, watching us from the American Midwest. So group qualification round 2 starts with group 2. Oh, sorry. So within the qualifying groups, or the classes, I should say. So short course always starts first, and then two-wheel drive, just like we're on now, and then four-wheel drive, 4 heats of that. So there's 3 of short course, 3 of two-wheel drive, 4 of four-wheel drive. So it always goes in the order of short course, two-wheel drive, four-wheel drive. So in the next qualifying round, we start with group 2, so the middle group of short course, the middle group of two-wheel drive, and the second group of four-wheel drive. So those will those cycle around within themselves. They're not we don't mix up the short course and the two-wheel drive and so forth. Tomorrow's time schedule. Qualifying starts at 9 a.m. again, finishes at 11:52 again for the lunch break, which is quite a long lunch break actually. And then the finals start with the quarterfinals of all 3 classes. First one starts, again, short course, starts at 2 o'clock local, and that's a 20-minute race. And then at 2:30, another 20-minute race, because there's 2 quarterfinals. And then, I'm going to have to look it up. It's going to be either 3 or 4 racers bump up to the semifinals. So all the quarterfinals will be run tomorrow. And then for Saturday, it's semifinals and finals only. So if you don't make it, if you qualify into a quarterfinal tomorrow and you don't make it out, that's it. You're done racing and you're an observer for the rest of the week, which is the Saturday. So yeah, 4 rounds of qualifying, and at the moment we're told 3 count, so 1 dropout. And for Ian, hopefully for him, hopefully he's got no more rounds to drop out. So we got 4 minutes to start for the third and final group of two-wheel drive. Yeah, this is what I thought. So Lucas Hartman is listed in this one as well as car number 10, but he was in the previous race. So obviously that's some sort of mistake in the computer, and the race director will remove him from this race, I'm sure. So we'll have 9 cars in this race. We've got Kevin Vandemort from the Netherlands, Peter Hartman from Czechia, Luc Vandenberg from the Netherlands, Martin Consul from Czechia, Lars Abes from the Netherlands, Fabian Ritter from Switzerland, Neil Sivens from the UK, Bastien Coloras from France, and Marco Leitinen from Finland. So our second Finnish racer of the day is about to go out on track. They had no practice this morning. Practice finished yesterday afternoon. And then there was the opening ceremony. So we've got this race, qualifying heat for two-wheel drive, and then 4 more for four-wheel drive. And that will finish the first round of qualifying here at the EFRA Large-Scale Off-Road European Championships in Fehring, Austria. As these guys are starting to get through their warm-up period. They have about 3 minutes of warm-up time. And then the clock will start, and there's no coming into the pits and counting off laps or anything like that. It's just the rolling start. The clock starts. Each individual clock for these racers starts as they cross under the timing loop. So any moment now, the horn will sound to tell the racers,
1 minute to start.
well, in about 1 minute, the time will start. So we've got racers from, I know Abgas Steve is in Switzerland. Don't know he's from Switzerland. We've got Ohio, we have Finland, we have UK. Where else are folks in the chat watching us from? I know you can be watching us on the EFRA Facebook page. And
10 seconds to the start.
so I know we've got people from all over, but you can watch us on the EFRA Facebook page, EFRA YouTube, Red RC YouTube, and RC Racing TV Facebook and YouTube pages as well. Our chat is most active on the RC Racing TV YouTube page, YouTube channel. So please pop into there. If you don't have a YouTube account, be very surprised, but sign up and get a YouTube account if you don't, and then find RC Racing TV there. And oh, sorry, Abgas, you're in Austria. Sorry, I should know from the A. I do remember that from last week. Yeah, so let us know where you're watching us from. So the first laps, well, I suppose most people, who hasn't started? Vandemort hasn't started yet, and Colorus hasn't checked in. Or is it the other way around? Vandemort not checked in. He's got an X next to his name. We'll see. First laps are coming through. Hartman with the fastest one so far, 45.287. Looks like Vandemort is not making it this time around, so he hasn't started his lap. So we're following this number 6, I believe, or are we following? No, we're on the number 1. This is Kevin Vandemort going up into this tricky little section here. It does seem to catch a lot of drivers out, especially this curved. Not curved, but the angled jump as it goes over the RC Models Bridge. I think that works, RC Models Bridge, as long as it's not too clumsy coming out of the mouth. Works fine. And he's about to go over the RC Fox jump. There, right there. Coming down the hill. And a very tough, hard braking hairpin with a jump right after it as well. So you have to kind of be on it for, I don't know if there's any period of relaxation on this track. Every circuit you have to be on it. There's no real respite of maybe down the pit straight you have a momentary relaxation, moment of relaxation where you can just kind of flex your steering fingers as long as you're not pointed too far out of whack. We have a Mancunian in the chat. How are you doing, Rick? So we're still following the number one, Kevin Vandemort. Hartman and Colores have just popped into the top spots. Let's follow this, Jude. Let's follow this battle that's going underneath the bridge right now. The 2 and the 8 are very close together on time and on track. It's the second and third of these 3 cars. So I think they're coming up to lap, unless he's already got a lap. Yeah, he's already passed. They're already both past the number 5. Lars Abez. So it's these 2 leading cars now going over the quad jumps. I think it's an Elcon and a Hartman. I think. Oh, getting a bit wrong there. Colores almost going over. But he's, ooh, that's a nasty hit there, and the marshal hasn't noticed. And he's running around now, crossing the track. You can see just in the background as we're following. Sticking with the number 8, Bastien from France. It's a bit wrong coming over that last double. And a bit wrong coming out of that fast left-hander. So lots of dust being kicked up, even though there's only 2 driven wheels on these buggies. Lots and lots of dust, as you can see. So we're still with Bastien. Goes over the RC Fox jump, coming down the hill. Hard braking. 4-wheel disc brakes on these cars. So I'm not sure. I think if we were talking to Hessel Roskam last week, previous world champion in large-scale touring car, he was saying you can actually, as you're driving, actually change the brake balance of the car front and back, which I thought was wow. You know, that's like full-size car racing level stuff. You can do it on the computer radios. Just obviously press a button to kind of switch on the option to do it, and then actually, I guess, press another button either up a bit or back a bit, or maybe it's like a little toggle thing. You know, one of the 3-way switches. Now, I thought that was very interesting. I'm curious if that is possible on these cars as well, because, you know, it's just electronics. And if you do want to see some up-close photos of these cars in the pits, there are some pit photos on the EFRA Facebook page, which I took yesterday and the day before, as well as yesterday's opening ceremony photos and some track action. So it's do like getting some action photos, and it's cool seeing the racers in the pits, you know, kind of mugging for the cameras and stuff like that. It's quite a you know, a fun and generally more relaxed atmosphere in the pits at large scale events. So it's always nice to come. Whereas it seems like the smaller scale you go, it just gets more and more serious. And we'll see that next week in Gubbio. It's 1/10 Nitro Racing World Champion, European Championships next week in Gubbio, and some quite intense folks in that group. So leading this one is Peter Hartman from Czechia, Fabian Ritter, Marko Leitinen, rounding up the top three. It's Czechia, Switzerland, and Finland. And they've got just under a minute and a half. And then we've got a few minutes of just a brief break between each of the between each heat. And then we've got four-wheel drive. Full drive buggies. So MCD, I think, is one of the main ones, and then we've got Elcon, and I think Hartman actually do one as well. So who are we following here? I think we're still on number 8. Is there another car that catches your eye? This guy here, I think that's the number. Oh no, not that one, but the other one, going up the hill over the RC Fox jump, and we'll get a car number in a moment. They don't seem to have front car numbers, these guys. Car 2. This is Peter Hartman, our current leader in this qualifying group. And last lap time was forecasted to do 13 laps in 10:07. Not sure he's going to be able to make up the 7 seconds. No, because he's on his last lap right now. Remaining lap time is 0, so as these guys are crossing, they're going to be finished with their run. Yep, and you can hear the lady from the computer saying you are finished, and there's all the finishing order on screen now. So I see several, it's nice to see several different countries represented.
Car 3 is not finished.
Oh, car 3 is not finished, so he must have pulled into the pits.
Not finished. Not finished.
Race director getting a bit antsy. So in the finishing order, Peter Hartman, Ritter, and Colorice. Just have to accept that I'm just going to absolutely destroy some people's names, and I do apologize for that if you're watching this back later on and you want to see your heat. But yeah. Okay, so someone has popped into the chat. Thank you very much, sir or ma'am, or however you like to call yourself. Main four-wheel drive buggies are MCD, Elcon, and NRP, which NRP I'm not familiar with as a brand. I've seen a bunch of the stickers on the cars. So, like I said, I've been photographing them yesterday and the day before, and I do like to get some cool action photos, cause especially the large scale stuff, because it's easy, and two, they just look quite a lot cooler, I think. And saying, yeah, I did notice NRP stickers on a lot of things. So I'm curious, if that's a new brand or what. So I imagine Hartman is probably sticking with two-wheel drive, or for their sake, hopefully working on a four-wheel drive. I remember when the MCDs first came out and four-wheel drive was like, ooh, what's this? New and special. And now, I dare say, they're the most popular four-wheel drive chassis. Be curious if companies like Mechatech and RS5 and Genius try to get into that market as well. Avgas Steve popping in, dropping some knowledge on me. Thank you very much. Most of two-wheel drives have a lay shaft brake and front brakes. I just think it's super cool that they have front brakes, like actual real functioning front brakes. I'm sure someone somewhere has tried to make 10th scale front brakes. But obviously the size of the wheels and stuff like that just makes it a lot more difficult and therefore expensive. NRP is also called Ultron, of course. Yes, I've known that name, and I apologize for missing it out. But that's so also known as Ultron, but well, I guess there's an N in there, but there's no other. NRP is just the new branding of theirs, maybe, or something. Well, new to me, I should say. Some awful sounds coming from the race PA system. What is going on out there? New FG four-wheel drive buggy coming out soon. Well, that will be. I know FG's had their issues over the last recent years. I think most of the brands probably did. The last couple of years. But then some brands, I think, with the hobby in general, had some rough times, just like probably most hobbies. As the first four-wheel drive cars are out on track. I think there's been a little bit of a delay in the race timing. So we'll see what happens here. But I think FG in particular has suffered just from, I think they were not in the greatest of shape before the pandemic, and then obviously shipping costs and material costs have hit a lot of industries very hard. I was talking with Hupo Honigel of H Speed, sponsored by X-Ray and a few other brands, and distributes several different brands in I think it's Switzerland. And he said that the shipping costs for him were so high that even though they were selling a lot during the pandemic, because people were stuck at home and just working on stuff. Ooh, got a broken number 5 out there. Unfortunate for Christian Shimsky. That all of his profits were basically eaten up by all of his profits of selling double of what he was normally doing were eaten up by shipping costs. So, which obviously you kind of have to pass on to the customer, I suppose, at a certain point. But that's the way of business nowadays. So in this one, the first of 4 groups in four-wheel drive. We've got Visa Sarja from Finland, Michael Thompson from Denmark, Boris Lass from Germany. Also from Denmark, we have Christian Paul Benstrup Williams. I'm just going to call him Williams or Christian. From Denmark, Kristen Chimsky, who unfortunately is already broken out on the on his first warm-up lap. And Leon Sattel from the UK, and from Germany, Peter Schmidt. So 7 racers in this one. Right, okay. So I think, Abgast, you're saying that Tim Vander Elst drives for Ultron, not for FG, I think. If, I'm assuming that that's correct. Because your last comment before that was about NRP. NRP is the manufacturer. Nick Visser Ultron is the name of the model. That's a 3-word name comprising someone's full name. Is the model name of a car. That's interesting. So it's the Ultron car, but made by NRP. Gotcha. So 30 seconds before these guys are about to start. Yes, we do have a countdown. Yes, we have a divergence to time schedule of 45 seconds, but it does say minus 45. So just so you know, the timing is available. Live timing, which is the screen I'm watching, is available on myrcm.ch. Just click through to, if you go to myrcm, and there will be a WMW Fehring link, and all of the information is there. So the driver listing, the time schedule for each day, which we're following obviously for today's Thursday, I think. And the live timing link is on there as well. So you can check the schedule and see when anyone that you are cheering on, either from your country, your local club, any of your friends or family, and see when they're racing. And obviously, leave the live stream going, but pop in at the appropriate time and cheer on your favorite driver or drivers. So the race has started. They're about 55 seconds in. Only a couple of drivers have completed the first laps, though. It's just a rolling clock, so there's no great panic if you spin out before your clock starts. Obviously, once you cross the timing loop to start your first lap, you don't want to have any mistakes or go off the edge of the track like number 1 did there. Wow. Visa Sarja. We did get that on camera, unfortunately for Visa, but hopefully you don't watch that part of your race back as they go over the RC Fox jump, the tabletop at the top of the hill. And into the tile section. Very slick there. So I think just from a realism point of view, having spoked wheels so we can see when your tires are locking up or not. I mean, that's from a racing point of view, but just from a viewing point of view, having spokes is kind of cool to see when the tires are locking up and where they're turning and all that. That's just me, Obviously, we have one very almost violent opinion about spoked wheels in the chat. Let us know what you think. Answers on a postcard or in the RC Racing TV YouTube chat as Visa goes around that paved hairpin once again. And that's really only a double, and then there's a minor step down. over the RC Models bridge and over that steel paving plates or whatever those are called. And that is a huge drop down and a huge jump up around the banking. It's the only bit of real camber, although this second corner is as well. Everywhere else seems to be either just completely flat or very much off camber. Obviously this corner is flat. This corner is flat. This one has a minor banking to it. This one's flat pretty much. This one's flat for sure. This one's very flat because it's tile. Over the bridge. Flat. What's going on with Visa's car? I think he's dropping back as well. Yes, he has already. So Williams, Schmidt, Satchel coming up ahead of Visa. So I think maybe we've kept Sarja on the camera for a little bit too long. So let's move maybe one car up to the number 4. That's one car ahead. And car number 4 is Christian Paul Benstrup Williams from Denmark. It's that pink car coming over the RC Models bridge and across the iron grating. I was going to mention it, that metalwork is going to be very slick if it gets wet. Today, we're not promised any rain, but the last time we checked the forecast, which was yesterday, I believe, we did potentially have some showers forecasted on Saturday. We've got the number 6 cars jammed underneath the bridge. Oh my goodness. Poor Marshall Marshall Point 1 had to really just hoik at that car with all of his weight to pull the car free. So I think there's actually literally a pole as well for the cars that do get stuck under the bridge to be poked with to free them from any crashes that might happen. Oh, that's the wheel gone of Williams. That is not good. There's no fixing that on the track, as we've seen. These cars, no front bumper. The wing kind of acts as a bumper if you land on it. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say properly, but if you happen to land on the wing, it helps absorb damage. But yeah, a little somersault like that is not going to be helpful for your racing ambitions. So a few drivers already either breaking out or just not starting. With Thompson and Shimsky, obviously we saw him break, or I saw him break anyway, but it's mentioned it wasn't on camera. So who are we with now? We're on, I think this is the number 3 car, followed very closely by the 7, who's getting stuck in his own way. Number 3 car of Boris Lass from Germany. RC Kiwi, is there a list of what brands of drivers are racing? I don't have one, no. But we can guess, I think just from the look of all of these, I think they're going to all be, because they have that motor protection thing. There's like a little plastic cage over the motor, and just the general shape of the body. I think these are going to be, I'm going to guess MCD. They were one of the early brands to get into four-wheel drive, I believe. Kuak the boss, hello. Say hi there, hi there. So there's 2.5 minutes remaining in this one. Williams is slowly being shuffled down the order, and now he's in last place of all the running cars. Top spot is currently occupied by Peter Schmidt. predicted for 13:10:41. So Peter he's about to finish his 9th lap to start his 10th. The marshal for that poor number 4 car has retrieved it. Always looks a bit sad when the car is being carried and like the front wheel or any of the wheels is just kind of hanging there and dangling from the chassis. We're on this number 3 still. Boris comes over that weird, very much off-camber corner. But it's the inside of that corner that really has the massive hump. So, and that diagonal jump, always getting a lot of people out, because I think if you go too wide, your rhythm is off to get the double, because you have to you basically just single it and then you double the following 2 jumps. Oh, and he goes way off the side. The shirtless marshal, .2, retrieves it, and he goes across, nearly clips the timing loop. I think that's a metal bar, but it is heavily padded. We've seen a few, at least one championship decided there as he goes over. Oh, Marshall must be like, I just rescued you. I'm sure he's not thinking that. So yeah, back to this infield, this tricky diagonal jump here. So if you get it right, like he just did there, but then he didn't go for the double. Comes over the RC Models bridge and bounces off the barrier. I mean, I must say, that bridge has been there for many years, and that has survived, as far as I can tell, completely unchanged. And he's over again. Maybe we should change cars, because we're obviously giving him the curse of the commentator. Sorry, Boris. Let's find someone else. We're on, I think, is the number 6 now. Leon Sacha, who's just finished, but it's all right. He's going well. He's 2nd overall at the moment, so he's coming down the hill. He can give us a demo lap. This tight hairpin coming under the bridge, over the tiles, over the double, and then this tricky diagonal jump. Able to take, almost was able to take the double. You see the Armco barrier there. That is full-size car, motorway or highway barriers, like you would find on an actual real full-size highway. They're not messing around with the barriers on this track. And there we go, into the pits. Hopefully, yes. Oh, and he doesn't. He flips over the race director, just like, I'm not going to touch that. Oh, and the car's dead. So now he's blocking the pit lane. There he goes. He must have been like, why didn't you just give it to my pit man? Yeah, these aren't 1/4 or 1/6 scale. These are 1/5 scale. So that was the first group of 4-wheel drive. First of 4. There's 3 more to come. So hello, Rui Rodriguez. Thanks for joining us. From your comment of crazy man, I'm going to guess either that this is your first time watching possibly model car racing, or you're commenting on the chap there who put the stricken car, seemingly dead, onto the onto the pit lane, which is a little funny. Hello, Nigel, in the RC Racing TV YouTube chat. So we are live for you guys from Fehring in Austria, in southern Austria, not far from Graz and Spielberg. Spielberg, obviously, if you follow F1, the home track, the location of the home track for Red Bull Ring.
3 minutes to start. The track is open.
And these guys are about to go out for their warm-up lap for Group 2. Yes, this is the EFRA large-scale European Championships for off-road, as you can tell, from the dirt and jumps. And we're going to be here for you for the rest of the week up until Saturday, the finishing time for the large finals, or large-scale European Championship finals. These guys are all qualifying. This is the first group, or first round of qualifying. So these are the first runs of proper qualifying that these guys have had. They'll have 3 more after this one. And I need to confirm in the rule book, but we believe at the moment that it is, you get 1 throw out and 3 rounds count.
3 minutes to start.
So in this one you can see, yes, an Australian flag. We do have an Australian in this one, Callum Gunn. Anthony Morat from France. Tobias Gralo from Germany. Palle Hornum from Denmark. Dennis Zimmerman from Germany. Ole Klinge from Denmark. And Frank Haler from Germany. So another 7 drivers. It's Group 8. There is Group 9, which is also 4-wheel drive, and Group 10, which are the quote-unquote fastest guys. And I just say quote-unquote because these guys are seeded by, or ordered by, their best results in controlled practice, which finished up yesterday, just before the opening ceremony. You can see pictures from the opening ceremony on the EFRA Facebook page. If you just search for RC Motorsport Europe, all one word, on Facebook, you can find the EFRA Facebook page. And in the photos, there's a photo album specifically for this event. So there's pictures from the opening ceremony, pictures from the pits, some action photos of all the different cars, and there will be more uploaded today. So be sure to look out for that. Well, you can go find pictures now and then find today's photos uploaded later today. Got it?
Seconds to the start.
So they're about to go out. Oh, well, they are out there, but they're about to start their official starting. Start their laps, I should say. So there's some questions and comments in the chat. So hello and welcome to everybody watching, whether this is the 10th large-scale off-road championships that you're watching with us or your very first. So the first laps are starting to get counted off. Anthony Morat, first one to finish his lap. 44.7. It's not a bad time. If he continues on that pace, which he probably won't because he's going to be coming up on slower cars or crash himself or whatever. But at the moment, after one lap, which is not a realistic prediction, the computer's saying 14 laps in 10:25. 45 seconds seems to be the going rate for the lap time. It's quite a longish lap, but it needs to be. These cars do get pretty quick, and they're very large, so it's need to have space to run and be free. Following the bright orange car. Get the number as it comes down the hill. Yep, number 1. 8 minutes left for our Aussie on camera right now, Callum Gunn. Now, the reason why he's running is because there is no World Championships for this, so this is kind of, sort of a World Championship. But just not officially. It's obviously officially the European Championship, but America and Australia and Asia don't have a championship for this one that I am aware of at all. So basically, they're just anyone is welcome, no matter what region you are racing from. This Callan is coming out very rapidly on the number 1 car. Callan currently in 5th, but if he's able to get past this number 2 being Anthony Morat. So, I mean, definitely you can tell the driving standard just quite a bit better, really. Ooh, as he gets a wheelie up and loses lots of space. This four-wheel drive car is able to make turn that quint, I should say, into a double-double. That first jump doesn't, I suppose it doesn't really count. It's more, it's like just a massive step up. It's like an amphitheater seat. Should get the ruler to find out how actually big that thing is. It's a huge step down and then same size step up. Okay, there goes Anthony rolling over in front of Callan. So that gives Callan gain here. So let's follow him for at least another lap and see what he can do on a clear lap on his own with no distractions, hopefully, for him. So crosses over now. So let's see what he does. That lap was a 43.520, which is already faster than everybody. That's literally the fastest lap of everybody in this run. So Callan, he's pretty quick. He might end up in qualifying straight into the semis, or possibly even the final directly. And, yep, good acceleration over that double. Comes around the iron grating. And this step up is just brutal. And bounces. Let's see what he does now. Wow, I thought he would go up in... He did a 44.3 that time, so 0.8 slower. He's still in 5th place overall, so Ole Kling... I think Callan had a... obviously we missed it. He may have crashed and had a big, a long wait to get a marshal to follow him. Okay, so we do have a request to follow Frank Haler from Germany. It's the car 7. I'll see where he is. Hopefully it's not these... car 3 has a wrecked rear wing. Car 7 is just about to cross the start-finish line now. The bright yellow car underneath us. There we go. Perfect. It's a very fast left-hand 90-degree corner. It's very tight as well, 9 degrees, if that makes any sense. Coming down the hill. into the hairpin, followed very closely by the car number 5 of Zimmerman, and then 2 of Morat. So unfortunately for Callan, I think he missed a lap or had a slow marshalling somewhere. I think it's more likely he had a crash. Frank doing pretty good here, if I may say so myself. If you're unaware, my name is Frank, so I'm always cheering for the Franks. Getting hung up there. Oh, man. And into the padding. Ah, nightmare. Not good. And the car 5 is dead. Oh, no, he was waiting. He was waiting. So he's a little battle there. So good sportsmanship from the 5, but they were basically, those 2 drivers were slowing each other down. And good sportsmanship there. A lot of drivers don't feel the need to slow down or stop when a car you're battling with is crashed. So, ooh, not a good landing there. Straight into the top of the second jump, and then down a big drop, up it. Oh, and over. Not great. And now he's let that number 5 car get past him again. So unfortunate. Klinge he was our top. He was the next one we were going to follow. He's dropping way down. So we're told in the chat that Callum Gunn missed a lap. So if I were him, I would be asking the race director, especially if it's on video, that he went underneath and it didn't get counted. So we're still following Frank Haler, see if he can catch up to Zimmerman, Dennis Zimmerman from Germany. They probably know each other, actually. They're both Germans. Well, I say that, I mean, it's a fairly general thing to say, but you never know. No, Zimmerman seems to be taking off. I think Frank had another mistake somewhere, maybe. Oh, that's not good. Beached and then able to get across. So not quite perfectly balanced, which is lucky for him. This Marshall needs to watch out. Okay. All right. That's Frank. You can see some of the corners where there's basically it's just a single racing line. You can see some good amount of rubber being laid down, but the track is going to be breaking up, especially if it stays really dry like this. And then if it stays really dry and then it rains or showers, maybe even worse, because you never know who's going to get caught out on Saturday. But then it is just semis and finals on Saturday, so Frank letting Callan as a leader pass, but then that number 5 gets passed again. Going across the tiles and back uphill, and Zimmerman and Haler determined to stick with each other, and that car number 3 that has a broken wing mount, so you can see the wing is sideways. So you just move forward to the number 3. Jude, you can visibly see the loss of rear traction, that losing a rear wing like this basically happens. Let's move forward, Jude. One car to the orange and black, going over RC Fox jump and coming down the hill. It's got a busted rear wing mount, as Frank has had a tumble behind, unfortunately. Getting marshaled though. And everyone's on their last laps, so we're just finishing on this one. But in the slow corners, maybe the loss of aero traction is, nice jump over that, but then a crash. And that's probably an example of how that wing got busted. And now it's completely sideways, utterly useless. So that is Group 8. We've got Morat, Gunn, Zimmerman, Haler, Grollo, and Hornum. Klinge, unfortunately, finished dead last on 7 laps. And we'll see, just make a mental note, if that's possible, if Callum Gunn gets a lap back, or was he given a lap during the race? Hard to tell, because he finished on 13. So I'm not sure if he's meant to have 14 in 1024 or not. We'll have a look, though. We'll check that out if we remember it later on. I'd like to say hello to everyone who's watching, if you are watching right now, from Harper Hill Junior School in the UK. Fans, friends, and classmates of young Alfie Jack, who will be back out on track. I will get that time for you. His next run, I think he's in Group 1 of short course. So Alfie's next race is at 1:26 Central European time, which is 12:26 UK time. So just keep that in mind. Hopefully we have someone from the school watching and making a note of that. And of course, we'll say hello to you all again once Alfie gets back out on track. Meanwhile, we've got Group 9, the second fastest group of four-wheel drive. We have Wesley Van Hellman in this one. He was in the chat earlier. So, wrapping my brain around that. He's going to be in the car number 2. Martin Kraus from Czechia. Wesley, obviously, from the Netherlands. I say obviously, like, everyone knows. But just in case you didn't, he's from the Netherlands. Ken Walkiers or Valkiers from Belgium in the car 3. Don Krebaum from the Netherlands. From Switzerland, Melanie Trotman. Jarno Siltanen from Finland. And from Sweden, we have Connie Svensson. And again, from another one from Finland, Essa Milima. Milima. Essa, I can confidently say Essa. I really don't know about that last name. So if any of our Finnish viewers want to correct me, educate me, I should say, let me know, please. I do like to get the drivers' names correct, so that at least if they end up watching this later on to see if they're on screen, they can at least hear their name said properly. And the first cars are already out of the pits and going round. I believe, seeing that Pekko Ivanen is not in this one, he must be in the next one, because, wow, I've never actually seen that. Someone has just gone off the RC Fox jump and hit the banner behind it. That's bad luck. Yeah, I would be checking if your steering is straight too, if I were you. I think we've got a former European champion in this one, Kraus from Czechia, and Valkyrs is another one. So we have 2 former champs in this one. Well, in four-wheel drive, I should say. Sorry, in two-wheel drive. There were former European champions in two-wheel drive. And apologies to them if well, apologies to anyone who's previously had a podium position in any of these categories, and I don't mention that. We do have a list from the EFRA EFRA website, which is efra.ws. There's a Hall of Fame section on there, and you can see all the names of the previous champions in all of these classes. Obviously, two-wheel drive European Championships stretches back to 2010. Ian Audi taking that first one. Dario Vaselli taking it in 2012. He is in the next heat. Four-wheel drive only started in 2013, and Vaselli had a run of 3 years from 2016 to 2018, with Pekka Ivanen taking it in 2019. So they are both going to be in the next heat. I believe I was at the race where, is it John Michael or George Michael Teat took it from Estonia? That was 2015, but I haven't seen his name. And in short course, that has only been a European Championship since 2017. So we had, I believe it's Matt Perry Tekin from Turkey, and Kerem Filov from Bulgaria. Keep an eye on these names as the day works on. We've got 10 seconds, less than 10 seconds before the clock starts on these guys, and I think they're all going to be starting now with the number 8 car is the first one to cross the line. That's Esa Niilimaa from Finland. So I think they've all checked in. They're starting their runs now. We'll see if we can find once they get going. We'll see if we can find our former champs to kick us off with some proper car following. So Michael Van Dyck saying, nice info about Wesley. He ran with this Euros, including all scales in off-road this year. He did 10th in the UK, and yeah, we did see him there. 8th in Portugal. I wasn't there, but I was on the live show with Matt. And now the large scale, yeah. So he's been keeping pretty busy, just like Pecco. I think we saw him we did see him last week in Fiorano, and we saw him at the 1/10th as well. So let's see, we're on the car number 1, as is tradition, to kick things off, going up the tile section. There's a weird little kicker there just before this double. Oh, and over, yes, he lucky there. Following the racing line, so he gets a good run. Full drive is able to get a double that pretty easily. Over that very slick ironwork section. Not a great landing. And then up over the big step. And then double. Come across the finish line. So Kraus, one of our former champions, 2018 from Czechia. So we'll follow Kraus for a couple more laps. These laps about 43, 44 seconds for the faster guys in this. We have had a very fast one from Van Hellman, 41.5. Pretty good. That's by a couple of seconds. That's the fastest we've seen so far. Wow. Actually, it's a 42.5 from Valkyrs, our other former European champion. Again, in two-wheel drive, not in this class, but in two-wheel drive. So we'll definitely follow the Valkyrs. Has he had a slow lap? What's happened to him? Car 3. I'll see if I can stay with the car 1 if you think you're still on him. And try and find 3. It might be in the pits. I don't see anything on the side of the track. Valkyrs, not a good start for him now. All right, well, we'll see if we can find the car 2 then of Van Hellman. Not sure what his scheme looks like. Here he comes, just down the pit straight now, into that left turn. And apologies if we've already been on him, but this is Wesley Van Hellman, very busy off-road racer. I remember first covering him in sand for the 1/8 Euros. Sand a bit like this, where the drivers are driving away from themselves and towards themselves, seemingly, with the longer straights and such. Get a bit weird angles on these jumps. Wesley Van Hellman, hero of the Netherlands, coming down the hill. Sharp hairpin over that crazy jump. It's definitely getting worn away. There's some potholes on it, but it's not the tires on these cars are big enough to kind of roll over the particular potholes that are there. Good jumps coming down the step and up the step. Wow, really swinging that back end out. Good lap from Van Hellman. Put him into second, but quickly taken by Kraus. 42.8 for that one. He's definitely got the best lap so far. Just noticed that Don Krebom has not started this one. Valkyr's still out, not making any laps. He must have broken, or possibly engine problem. It's all speculation. We don't really know. Unfortunately, we didn't see anything happen, so it happened well off camera, I believe. And Hellman really liking that high line there. Get the high line lets you take the speed up to the edge of the track, which is a bit dangerous if you're going wheel to wheel with people. But if you're by yourself, it's fine. Or you got a bit of space around you, it's okay. So what I mean is because you're going up a hill, you're able to not really brake and then use the gravity to assist you get a good launch out of the corner. So motocross style. There he goes. He does like that. Van Hellman now in the top spot with a 41.8 that last lap. Only 0.3 off his fastest lap, which is still the fastest lap of this run. As you can see on the My RCH live timing screen, if you navigate to that website, we have several tabs open. So in addition to the chat, double. And then one car trying to follow the high line as he passed him, but just went over the edge, which is a danger. So, yeah. So that's that weird. Whoa! Bicycling. It's all right though. Doing a knack over the corner almost. This four-wheel drive car is able to use that gyro capability of the front wheels. All right, let's follow. I don't think we followed one of our finish racers yet. This number 6. It's about to come in front of us, Jude, with the finish flag on the back. It's got a wonky rear wing coming down the pit straight. And yesterday, he had not a wonky rear wing, but the front body posts were damaged or something. So it was basically like a funny car going around the track. This car, number 6 of Jarno Siltanen, is in second, so he's not really being held up by that wing. It's just loose, but if he goes over a couple more times, it might just completely knock it loose. So we'll see. Going up the hill into that copse of trees there. The shade is almost completely gone from that end of the track. Taking the wide line around the cambered turn there. That funky hump. The funky hump corner? Would that make sense? The racing line to get the take that double properly over the RC Models bridge. Down the big step and back up it. Oh, with a slight bit of difficulty. I think the wing is at a wrong angle as well. I think that's the first wing that I've seen that looks like a 1/8 styled buggy wing. Maybe. Yeah, because it's got stabilizers, inboard stabilizers, inboard uprights on the wing itself. All the other ones are more styled like the two-wheel drive large-scale buggies. So that is interesting. So Jarno coming into that tiled section again. Back up it. Now if you look very closely when we go past, just before that jump at the end of the tiled section, there's actually a manhole cover there. I think it's for drainage or maybe water water hose connection or something to water the track. Never seen it opened. And they're finishing their run now. So next heat is going to be the fastest guys of the 4 groups of large scale 4-wheel drive. And we'll wrap up our the first round of qualifying. So taking that one, Wesley Van Hellman, as expected, pretty good, 14 and 10.06. So we'll keep an eye on that, see if he can get 15 laps next time. Can knock off, just take a few corners tighter during the race and just get that 6 seconds to get to 15. Jarno Siltanen, Melanie Trotman, Martin Kraus, Connie Svensson finishes 5th. Essa and Ken and Don didn't manage to finish that one. So in the next and final group of 4-wheel drive, actually it's the final group of this qualifying round, is going to decide our first round TQ anyway. We've got Patrick Schweitzer, who, 2015 European champion in 2-wheel drive. Dario Rosselli, 2012 champion in 2-wheel drive, and also 2016, 17, and 18 in 4-wheel drive. Maël Bioker from France. Schweitzer from Austria. Dario from Croatia, of course. Pekka Ivanen from Finland, who is our most recent European champion in this class in 4-wheel drive. Romain Walter from France. Sven Rodewald, another large-scale touring car racer that we saw last week. Tim van der Elst from Belgium. Ferry Fernie from the Netherlands. And Valentin Puziat from France.
5 minutes to start.
Schweitzer also the 4-wheel drive European champion in 2014. So definitely some good racing heritage in this one. 3 former European champions. 2 of them multiple champions. So I wonder if the computers automatically spread out the top guys. I haven't looked yet at I don't think there is a finishing order for the controlled practice, because I'm wondering if the top guys have been spread out, sort of, so to speak, across the top 2 heats. Free practice. Where's the finishing order for practice is?
4 minutes to start.
So, fastest in 4-wheel drive practice is Ivanen, Vesely, Schweitzer, Bucher, Piusiat, Van der Elst, Walter. Okay, so it looks like, no, they're not spread out. It is literally, this group is the fastest 10 group, fastest 10, because Van Hellman is 10th fastest after the control practice, but Rodewald is 11th, so maybe that is mixed up just slightly. I'm sure we'll figure that out. All I have to do is just ask Ian, I suppose. But it's either spread out or it isn't.
3 minutes to start. The track is open.
So the track's open. You can see the drivers are out there getting their warm-up laps in. After this one, we've got a lunch break of about an hour. So we'll upload some of the photos of action and some of the scenes around the pits. We love the scenes around the pits and the racing action, of course. So you can check out the EFRA Facebook page. Well, you can check out the EFRA Facebook page right now for photos. Some nice photos, if I may say so myself. And some more photos will go on there during the lunch break, which is right after this race. So I can see Vesely out there. Let's see if I can get some of these. Number 1 being... Vesely is easy to spot. Schweitzer is number 1. I think is he the one with the scorpion? I think it is. I think, was he racing last week as well? Bucher in the 3. Ivanen is going to be, I think, green with the Finnish flag on the wing. Yeah, there he is. Also with that 8-scale style rear wing, which is super interesting for our viewers. So obviously, you don't really need to, I mean, you can if you want. Obviously, we're going to follow the folks that we've been talking about, the previous European champions in this class. Cards 1, 2, and 4, at least. Bucher, you're going to have to follow him because he might be able to mix things up. Male Bucher from France. Sven Rodewald. Be curious to see how, obviously he's clearly no slouch at driving one of these buggies around because he is in the top heat, but be curious to see how he raced, as well as Vesely and Ivanen raced in the touring car championships last week. Be curious to see how all of these different cars handle. So just about 10 seconds to go, and then the clock will be running. Looks like Schweitzer is going to have a full lap. He just crossed the line before the time went, so he's not holding back at all. So we're on that number 1 car. He hasn't actually started yet. So if he crashes, which, you know, fingers crossed he doesn't. If he crashes, it does not matter because he hasn't started yet. Taking the double-double around the banking and starting his lap. Looks like everyone has started except, I think, for Van der Elst. Car 7. I just saw car 7 go past, so yes. So everyone's going. Ivanen is the first one to cross over, and he's taking the lead. But we'll see what happens as time counts. Vaseli's just finished his first lap. 42.3 for Vaseli. 41.798 for Ivanen. I know we have a few people, not least of which is, oh, let's go to that number 8 car, just about to go under the bridge. Number 8 car of Fehring. It's got a wheel coming off, or a tire coming off. You can just see, I think it's the, yeah, it's the left rear. So you'll be able to see it really well as it comes over the RC Models bridge. Oh, you see that? That's about to just fly off. But amazingly, these cars, even though the tire's coming off, eventually, I think it's just gone. The inner foam will break up and get flung out. There's chunks of inner foam all around the track. You see it now, you can really see it as it's doing full speed and the car and the tire starts to balloon out. And there goes the traction on the going into a right turn. So those right turns are nasty because there's just no traction there. You're just riding on the rim. So Fehring, I don't think, is going to be troubling the top scorers. So let's see. We followed. Have we followed? Let's see if we can find Pekko Ivanen out there in the green. I think in black. Is just about to go over the bridge now. Is Pekko, the number 4. Very easy to spot. Green with the Finnish flag on the wing. So, like I said, of course we're going to be following Pekko. One of the racers that we've followed all through his progress for many years now. I think Dario has had an engine cut. He's going over the bridge, but we'll follow him. So he's going to have a very slow lap now, but as long as you keep running, at least you have something on the scoreboard. Pekko coming over the double, about to go over the RC Models bridge, over that iron grating. And he's got the car 3 of Michael Bucher, who is running last in this heat, so not going to be troubling Pekko. Pekko has probably just passed him, actually, while I was paying attention to other things. Over the RC Fox jump, down the hill, around that crazy, taking a very loose and wide line there. Going over the funky hump of the off-camber turn. Taking that as a double, and then a couple steps down. Take it tight, take that double, over the RC Models bridge. Marshall has just fallen trying to catch the number 1, Patrick Sveinser, who has fallen down to the midfield, and he's now directly behind Pekko. That bright yellow and orange is Patrick, but Pekko is leading this heat at the moment, thanks to things like Patrick falling over, and Dario, I believe, had an engine cut. I'm not sure. He definitely was stopped with all 4 wheels on the ground. And I think I saw the Marshal give a tug. Oh, Pekko going very wide there. And now he's let Patrick go past. Well, that's the smart thing to do. If Patrick is definitely faster, don't slow yourself down trying to keep him behind you. This is qualifying, so everyone's on their own clock. Oh, now Patrick has let him die. It's just out of visual shot for me, so I missed what was happening there. But Pekko, nice line coming down the hill. Patrick trying to stay pretty close behind. Obviously, after controlled practice, you know, you're seated first. Ooh, Pecco hitting the barrier, slinging it sideways. Car 3 keeping it wise and staying behind Pecco. You don't want the referee to have to call you out. Okay, well let's let Pecco carry on. It's going under the bridge. Jude is coming into the tile section now. Is Dario taking that hairpin, going back up the hill? This is Dario Vaselli from Croatia. Obviously, we know that he is no slouch at all, being a 3-time former winner in this race, this class. But we did see him have some sort of issue where he was completely stopped for at least a few seconds. Just seen Pecco crash, unfortunately. You can he just got a bit loose just in front of the bridge, but no major damage. Just lost a few seconds overall on the time as Dario goes back up the hill over that little kicker, over the double, down the steps, over the angle jump, taking the double nicely, staying away from that Armco barrier, and around a very slick Ironworks. Back up the step and double to finish the lap, and that one it was fairly clean. 41.9 that time. Sven Rodewald presently in the lead with this one. This is car number 6. Where's he at? Oh, we have a loose tire come off of something. Where did that come from? A tire was just rolling down the hill. I don't see a car stopped. I don't know what happened there. So car 6 just coming down the step in front of us and up and over the double. There we go. That's Sven Rodewald, running a totally different body scheme, paint scheme than what he ran in touring car. Pretty sure it's totally different. I don't remember that. Car 6 about to go into the bridge, Jude. Car 6 just going into the hairpin at the tiles and up the road, over the double, down the steps. I'm not sure. Let me just check. I think who has stopped out there? Yeah, I'm afraid to say I think that tire was off of Pecco's car, because I do see a green car next to the Marshall in the middle, and I think Pecco is stopped. So I'm watching the action out the window and have to shift a bit to see the timing screen, but I believe that loose tire came off of Pecco's car. So not great, but we've seen other drivers have bad first runs, and I'm sure that Pecco is going to bounce back from this. Earlier, I think it was, the third race that we saw Ian Audi crash. Oh, well, not crash, he stopped on the side of the road with a broken throttle servo. The top seed in the short course class, just ahead of Ian, Keith, had to stopped as well. We've seen lots of, shall we call, named drivers that we know and are familiar with stop. But you have at least one throw out, we believe, so it should be okay. But obviously, you don't want bad luck in more than one of your runs. So with Sven Rodewald being followed very closely by the number 9, well, he's running in second. That's why, because that's Valentin Piuziat, both on 12 laps. Just crossing for 13, both of them. 42.3, 42.6 for Sven. So Sven, they're that close that he had a 0.3 second longer lap that run and has lost the top spot. And then, that wasn't Sven crashing, was it? No. So these two attached by a tow rope almost. Car 6 gotten past again of the car 9. So ahead on track, but second Oh no, now he's behind on track. So Pousiat holding on to the first spot, 42.3. So they have a whole lap to go. So we'll stick with these two. As they're coming down the hill into that crazy hairpin, over the off-camber corner, under the RC Models bridge, and up the tile section. So Sven trying to catch up to Valentin, or Valentin. There's no E at the end, so I think it's Valentin. So, and now they're finished. Vasily is already finished with 14 laps in a 10:02. So not great. Middle of this pack, of this group. Valentin Pousiat taking that with 15 laps from 41.907.
Time is over. Race finished.
.15 in 41.907. Okay, so that is the first round of qualifying. So, yes, Lidl Style RC in the RC Racing TV YouTube chat. There are bump-up finals. The bump-up finals start tomorrow with the quarterfinals in all of the classes. Quarterfinalists, I'm not sure if it's the top 3 or the top 4 at the moment, but they will bump up into the semifinals. The semifinals start Saturday morning. And, of course, we'll be covering all of that for you live and for free, thanks to RC Fox and rcmodels.co.uk. And we have a little message from our sponsors.
Oh, hi, ich bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier, genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach sie mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.
30 minutes to start. 25 minutes to start. 20 minutes to start. 15 minutes to start. to start. 5 minutes to start. Four minutes to start. Three minutes to start. The track is open. Two minutes to start.
Oh, hi, ich bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier, genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach's ihm mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.
We're back. This is round two. Round two of qualifying is underway. As you can see, this is, although it's the first heat in this round, this is actually Group 2 that is out on the track. So their time is live. They are in their qualifying runs right now. Lubelinkov is leading the way, with Jones, Vandemort, Trotman, Loeffler, Buxton, Shilcock, Spence, and Southey not running. I don't think Ian Southey is actually running at all, so I'll try to remember that, or hopefully we'll have one of the Team GB racers in this one. Coming up to have a chat with us at some point, and we can get the lowdown on what is actually up with Mr. Southey. So we're following the number 1 car of Michael Loeffler. Truck number 8 is the leader at the moment. Jude, if you can find him. So I'll just catch up on a few things while we locate Sjord? We need another Dutch racer in to chat so we can find out how to pronounce everyone's names. Found out how to pronounce PRIJS last week from thanks to Hessel Roskam. It's just pronounced Price. There's just no J, so but I'm not sure that applies in this case because Lubelinkov's first name is S-J-O-E-R-D. So is it Sword? If it is, that's kind of a cool name, I must say. Sword is your first name. Whoa, bounce right off of that barrier. That's not going to do your components any good. But there he goes, down the pit straight. You can see the pit entrance there. Hard left going up the hill. Now, that shade is almost gone. Not that it matters, except for the marshals. There's 2 marshalling points up there. And the banner that's behind the RC Fox jump. There's a balcony there where a few people are watching from. I'm not sure if that's like a WMW Fehring Airbnb or anything like that. There's camping spots all over the place, so most of the racers here, I'd say probably, I don't know, just as a rough guess, at least half of them are camping, and the other half are spread across various hotels in the area. Lots of thermal baths in the area. Ooh, Sword getting caught up there by the car. Is that car 9 of Ian Southey? Oh, he is out there. Okay, yes. Well, there we go. Mystery solved. Now we can move on to various other things, like do aliens exist and all that. So we've got Lubelinkov, Jones, and Loeffler still in the top 3 spots. These guys chasing the current TQ time, 14 laps in 10:39. So at the moment, Lubelinkov is on pace for 14 in 10:40. So he's not far off. He's about a second and a half off from the fastest, the current TQ time of Fabian Morat. But with Ian Southey and I think Keith, another one of the Team GB racers, both not finishing their first run, in Group 3, which is the very next group to run after these guys. I think that pole position time is going to get clobbered. So we're still on Lubelinkov. See if we can find the car 2 of Steve Jones, who's currently in second. So just so you guys know, we're anticipating to have some special studio guests in the commentary box with us. And once we do, we're not going to ignore the racing. We'll still comment on it, but we'll be asking questions and just talking lots of things, large scale and EFRA championships and stuff like that. So just be aware that if there is someone in particular that you'd like us to follow, we will give it a shot, but we may not be talking about them a massive amount. So here we go. There's the number 2 of Steve Jones, running in all red with a Union flag on the back. He's currently on a 13 lap in 10:26 pace. So we're coming to you live from Fehring, Austria, not far from Spielberg, home of the Red Bull Ring Formula One and MotoGP racetrack, in the hills of Styria. That's why it's alternately called Austrian Grand Prix or Styrian Grand Prix. I think last year they hosted 2 races. So, yeah, nice and sunny. Well, I say nice. It's nice if you're in the shade and you have a cold drink and you're wearing shorts and maybe sandals if sandals are your thing. But directly in the sun, it's quite hot. Not as hot as it was in Fiorano for us last week, and hopefully nowhere near as hot as it's going to be in Gubbio, Italy, for us next week. Because last week was the large-scale touring car and F1 European Championships. Next week is the 1/10 scale Nitro touring car European Championships. And then our little road trip returns back to Old Blighty for the RCGP round at Nemo Raceway. And then we're back on the road again to I'm not sure where, covering I'm not sure what. I can't remember. It's all kind of a 8th Nitro on road from Portugal, Valencia, which is in Spain. Yes, well, I was thinking Villarreal. And then I was thinking Valladolid, which starts with a V, but sounds like it starts with a B for Bravo, not a V for Victor. So anyway, yes, a busy couple of months for us, and we thank all of our regular viewers for joining us. Very, very happy to have everyone with us. I'm just arranging the tabs on the screen so that I can see the live timing, which is showing Steve Jones taking the top spot. Lubelinkov has stopped on track. Matt Buxton taking second at the moment. Steve Jones on a pace for 13 laps in 10 minutes and 22 seconds. Again, the TQ pace at the moment is 14 laps in 10:39, but I'm pretty sure the next round with Ian Audie out there and a couple other drivers, we're going to see some of the times start to normalize, because there were some top drivers that weren't able to finish where we might have expected them to. Dario Vercelli, one of them, in four-wheel drive. His engine stopped, he said. He didn't know why, so they're actually investigating that. I don't think they're allowed to put in a fresh engine. If they do, at least in touring car, they have to do a stop-and-go penalty in the final. So I don't, I mean, maybe it's allowed. It probably is. I mean, there must be some accounting for it. It's a very scratchy sounding car going past. Sounding not very fun at all. So we're following this high downforce pink and white body truck. This is the short course class. There's 3 races, or 3 groups of them. Car 4 of Matt Buxton out there. Might be talking to Matt later, hopefully. We have Heidi Shilcock has also stopped out on track somewhere. Only 9 laps for her. I think she got a decent first run in, so she might be all right. 2 runs out of the 4 counting, just so you guys know. We thought it might be 3 runs counting, but it's 2 runs that count out of 4. So you do have a couple of throwouts. However, those throwouts could mean the difference between you starting in the semis and starting in the quarters or quarterfinals. So obviously every run you want to finish as high and high as possible with as many laps in the lowest amount of time as you can. Matt Buxton, he's finished top of the shop here with 13 laps in 10 minutes and 44 seconds. So a few seconds off the current top qualifier time. This is the second fastest group of short course. The fastest group is out next in about 5 minutes time. So they're already out in the pits with their engines started and warmed up. So these guys are given a couple minutes to come in. Well, actually about a minute. And we're following Matt as it goes under the timing beam, timing loop, and into the pits. And you can see there's already his pitman is waiting for him. There's other pitmans. The trucks you can see on the table past the rostrum are waiting to come out next. And the fastest group will be on the track next. So that group is, it's not Keith, it was Jack Keatley from the UK, the number 1 seed after controlled practice. He was starting in the first position with Ian Audie, well, with the lowest car number, I should say, so denoting that he was top seed. But Ian definitely looking very strong in practice the last couple days. Those 2 are going to be leading off the next group out on track. It's 5 minutes before they are before their time starts, so they're going to be out actually running in a couple of minutes just to get warmed up. Fabian Morat starting from 3rd position. At the moment he's TQ, but like I said, pretty sure Ian is going to beat his time. Taylor Letchford, Mark Kreisig, Matthew Stokes, Urs Gehring, Simon Godney, and Emil Karamfilov, rounding out the 9 racers in the next group of short course truck to go out on the track. So we'd like to make sure and say hello to Alfie Jack's classmates and friends at Harper Hill Junior School back in the UK. So we know a lot of his classmates and teachers are going to be cheering him on here in Austria as he takes his Sonic the Hedgehog powered super speed short course truck. Now that race is going to start in about 20 minutes. I can get an exact time for you. Give me just a moment. And we are looking, trying to find the right tab. My apologies. So here we are. Time schedule for today. The exact time that Alfie Jacks is going to be running is going to be at 12:26 UK time. So that's in roughly 22 minutes. So be sure and take note of that, teachers and headmasters, headmistresses.
The track is open.
Right, so 3 minutes to go before the clock starts counting for the next round of qualifying in this round 2 of qualifying. This is Group 3, but actually the second one's out on track, just because the way qualifying works is they kind of move the positions around. So we are going to see Ian Audie out. He had a broken throttle servo in the first run. Everything was going great, and then much bad language occurred when that happened to Ian. Don't see him out just yet. He's, of course, running a Union flag design on his car. I see Jack Keatley out there in the gray bad boy body shell with the yellow disc wheels. And there's Ian going over the RC Fox jump. You see him just there in the static shot. So we'd like to thank RC Fox actually for sponsoring this coverage for you guys to see this racing for free all week long, all the way to the end of the day, Saturday. They are based in Germany, as you have probably been able to tell from the adverts. And for our UK racers, there's RC Models with a Z.co.uk. They're also sponsoring the race coverage for you guys. Many of the UK racers here have the RCM and RC Models stickers on the cars that we've seen. So everyone proudly supporting the model shop that supplies their large-scale modeling needs. So Mark Kreisig is another one to watch in this race. He's actually Mr. RC Fox. He's the guy who runs it. He actually, in the advert that you've seen, he's the chap that kind of gives Neo the Fox a little talking to. So we're hoping to talk to him in maybe 15 or 20 minutes time, maybe, when he's done with his marshalling. And same with Ian, they're both in this race, so they might pop up at the same time, and so we'll have to figure out something what to do. As you can see from the blue skies, it is very clear skies. Nice and bright out there. And time has started. So we're going to follow, let's follow Ian around again. Car number 2. Everyone, no one's completed their first lap. They've only just started. Some of them haven't even started their first lap because they were not caught by the timing loop. So I've got a question from Niccolo Pellegrini. Large scale looks too big for this track. Well, it was actually designed to be a large scale track. So although there are a lot of 1/8 scale races that happen on this track as well, the size of the track, I think, is probably just about as big as you can make it for large scale. As you notice well, I'm not sure how much the camera flattens it out, but right there over the RC Fox jump, that's the highest point of the track, and it is quite high compared to the pit straight. At least 2 or 3 meters higher than when you're standing on the pit straight. And it kind of has to be, because as the track goes further away from you, obviously if it was just all flat, the cars would just seem really, really small rather than just small, and get very hard to follow around as driving. So we're with who we think is going to be, or who I think is going to be possibly top of the shop at the end of this round, or at the end of this race, I should say. It's not the last race of the round for short course, but these are the fastest guys. So the fastest 10 guys are already grouped together. So there's not too much lapping that has to happen. So this is Ian Audie, EFRA official normally, but in 2010 he was the two-wheel drive European champion. So after 2 laps, he's already on a 15-second faster lap pace than Morat. However, Letchford and Keatley are going to give him a good run for his money. Letford on the exact same pace as Morat in the first round with 14 and 10:39. Kreisig now up there with 14 laps in 10:34, but Ian Audie still 17 laps or 17 seconds faster than Kreisig. So Ian is on the move for sure, and he's pulling away from everybody. And I'm sure he's put in a brand new throttle servo and tested it out very, very thoroughly because he doesn't want to give away another round and use that as a dropout. He needs to have 3 good rounds. Only 2 count, but if you need a tiebreaker, you want your 3rd round to be as good as possible. Of course, every round you want to be as good as possible. Coming over that weird off-camber bump into the tile section, and then back up the hill, up the little kicker, over the double. Tight line there, so you get the best line to take the double just before the RC Models Bridge, and over the steel grating. Ooh, little not the great. You get hung up on the pipe there. But everything's okay. These are 4-wheel drive, of course, and he comes across. That was a 45-second lap, so not super fast. You've seen, obviously, the buggies go a lot faster. And Tara is correct. I think everybody that is racing this event is pretty clear that they prefer it to be back to large-scale sort of scale of jumps. It seems to have been the jumps put a little bit closer together or just spaced so they're a little bit better for 1/8 buggy. But I think the top drivers are getting used to things. Obviously, they've had Monday they were here for practice. Tuesday they were here for practice when we started setting up, and obviously practicing all day yesterday. So the faster guys, they've gotten used to things, which is how it goes, really. Cream rises to the top, especially when it comes to race timings. So yeah, that's correct. We have low C5Ts in this race. We have the Elcon. There's MCDs. It's mostly MCDs and Losies, I believe. The MCDs, you can really tell by the shape of the body. It's kind of a fastback sort of body, kind of a desert racer sort of shape. From the cab of the body, it just goes straight down to the base of the short little racing spoiler. Okay, so let's see if we can find the Taylor Letchford, because he's doing quite well. Car number 4. I think it's that white car just going under the bridge now. Car 3 came to a complete stop to let him pass. That was Fabian Morat, who did win the first round. So Taylor from the UK, being followed very closely by Jack Keatley. So if we can keep that white and the gray cars together, we can kind of 2 birds in 1 stone, get 2 of the GB team on camera. So they are right behind each other in this order, actually, in the timing, and then also close together on track. So if Taylor makes a mistake, Jack will get past, and if Jack makes a mistake and Taylor gets past.
3 minutes to drive.
So a little slow over that that little kicker after the hairpin. So we'll finish the lap with these guys, and then we'll find Mark Kreisig, who's he's several seconds behind him. Kreisig running in 4th at the moment. Mr. R.C. Fox. And it's these guys coming up to finish their current lap, and then we'll find the gray and gray, white, and orange car. Very nicely branded R.C. Fox MCD W5 just about to come underneath us. There we are. And this is Mark Kreisig from Germany. Very much sponsored by MCD, so he's no surprise he's running an MCD. He's flown past, I think that's the car number 8. No, he's going under the bridge. He's at the tiles now. There he goes. And I didn't see where he did it, but apparently the race referees just warned him not to cut the corners, so I'm not sure where that happened. I think maybe same thing that happened there, where he just took the jump badly. You end up at a weird angle, and you just go for it. And going over the RC Fox corner, and about to come down the hill now. Ooh, nice drift, but wasn't able to follow that up for style points as it goes around the tile section.
1 minute to drive.
So just a minute left, as you might be able to hear. Oh, and commentator's curse. Keenan from the No Name RC podcast has joined us in the chat. How are you, Keenan? We had somebody from Ohio following us earlier, chatting with us at 4:20 a.m. their local time. So I don't know where you've been. So here comes Kreisig in his MCD. Whoa, riding that pipe. I suppose that's obviously he didn't mean to, but you can see that if you're going straight, you're all right. But once you try to brake and turn, you're not all right. It's just been passed by the number 6 of Matthew Stokes from the UK. And he turns over as I'm looking down his name. So Kreisig doing all right. I'm not sure how much regular racing he's getting in these days. He's busy running RC Fox. But there he goes. He's done now. So let's, coming over the bridge, we've got Jack Keatley in the gray car, followed very closely by Ian in the number 2. Well, there's the results anyway. It looks like everyone is finished. So Ian with a... somehow only ended up with a 13 and 9:42. Wow. 9:42. 14 and 10. Oh, okay. So the timing results finished a little bit earlier than they should have. So Ian finishes with a 14 in 10:26. So, as predicted, destroying Morat's time of 10:39.
Time is over. Race finished.
So, that is a new TQ set by Ian Audie. And I hope all you Alfie Jack fans are ready. Over there in the UK at Harper Hill Junior School. Alfie Jack is about to come out on the track. right, so where are we sat now? We've got, in the next run, Alfie Jack Shilcock starting with the number 1 car. Patrick Weiss from the UK also, starting in number 2. Martin Fitzpatrick, UK, starting in number 3. Lubomir Lubomir, from Belgium, Bulgaria, in the number 4. John Hall in the 5. Damian Petrov and Martin Petrov, respectively, in the 6 and 7. And then Rinus Visser, starting in the number 8. And their actual qualifying time starts in 5 minutes. But they're going to physically be on the track and warming up in about 2 minutes. So we'd just like to remind everybody that rcmodels.co.uk has a special code for everybody watching the stream this week. It's RCMZ for 5% off. All you have to do is to go to rcmodels.co.uk, and you can find them on Facebook at RCM Racing, and also on Twitter, same handle, at RCM Racing. And on Instagram, you can find them at RC Models with a Z. I'm only saying Z because it's a UK company. But yes, they've got, as you can see, several large-scale brand names there: DDM, Samba, Uber RC, Zenoa, and lots of large-scale based brands, and a bunch of their specials are available there. So they've got a Rovan buggy, they have a desert truck, and looks like a large-scale crawler truck. Can't quite tell. And of course, various tires. You're going to run out of tires, aren't you? So you need to have some spares. There you go. They got some big digger tires and giant grip tires on 8-spoke wheels. And everybody loves a Fly Sky system. They're cheap and feature-packed. So make sure and check out rcmodels with a Z.co.uk. Okay, so we have everybody, I think, out on the circuit. This is the first heat of short course racing. Just waiting for Alfie to actually come out. We got a broken car. The green with white stripes truck is broken. That is not a good start for your second round of qualifying. Alfie Jack, Martin, and John Hall have not checked in yet. And hoping Alfie can get out on track pretty quickly. Lots of races from the UK running in the short course class. Make up quite a good chunk of it, actually. There's only 3 heats of it, and I mean there's 4 of them in this group alone. Of course, we have Jack, Ian, and I think one other British racer in the top heat. And I know Alfie Jack's mum is in the second heat.
needs to start.
So 30 seconds. You can hear the computer timing.
Zero. 10 seconds to the
All right,
start.
10 seconds start. Looks like Alfie is not going to be able to start. I haven't seen him go on the track. The time has started now. So let's do our usual thing. Well, normally we'd follow the number 1 car first, and that is Alfie, is the number 1 car. He's sort of preceded after controlled practice as the fastest in this particular group of racers. Let's follow. Who's the other British racer that's in this? It's either going to be the car number 2 or 3. There's one with a big, nice. Oh, he's going up we're on him there. That is the very nicely painted car number 2 of Patrick Weiss, who's about halfway through his lap. Goes up the kicker. And I just love how you can see the dust coming off the backs of these things when they're in the air. Quite cool looking. Unfortunately, I can't tell which ones are the Elcon and which ones are the, because I'm assuming the Elcon ones either they can just fit whatever body they want. These all look like MCDs, most of them. So there's Patrick going over the RC Fox jump and coming down the hill. Hard left around the hairpin and up the tile section over the little kicker. Good air over the double there. Taking the racing line. Nice double there as well. Turn a little bit too soon. Let's stabilize the car a bit. Over the double.
8 minutes to drive.
We've got 2 minutes down and 8 minutes remaining. So Damian Petrov from Bulgaria is taking the top spot. John Hall and Martin Fitzpatrick in the number 2 and number 3 spots. So unfortunately, doesn't look like Alfie Jack is going to be out on track. Same thing with Rinus Visser. And that's sometimes just how racing goes. It's sometimes there's a good amount of luck that you need. Maybe something had broken on his car and just didn't have time to get it finished and fixed before this run. We did have a bit of a lunch break. The next time this group of cars, racers, is going to be out is going to be, of course I've lost the screen. Oh, there it is. The next time Group 1 of short course will be out is at 3:18 p.m. UK time. So if you're watching at the Harper Hill Junior School, please try to tune in at 3:18, and we're hoping to see Alfie Jack back out on track. In the meantime, though, we've got Damian Petrov, John Hall, and Martin Fitzpatrick in the top 3 spots. Then we have Martin Petrov, Patrick Weiss, Lubomir Mihailov, and those are the 6 drivers that are running at the moment. So just 6 out there. Normally, there's up to 10 running in this class. So let's see, are we following the white car here? So we'll give another lap for number 5. That's John Hall. And then we don't want to be too UK-centric, so we'll follow We'll follow Damian, who in the number 6. I think that is Damian just behind him. So good spot by Jude, our cameraman. Whoa, and there goes John. Okay, let's pick up Damian in that white and green. And he's being chased by, I think it's his brother, Martin Petrov. It's Damian and Martin. Not quite in that order. Oh, he pushes his sibling off. The purple truck ends up upside down. The green and white car just keeps going. Why would he wait? It's his brother. But there goes Damian up the big step and clearing John Hall. I think that's basically he's just faster than everybody, so it kind of like, I think it was lapping Martin anyway. No, that was, I'm not sure. He's on pace for 12 laps in 10:49. So he's not necessarily going to trouble Ian for the top spot. Ian looking very strong now with a lead of some, what is that? 13 seconds over 10 laps. It's over a second a lap, and that's a 45-second lap, so that's quite a good pace. If you've ever played Gran Turismo or Forza or anything like that, you know, circuit racing, you know, a second a lap is a pretty hefty chunk of time, even on something that's even on something that has you know, a couple of minutes to complete a lap, and this is only a 45-second lap.
Then behind the big jump.
So we're still with Damian. Patrick Weiss has popped up in the lead now. Now we followed him though, and we followed John Hall. We followed Martin for a little bit. I don't think we followed the truck number 4 of Lubomir at all. That's the red and white truck coming over just before the bridge, the RC Models bridge, the red and white truck. There he comes. And that is Lubomir Mihailov. So we like to make sure we, especially in if we're covering practice, but especially if we're covering qualifying with a moving camera, we like to make sure we get everybody from all nations a little bit of screen time. So he's coming under the bridge and over the tile section. It's a tight, drifty sort of action that you have to do there. Not taking that double too well, but he didn't flip or anything, so he's all right. Losing time there again on the double just before the bridge. It's the RC Models bridge. And over the very slippy, just way too slippy, and he bounced off the barriers. And there's last corner before the start-finish loop. And there he goes. Almost kissing that Armco barrier. And coming down the hill. And this is a really weird hairpin here. See, it's quite high grip. That's where the black stuff that's on the dirt there, that's actually tire rubber. So obviously, as the trucks and the buggies come through there, the more they spin up the tires, the more rubber they put down, and the grippier it gets. He's not really. That's the slow line, really, to single. They call that singling, instead of trying to take 2 jumps at the same time, which is called doubling. So they was able to double those 2 jumps. But if you just go over those individually, one at a time, very slowly, you lose several seconds at a time, and that is a huge amount of time to lose every single lap if you do that. So you want to go as quickly as you possible, always moving forward as quickly as you can. Yes, we've got a question in the comments on the RC Racing TV YouTube channel. It's just the one place where we're looking, where we're really watching for comments. You can be watching us on the EFRA Facebook page and EFRA YouTube channel, and also Red RC YouTube and the RC Racing TV Facebook page. But the easiest place to send us comments in real time is on the RC Racing TV YouTube. Question was, what surface is the black bit after the bridge? Those are steel plates, or solid steel plates. They're basically literally just sheets of steel with diamond cut lines in them. So they're not diamond plate, really. They are diamond cut lines. I'm hoping at some point we're going to be getting someone popping their head in to have a chat. But yeah, you can see photos of the track, close-up photos of the track on the EFRA Facebook page. If you go to Facebook and search for RC Motorsport Europe, that's RC Motorsport Europe, you can find the EFRA Facebook page. EFRA is the organization. RC Motorsport Europe. Yeah, not Model Sport. Who said Model Sport? RC Motorsport Europe, which is what you're watching right now. So we've got Mr. Kreisig and Mr. Audi just coming off of their marshalling duties now. I think Mark said that he's definitely going to pop in. Ian may or may not. Depends if he has anything to work on his truck. I don't think he does. No, it's okay. Well, if they want to pop their head in, they will. We don't have to chase them, because we don't know if they have anything to rebuild on their trucks or anything like that. So we don't want to keep them from their racing commitments. We just want to have a chat, maybe. I hear the stairs rumbling, and we have a Mark. So we got Mr. RC Fox himself. There you go. You put that on.
Yeah.
And we'll just turn you up. How are you, Mark?
Thanks, fine.
Good. And we'll let Matt fiddle with the sound. So, yeah. So, good first couple of rounds for you so far.
Yeah, the second round was even better than the first one. Still on the safe way for the moment, not jumping everywhere. To have 2 rounds at least. Safe.
You have them in the bank, is what we say.
Yeah, that's what I say. So now we can start pushing a little bit more to see what will happen. But yeah, seems not going so bad.
Yeah, well, that's pretty good. The first time we met was at, I think it was the Neen Valley Raceway in the UK, and I think that was the first time that they actually did. Was that the first time they did full drive, or the first time they did short course truck?
It was first time forward drive.
Yeah.
We run there with a V4 from MCD. The older type of the car was the first time, and I think even it was not European Championship; it was a Grand Prix.
Okay, I can't remember.
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, that was some time ago, and since then you've started up RC Fox, which seems to be going pretty well for you.
Yeah, I think we can be happy how it's going on.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That's very good. Well, I mean, obviously, we've been mentioning whenever we have the chance. We've named the big tabletop at the back, the RC Fox Jump. Yeah. Because
you
it's
call it
helpful
like
that the banner's there. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's pretty handy. Of course, now it's all brightly in the sun. The shade has gone back a bit. But yeah, it's very handy that you've come in. So now we have like a proper racer who knows exactly what they're talking about, rather than me taking information from the groups, or having to wander around and figure out exactly what's going on. We know that there are 2 rounds out of the 4 qualify.
Yes, correct.
So you've got your bankers in, and now like you said, you're going to start pushing. So what does that mean? Are you going to put in softer compound tires? You're going to put in
No, just driving style. I would like to adapt it a little bit more.
Right.
So I would like to make it a safe way for the 2 rounds now. For example, the double jump before the bridge.
Yeah.
I didn't do because yes, it's very risky to go there because there's a small whoop in front of it.
Yeah,
and
I've
if
noticed.
you not make it proper there, you are a little bit too late on the ground, and you have not enough punch to Yeah,
I
at
have-
least
I
makes
have
a double
noticed
there.
that,
You're
yeah.
too short and you flip over, and or you jump too far and you are staying there, and that was something I would like to not risk for now. But definitely this will be some, not seconds, but tenths, which you will make there for the
Yeah,
time.
yeah. I mean, there certainly seems to be. You can see with the black line from
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, yeah.
That corner before, sort of the angled jump, is kind of what I call it. I don't have a name for it, but it certainly does seem to be catching a lot of people out.
Yeah, because the problem is these the side walls from the track.
Yeah.
Sometimes they came on the track, and if you're too close, you touch there, and your car is stopping or getting in touch and flip over. So it's better to stay away from that a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's good info. Now, what about like the really slippy sections, like the tile section and the steel plate section after the bridge?
Mm.
Are those any trickier for? I would think that maybe the steel plate section is, because we can see the cars coming over for the warm-up lap now.
Yeah.
Where, especially if you go wide, is it better to go wide where there's maybe some grip in the dirt, but then you're kind of alternating going wide and then on the slippy stuff and
I think to go there, the best way is a little bit with the sliding and stay close. To go outside, there's not really a benefit, I can't see. And even you have a notch punch to make the first double directly. So,
Yeah.
like okay, this now is, I think it's two-wheel drive. Yeah.
Yes.
So for them, of course, it's even more hard to find the traction to make the jumps here. But for the four-wheel drive cars, you can see it also later on by the buggies and by the short course. I think normally they stay inside.
Right. Okay.
But yes, you are right. It's more slippery than the rest of the track there with these plates. But yeah, you can handle it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, especially with the four-wheel drive, you can you have that the traction on the front axles that can help pull you around the corners if you when you need.
Mm.
Now, so I'm curious, the just in general for the setup of these cars, or I suppose the layout more like, are the four-wheel drive, the short course and the buggies, are they set up? I know that the Elcon, there's one model of the Elcon at least, is set up what I would call really weird. It's got a front clutch and a rear clutch. But are the MCDs, are those set up more like what we'd be familiar with from a 1/8 nitro buggy?
Exactly. So the idea was to have a similar four-wheel drive car than it's designed by the buggy. Means you have 3 differentials, front, in the center and on the rear, and only one clutch, which is directly mounted on the engine.
Right.
From there you go with a direct pinion and main gear to the center differential, and that's it. So you have mechanic brake, or now, as you also have as an option for MCD, the hydraulic brake system, which makes it even more easy to set up front and rear separated. It's more powerful, and it's more stable, of course.
Right. Okay. So are you able to now? Hessel Roskam last week was telling us that for the touring cars, you can actually change the brake balance as you're driving. So if something changes on track somehow, or you decide, oh, I've got the wrong compound tires on the front or something, you can change the brake balance as you're driving. Are you able to do that with these?
Yes, you exactly can do this as well. So there are 2 servos mounted, one for the front and one for the rear brake, and they're mixed with one channel normally on the radio. So you can adapt there on the radio, like Hessel told you, to adapt the front or the balance between the front and the rear brake during driving.
Wow. Okay.
But
So-
one good thing,
Yeah.
but you can also do this with mechanic brake by MCD. Nobody's using it because it was a more heavy car, but you also can set up 2 servos for the mechanic brake of MCD to set
Right,
up
okay.
during driving.
And that would be similar to a 1/8 buggy where you have the different length springs or linkages or something like that, or
You mean for the brake?
yeah, on the mechanical.
On
type of
mechanic brake, now both are in front and behind the center differential, and actually they are linked from the center, so the linkage is same. Just it's your option to use 2 or 1 servo and how
Right,
to mount
okay.
the steering there, the linkage there.
And obviously, most of these cars will have. I know some, like the 2-wheel drive, they have front discs on each wheel, but also a lay shaft brake, which is essentially like a 1/8 buggy. And then the 4-wheel drive ones, like what you're driving, will have 4 individual disc brakes on each tire, on each axle.
By the hydraulic brake, yeah.
Yeah.
You have 4 discs on all tire. You have 1 brake, But for the mechanic, like I said, it's just in the center.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, this is a roughly a 43-ish plus second lap for most of the drivers. Is there any like time to do you get a moment of sort of mental rest on the track at all?
No.
Or you just constant, just 10 minutes of
Definitely
just...
not. Even when you start thinking you have it, I think you will miss a track. So, no, definitely. Maybe out of the straight. That's one short point where you can adapt a little bit. But really, it's very tough to find the right timing, especially for the jumps. If you are too fast, you missed it. Or if you're too slow, you missed it at all. So, it's really, really hard to drive.
Wow.
Even more hard than the years before, because they have changed the track.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about that next, because it's one of the talking points for the racers that are here. I mean, the conditions are the same for everybody, but the track has seemingly been adapted a bit more towards 1/8 scale buggies.
Mm-hmm.
So how does that make it difficult? What parts do you remember of the track that are different now than they were before?
End of the straights is long RC Fox jump, like you call it, was more difficult before. So this is one point which is way easier now.
Okay. That used to be just a big double, and it's now been filled in, I believe. Right?
Yeah. You have to go with way more speed to do it, and now you are safe because the landing is more flat. You can even go slower, but nothing will happen. Definitely this was a good point to change. Then it's staying more or less very similar. I think this small jump there is new after this corner then.
Oh, after the downhill hairpin.
After the downhill area.
Okay.
The infield then stay more or less very same under the bridge to the concrete.
Yeah, that looks like pretty much unchanged, really.
Yeah. Cannot remember very well if the next double was same before as well, but I think yes, but then it has changed again with the small going up and the double there, which is quite difficult. I think this is
You mean the angled jump bit?
Yeah. I think this is the difficult part of the track now, because many are struggling there. Bridge same, infield same.
Yeah.
The whoop section, let's call it whoop section, is new, and even the next one double is new, and also this is tough to do it, but you can manage it with a full drive. It's going okay. And even if you are a little bit too short, not so much can happen to the car.
Yeah, I mean these are two-wheel drives, obviously, so they're going to be going just a little bit slower than the four-wheel drives, but they seem to be handling the doubles in most of the sections just fine. We've seen that some of them are singling after that angled jump. They're singling that. There's one that just made it just fine, but he is the number one car in this heat, so he will be one of the faster ones. But so
you see now exactly that is you are too short and then done.
Yeah,
you use so many times.
Now, but I was wondering if that's just a matter of the faster guys will adapt and they're just going to be faster.
They will be faster, yeah.
So it's a matter of, even after 2.5 days of control of free and open practice, free and control practice, I should say, there were still drivers that were still kind of like, no, I don't like the changes, but the fast guys seem to be going okay.
You have no other chance than to be okay.
Yeah.
Because it's for everybody same, and if you would like to make the title, you have to adapt to the track.
Yeah,
and even your car, you have to adapt to that. Otherwise, what is the solution?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, they're not going to change the track, but it's just
no solution.
I was just wondering, from someone who's actually racing here perspective, I was curious what you were thinking about it. Yeah. So, I guess we can finish off with obviously Mr. Iannotti looking pretty strong. Do you think you're going to be able to give him a good challenge?
Difficult to say it. He is very stable. He's very fast. The experience he has since last, I don't know how many
Well,
years.
he won
10 years.
2010 is when he won the two-wheel drive championships here.
2010.
Yeah.
Yeah, he win it. So, but how
Yeah.
long he's driving? So this is already 12 years ago. Now he's very strong, and I think he is the guy to beat here. Yeah, definitely. They're two strong people, two strong guys. One is from France and one is from England, which are doing also very well. And probably, if they can stay on the track, they can be capable to catch him.
Yeah.
For me, it will be difficult, to be honest.
Do you think you can make the podium? Is that going to be a goal for you, or top 5, or?
Let's make the final first,
Yeah.
and then talk about the podium.
Okay, so I suppose last question before we let you get back and out of the heat into the sun was actually somehow cooler than in here. What are the bump up situations? So I haven't had a chance to look at the actual official rules yet, but obviously we know that the quarterfinal is going to happen tomorrow. How many of those drivers bump up, do you know, into the semis?
I'm not 100% sure, but I think from the quarterfinal it will be 3 or 4.
Okay, that's what I was guessing, because obviously last week we're at it was
3
the same.
last year.
Yeah.
Last week was 3, yeah.
Yeah, for the large scale touring car at Fiorano. Okay, well, we'll let you get back, and hopefully there's nothing major to work on your car, and you can relax a little bit and watch the racing, see where you can maybe push a bit.
Push some more time
Yeah,
out.
get knock some tenths off.
Yeah.
Okay?
I will. Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Yeah, thank you.
Talk to you later.
Mark
Bye-bye.
Kreisig of RC Fox.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye. So thank you very much. That was Mr. Mark Kreisig, the RC Fox himself. He's left his glasses, so maybe he'll remember those and come back. Obviously, orange shades on them, so to go with his gray shirt and orange and white livery. Even his sunglasses are on brand. So let's see, who are we following here? This is car number 3 of Mark Higgins. Yes, from the UK. Leading this one is Thomas Kraus from Czechia, followed by Sascha Kaus from Switzerland, Lucas Hartman from Germany. So that's the top 3. We've got Esa from Finland. Moving around in the top, or in the midfield, Kim Nygaard has just hopped up into the top 3 spot. Koen Middelkoop from the Netherlands and Darren Smith taking up the last positions. Darren's just across the finish line. We have another car with a busted rear wing, car number 6 of Middelkoop. And there it is on screen. So it doesn't seem to be hurting it too much. I mean, in the low speed turns, it's not going to be doing a whole lot. Anyway, it's only at medium to high speeds where it really does something. Maybe in the jumps, the wing helps stability. So it's the timing clock is finished, the official time, but drivers are going to start working through to finish their laps and finish their runs. So this is that angled jump that we were talking about with Mark. So that the timing is a little bit premature. We got Thomas Cross actually finished with 13 laps in this run. So this is heat number 5. We're going to have, of course, heat number 6 next. And that will finish up the two-wheel drive group. Still need 3 drivers to finish. Horman's just finished. Letamaki's just finished in second. Cow's just coming across now. So there we go. So 13 laps for the top 4 racers. That's Kraus, Cows, Letamaki and Hartman. Or should that be Herman, because that's a umlaut. Then it's Kim Nygaard, Higgins, Middlecoop, and Smith. Fastest run in that one, 13 laps in 10:16. So if we have any questions in the chat, I'd like to remind everybody, of course, you are watching RC Racing TV and Control Sport, bringing you live the EFRA RC Motorsport Europe European Championships of large-scale off-road here from Fehring in Austria, not far from Spielberg and Graz. So well south, quite a southernmost bit of Austria almost. We're not far from Slovenia, actually, where we spent the other night in the capital city, which is a very nice city. Would love to go back. If any large-scale tracks or RC tracks exist in Slovenia, contact the folks at EFRA and pitch your track or club for a European Championship. We'd love to visit again. So the coverage is brought to you for free all week long, thanks to RC Fox and rcmodels.co.uk. It's RC Models with a Z or a Z. And if you do purchase something from them, make sure and let them know that RC Racing TV and Control Sport sent you.
To start.
So the next race we are going to have Kevin Vandemort, Peter Hartman, Luke Vandenberg, Mark Consul, Lars Abez, Fabian Ritter, Neil Sivens, Bastian Collerais, and Marco Leitinen. And just to remind you, you can find fresh action photos just dropped, well, not just, during the lunch break that we had. We just uploaded some photos of cars in action around the track, some drivers and their cars in the pits, so you can see some of the various car models that are here. You can challenge yourself to identify the exact make and model and year it was released and all that stuff. Just be an RC nerd and just enjoy some pictures of cars in the pits. So this race is the Group 6. It's the final round, but not the fastest. I think the fastest was the last group of two-wheel drive. Got various makes and models here. And then we're going to go into, I think it's the second fastest. Where's the schedule of, third fastest of four-wheel drive. No, we're in Qualification 2. Yeah, so the second slowest group of four-wheel drive. It gets a little confusing because they move around the way the rules are organized. The races get moved around quite a bit during the qualifying. So the first round, if you're in Group 1, you might be the first on the track in the first round of qualifying, but then in the second round of qualifying, depending on how many groups there are, you might be the second, or you might be the third or fourth, if there's lots and lots. So it's a
Car number 1. If you have any problems, go to the pit, not on the track.
the race director getting a bit shirty with one of the racers. I missed the number. Car number 1, I think. Car number 1's having problems.
Car number 1, here's the problem with the steering.
1 minute to start.
And that's the car number 1 of Kevin Vandemort, or sorry, Van Medevort. He's got looked like his steering was locked all the way to the left, so something has gone very wrong with that car.
Seconds to start.
So you got 30 seconds to go. That's less than a lap.
To the start.
Well, now it's 10 seconds, and it's definitely way less than a lap. And time has started. And they are off. So everyone, well, about half of them across the line to start their first lap. Everyone's checked in, I believe. So all those, the yellow marks at the top right of the screen. Yellow means they have checked in. The number 1 car still having some issues, it seems. Van Medevort still has it crossed the line. And we've got drivers completing their first lap. So we'll let this settle down. We're following car number 5 of Lars Abes. So he's at the moment in the top spot. He's done the fastest lap so far, 46.5. He's on a 13 lap pace. He's just passed his, completed his second lap now. This comes over that awkward jump after the hairpin into the towel section and back up the hill. Not trying to go too fast to make that a double, but is able to get a good line over that. Over the awkward angled jump. Over the slippy steel plate. Down the step and back. Up it. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Down the hill, chasing down the car number 2. One of the midfield runners, Peter Hartman. And over those steel plates again, very slippy. So, but as we heard from Mark, just best to really just stick to the inside line and not try to go take the outside. It's nice to have those option lines, basically. It's, you know, what I would call them, on these tracks. You know, where you can take the much wider line, but it's better traction, so maybe it's going to be quicker. But generally, the racers kind of figure out that it's. Oh, and he's gone over. He's coming over the RC Models bridge. Back up the hill to continue. This is his 6th lap that he's on at the moment. Getting past some lap traffic. Who's that? Is it the car 5? Or no, sorry, car 2, Petter again. Oop, dead car behind him. So that's Petter, and that's Lars behind. These guys aren't too far on. Well, I think Petter's a lap down, the car 2. Yeah, because Lars has just finished his 6th lap.
5 minutes to fly.
All right, let's see if we can find, let's see, car number 8 out there. Keep an eye out. Unless you spot him first. Jude, there he is. He's just about to go under the bridge. It's in the middle there. I think you're already on him. Isn't that great how pretty much all the cars have numbers, and they're massive numbers. It's great. So this is Bastien Collerais. From France. I'm not sure how to pronounce his the last name, sorry, but Bastien is on pace to do 13 laps in 10:16. Gets over the double-double fairly easy. And that left-hand corner, that's a 90-degree corner, but this is also a 90 corner. It's just a faster, flatter corner. Than that one at the top of the hill going onto the RC Fox jump. Then onto the tile section, up that little kicker. And that double seems pretty easy for even the two-wheel drives to do it. And this is the tricky bit. But see, the fast guys, they're able to do it. They're able to get over that second double fairly easily. And he's going for the wide line there. He must be letting... Why is he letting number 3 past? Because... number 3 is actually behind him. It's Luke Vandenberg. Let's catch up with that one car forward, Jude, to the that number 3 car. There he is, going over the RC Fox jump and then down the hill. He's one of these cars that has the spokes either drawn on the wheels. You can see the wheels, they're kind of like, has these lines drawn on them. And so the interesting thing about that is you can see when his tires are actually locking up. Fairly interesting. And yeah, he's able to get that double pretty easily. He likes that inside line, where Bastien was taking the wide line, but I think he was letting Luke pass. So let's see where Luke ends up, because with that pass on Bastien, Luke has just come across and he's taken the top spot at the moment. 13 laps in 10:11, and even after Bastien crosses in second, his pace is 10:18. So he's forecasted to be 7 seconds ahead of Bastien at the end of this race. Remember, they're all on their own clock. They're not racing directly against each other. They started all at different times. So it's a bit like a World Rally sort of stage where they start a couple minutes apart, whereas in this case they start up to 10, maybe even 30 seconds apart, because the lap is 45 seconds. And Luke taking that wide line. We've had Sivens, Leitinen, and Van Vandemort not finish. Vandemort did get one lap on the board, but took him a minute to do that. And we haven't seen him since, unfortunately. So with Luke Vandenberg, we've already followed Bastien. So let's see if we can find car number 4 of Martin Consul, who's presently in the 3rd spot. Car 4, we're already on him. Very good. This is the Marlboro themed car from the Czech Republic, taking that double as a single. And let's see what he does here. Well, he's able to take that double, so I don't know why he didn't take that other one as a double. Seems to be a little bit more twitchy on the steering. But seems to be getting around okay. I mean, he's in 2nd when he crossed the line, so he's on pace for 13 in 10:21. And we'll have a look after. This is still 2-wheel drive, actually. So, yeah, after this one, we'll see where the TQ position is. With the pace that these guys is doing. So these guys are basically chasing down Peter Hartman, who's in this run. His previous TQ in the first round was 13 laps in 10:07. Vandenberg on a 13 laps in 10:09 pace. But Hartman's current run time is expected to be 13 in 10:17. So he's not going to beat Petter's not going to beat his previous qualifying time, but it looks like Vandenberg is probably going to take TQ in this round. So we'll find out. Right, so car 3's already finished. He's got a 13 in 10:09, so I think that's going to be it. The next best time is 20 seconds after that. But Petter, who we were following, no, not this time. We weren't following him this time. Let's see where I think the number 2, no, he's yet to finish. So ignore that, because Petter, in that 3 spot with the car number 2, has just come across, and he's got 13 laps in 10:16. So, yeah, 7 seconds behind Vandenberg. The Dutch racer, 13 in 10:11, actually. So we'll just confirm that. The computer has to think for just a moment. So let's see. Peter Hartman still has the overall, though. Because of... Is that because Vandenberg finished 20th in the first round? 13... no, sorry, my bad. 13 in 10:07 is the best time still. So, excuse me, Vandenberg finished with a 13 in 10:11. So, 4 seconds slower. But he is second. So, in 2-wheel drive, the top several racers are Peter Hartman, Luke Vandenberg, Fabian Ritter, Thomas Kraus, Bastian Kollereis, Martin Consul, Marco Leitinen, Lars Abes, Sasha Kuz, and Krog Kim Nygaard. So Hartman holding on to the TQ for the moment. 2 rounds out of the 4 to count.
5 minutes to start.
And don't forget, you can see photos of racers and their cars and the opening ceremony on the EFRA Facebook page. Feel free to check that out. Search for RC Motorsport Europe. And Jan is asking in the RCTV YouTube chat, where we're paying attention. It's the one place that we're really watching the chat and comments and stuff like that. But is asking, you made an interview with Callum Gunn yesterday. Where can I find this? That is going to be played sometime during the weekend, probably Saturday. And we have interviews with several of the racers here. And Callum, we want to make sure and talk with him because he's from Australia. And he's racing here in Austria. So
4 minutes
either he
start.
booked the wrong flights to countries that starts with AUS, and he just happened to have all of his large-scale racing equipment with him, or he actually planned to be here. What? Not a good joke. No. Anyway, we'll see and hear from Callum Gunn very soon. I mean, not implying later today, but implying over the next couple days. So the next races, going to see a few guys out there. Thomas Ryan, Roger Cows, Kurt Hafliger, Paul Diver, Michael Schultz, Krejcart Ludwig, and Uwe Dombrova. I think one of them ended up not racing. I can't remember. But I think our TQ for two-wheel drive has been picked, at least for rounds 1 and 2. We're at 2:17 local time, so 2:20 is the next group out. Yeah, so this next group is our third of 3. Third group of 3 two-wheel drive racers, but it's our slowest drivers after the controlled practice seating. So we'd like to thank everybody for attending and watching the EFRA Large-Scale Off-Road European Championships here in Fehring in Austria, not far from the Slovenian border and not far from Spielberg, where the Red Bull Ring is located.
1 minute.
And we'd like to thank RC Fox and RC Models for allowing us to bring you this coverage for free all week long. So yesterday we had the opening ceremony. Be sure to check that out. It's always fun to see the racers marching around with their flags and having a bit of fun with everybody. It's a pretty, casual sort of scene here in large scale. It's nice and fun, and that kind of carried over into the opening ceremony as well. And you can see photos of that opening ceremony from, you can see the live stream of it on the EFRA Facebook page. Just search for RC Motorsport Europe. And the photos from the same ceremony are there as well. So the clock has started for these drivers. The Group 4, which is actually the 6th qualifying heat this round. So no one in this group is likely to challenge for the pole position, or TQ I should say, of the round. But you never know. Someone might rocket up the charts. And I think, is this Thomas Reen that we're following? I believe it is. Car number 1. The very low-slung and retro-looking buggy of Thomas Reen. He started his time, but he hasn't crossed the line for his first. He's going very, very slow now. What's wrong with... He just cut the track. Oh, you can hear it on the ambient mic. He's got a very sick-sounding car, and he's cut the track. The referee will not like that, but he is going into the pits. And he's stopped. So that is, unfortunately, that's Thomas's race done. Ludwig hasn't started. Ludwig from the Czechia. So car number 3 is our top one at the moment. We'll find Kurt Hafliger out there on the track somewhere. There's currently only 6 cars racing, so it's should be hopefully easier to find everybody. And the numbers are nice and big for us. He's just crossed the line, and we're already following him. He's got mismatched wheels. Now, somebody earlier in the chat said that spoked wheels make them violently angry towards anything and anyone, and mismatched wheels are what do that for me. He's got solid disc black wheels on the front and white spoked wheels on the back. Now, if this was a drift car, it'd be fine, because that's what the drift cars guys do. They just have mismatched everything anyway. Unless you're like heavily sponsored by a car, by a wheel maker. But yeah, well, we'll follow Kurt around and see if he's able to get past this number 2 of Roger Coos. Not quite able to get up to him to pass. But a lot of times it's, especially in these lower groups, it's just a matter of pressuring the guy that you're behind, and you kind of make him do a mistake, and you don't really have to lunge for a pass or anything like that. So coming over the RC Models bridge, and I mean, you can kind of tell after watching, especially after watching the faster guys who were turn marshalling this race, this particular heat. You kind of tell from the lines and the acceleration, the pace generally. They're not really going to be troubling anyone for the TQ spot, but Roger, who is the car just ahead, I think, is on pace for 12 laps in 10:27. So he's about almost a lap behind Peter Hartman. Uwe Dombrova bumping up, battling with Michael Schultz. They're not far apart on track, but not close enough to really show on the same bit of track. So we've got the car 3 getting past of Hafliger, getting past Coos in that orange, or no, the orange car passing the green car.
5 minutes to drive.
Now this is that tricky corner. Not the corner where the other car crashed, but that corner he's just gone over. Now he successfully made it over that that double. But a lot of these two-wheel drives, especially the ones in the lower qualifiers, aren't able to really. You see how big this track is when we zoom out. I mean, just look how it seems, you know, when we're zoomed in, it looks like it's a kind of a small track maybe, but when you zoom out and get sort of the driver's eye view of what they're actually seeing from the rostrum, you can get a sense of actually how big this track is. And you see the Marshal standing in the middle. We're in the bright orange, that's the Marshal 3 spot. And he's standing in the middle of the track. And there's these other two Marshals, obviously, they're a bit closer. It's not that they're taller or larger. They're roughly the same size people. It's not a... I can't remember the name of the show now. Not Father Brown. But hopefully you understand what I mean. Someone far away looking smaller. There's that weird off-camber corner where you can take the inside line, but you end up taking it's not really a jump that's provides a stable landing. If you go wider, it's much more. I think it's nice to have tricky corners like that, because especially on a battle like say a first lap or something like that, you're going to have drivers that are going to try the inside line and end up landing weird on top of other cars and just chancing it and hope they end up on the wheels and everyone gets away okay. So that corner is going to be very, very tricky. Now the corner I'm talking about is not that one, although that is a tricky one. This jump is a bit weird, but it's this off-camber corner right there that the number 4 car has just gone over. This is Paul Diver that we're following. Thomas Ryan is definitely pulled in. Ludwig, unfortunately, never started. Oh. All getting upside down there. So hopefully that gives you a good idea of the size of the track and the various undulations and stuff like that. It's, you know, it's a tricky track. It's deceptively tricky because you think, oh, it doesn't have as many jumps as, say, the Barcelos track in Portugal did. And the elevation changes are not as extreme. You know, they're gradual elevation changes as you come down the hill and up the hill. Whereas in Barcelos, it was more left and right rather than forward and backwards, you know, as far as the track layout from the drivers. And, you know, it's a deceptively tricky track, I think. And probably really good for 1/8. For large scale, I think these guys are getting used to it, so they're making those doubles, a lot of them. I mean, that's the slow line around that section. This is very much the slow line. There you go, getting the double there, Paul. All right, so let's see. There's a minute left in this one. Let's see if I can find another car to follow. How about this one that's about to go over the bridge now, Jude? It's the Joker car. He's got... you don't find very many themed, like movie-themed cars at European Championship events. And this one is based on the Heath Ledger Joker. A little bit too far ahead there, Jude. He's got customized airbrushed design. It says, "Why so serious?" So, and like lots of little bats and stuff like that. He has another body shell that is that's a Batman themed one with bats and stuff all over it. This one has a checkerboard, sort of a harlequin, as in Harley Quinn, you know, from the movies. Yeah, so we got a Joker themed body shell. And if we can get Alfie Jack Showcock back out on the track, you'll see a Sonic the Hedgehog themed body shell. And of course the short course bodies have a lot more real estate to play around with paint schemes and character figures and stuff like that. So this is Michael Schultz. He may not actually be finished, is he? Yes, he is finished. So he should have kind of turned into the pits there, but that's all right. They kind of allow, the referees kind of allow the racers to get an extra lap in, generally. It looks like it just has way too much steering, the Joker. So don't mind those results. There's a couple of drivers still yet to finish. I think it's number 7, who's currently listed in second. He's going to finish second anyway. Dombrova. So yeah, he finished with 12 laps in 10:37. So that was Haflinger, Dombrova, and Kuz finishing top 3 with 12, 12, and 11 laps respectively. And then Michael Schultz and Paul Diver with 11 and 10. Thomas Ryan not finishing that one. Not sure what happened to his car. He pulled right into the pits, so he felt immediately that there was something wrong on, well, as soon as he started, really. So he had his warm-up laps, probably 2 or 3 warm-up laps, and then just stopped. We don't know why. So, speaking of Callum Gunn, we've got him, the Australian, is out on the track next. And then we've got Anthony Morat from France, Tobias Grollo from Germany, Palle Hornum from Denmark, also from Germany, Dennis Zimmerman, and then from Denmark again, we have Ole Klinge, and then from Germany again, we have Frank Haler. So this is the first heat in this round of four-wheel drive. However, it's not the slowest guys. It's the second slowest group of guys. Right. So I hope everyone is sticking around. I know we have several dozen of you watching on the stream live. Thank you very much for being part of our show today.
5 minutes to start.
And if you have any questions that you'd like us to ask some of the top guys, whether they are able to pop in. I know Dario had some problems. Dario Vaselli, 3-time champion in this class, four-wheel drive, and 1 time in two-wheel drive. He had some engine problems, a bit like he did in touring car last week in Fiorano, Italy. So he had to stop out on track, but the engine did get going again, and he was able to finish his run. But obviously, like we were talking to Mark Kreisig, these guys like to have, put a couple of bankers in, at least 1 or 2, because you never know what can happen. We saw Ian Audi in short course stop in his first race with a broken throttle servo. Said everything had been running fine all week long, and suddenly, when it counts, he's not able to finish his qualifier. So he was already kind of on the back foot, but was able to TQ this second round. So we will have. I mean, he's looking pretty strong, Ian, for the short course pole position, but we'll see what happens. Maybe Kreisig or maybe someone else is able to leap up there. The Team GB guys are actually looking. They've stacked the short course group, so there might be Jack. I think Keeley is another one who's looking strong in that one. Of course, he broke down in the first round, and he was able to. I think he finished second overall. We can check that actually. We've got the MyRCM timing. If you click through, and there's 3 different results pages that you have to kind of look at, basically, one for two-wheel drive, 1 for short course, and 1 for four-wheel drive. So in short course, we've got Ian Audi out in front with a with a 0 because the closer, it's a bit like golf, the way the points are totaled for qualifying. So he finished on top, so he has a 0. But in the first round, he finished 26th out of the 3 groups of racers. So I think he almost finished dead last. But no matter, he finished his second qualifying run way faster than Fabien Morat. So they both have a 0 technically, but the tiebreaker is Ian's faster time, I believe. His faster qualifying. Yes, that's his faster qualifying time. And if you go on the MyRCM page, you can see the models, or the model of truck that everybody's running. So he's running a Losi 5T. Jack Keatley is the other racer who's looking strong. He's running a Losi 5T. Matthew Stokes running an MCD. Taylor Letchford running an Elcon Trucks with 2 X's. Kreisig is running, Mr. RC Fox is running an NCD W5 SCT Max. Matt Buxton is running a 30 Degree North, which I've seen the name. I didn't realize it's actually a car brand. So you can see there's quite a mix, actually, a lot more than I thought. 2 styles of body shell, and the difficult thing with it's one thing with buggies where you can with buggies you can see kind of the rear shock mount or the front shock mount or the wing mount maybe, or even the wing, and you can tell what brand of car it is right away. But with the short course trucks, you see basically disc wheels that are all the same across all the different cars, you know, especially from this distance. From 50 meters away or whatever, and then 1 of 2 different body shell types. So it's really hard to tell what they are unless we have a list. Luckily, the MyRCM page does have a list of the models that they're running. And in 2-wheel drive, let's just refresh this one. I think it's still Peter Hartman who's going to be owning the top spots with the. He's got a 0 and a 3 to back it up. So, yes, so it's Hartman, Vandenberg, Ritter, Kraus, Colerace, Consel, Leitinen, Abbas, Kuz, and Kim Nygaard. I think I read that off earlier, but it's fine. So, in 4-wheel drive, some of the expected names haven't kicked this off as the clock has started for these guys. So, Valentin Puziat, who is a previous European champion back in 2013. Sven Roldewald is second at the moment. Patrick Sveinser is third, and he's a former champion in 4-wheel drive and 2-wheel drive. So is Dario Vaselli, who is in 5th. Between them is Mayo Bucher, or Boucher, probably. I don't know, he's French. Tim van der Elst is in 6th from Belgium. Wesley Van Hellman from the Netherlands is 7th. Jarno Sultanen and Roman Voltaire round off the top. Sorry, that's 8 and 9. And then 10th is Callum Gunn, who's in this run. So, with all that out of the way. Now, we watched Callan earlier. I'm not sure if he picked up a lap during the race, but he seemed to have lost a lap. But he's the car 1. I think we're probably on him already. There he is, yes. Excellent work, Jude. Thank you very much. So Callan has crossed the line. His first lap is a 44.5. And he's, well, the forecast is meaningless at the moment, but we'll see that will get firmed up as the race goes on. But after only 1 lap, it's kind of hard to actually trust what the forecast says for the computer. So Callan coming around that infield section as that diagonal jump, taking the double, coming over the RC Models bridge, and over that steel plating. It's very, very, very slick. Down the step and then back up it, not going too great around over that. And then nice flat landing. Down the pit straight. So that was a 44.5 second lap. Tobias Growler just had a terrible lap time of 102. So he's dropped down already. He was running ahead of Callan. I'm sure Callan, probably studied this track obsessively by watching many, many hours of qualifying and finals from previous RC Racing TV trips. Our first one that we did here was actually with young Matt, who's sat to my right somewhere. That was in 2010 when Ian Audi won the championships for two-wheel drive. And yeah, Matt has fond remembrances of that, doesn't he? I'm sure he does. He's just, yeah, got a tiny thumbs up. He's like a Marine, Matt. Just this tiniest smile. Good launch over that double, coming over the RC Models Bridge. Not taking that as a... That's interesting. We saw a bunch of racers taking that as a single, then a double. Okay, now we're following the car 2 of Anthony Morat. Coming over that slick ironworks. Down, that is a very deep step, let me tell you. We'll measure it at the end of the day. Or maybe when we do the track walk, we'll bring a little measuring stick. We'll measure that step down and step up. It is a lot deeper than you think. The camera and the camera work are great, but it doesn't tell you how deep that thing is. Because when we're watching these cars on screen, it just looks like an 8-scale buggy. But when you actually see them get picked up by one of the marshals, you go, it's about 3 times bigger than an 8-scale buggy. Maybe not 3 times, at least almost twice as big, at least. I mean, you get a sense from they're not 1/4, into the Armco almost. You're right, that number 2 of Anthony Morat. So that's a slow start to the lap. Let's see. Let's follow one of the Danish or German racers. It's either the 4 or the 3 of Palle or Tobias. The 4 or the 3. They're both going. One of them is about to go across. There's 4, and the 3 is behind him on track. So this is the car 4 of Palle Hornum. Coming over that diagonal jump. And yeah, clearing that double just fine. Now he's with the orange and then just brand new white wheels. It just looks like an 8-scale buggy, but it's what really gives it away is the cage. One of the marshals getting yelled at for trying to repair one of the cars on track, which you're not allowed to do. So there's a car that was attempted to get fixed. It's car 2. And turn him around. That was Anthony Morat, who I think we were following earlier. He comes out of the pits. He goes over the RC Fox jump, which, as we said with Mark Kreisig earlier, of RC Fox, was that used to be a big double, and you had to clear it. You had to have the speed to clear it properly. So it is a lot easier, that section now. So if you've got a bad run out of that tight left corner where the pit exit is, you might not be able to clear it. or if you're battling with somebody, you might get, looped around in midair and end up in a bad somersaulty sort of crash. You definitely don't want. But now it's a tabletop, you can take it at a slow speed if you have to, or just try and clear it like these guys are. Obviously, four-wheel drive, a lot better initial acceleration. So the Callum Gunn on, wow, we were following him, weren't we? So he is broken out after 3 laps. And so is the car number 3 of Tobias Grollo. So I'm wary of trying to follow anyone else. Giving everybody the commentator's curse. See who these two, this bright green car is, about to come over the bridge. Car 6 of our leader, one of our leaders actually, Ole Klinge from Denmark. Stick with the green car. 3 car of Tobias back out there, so he's fast, but he's several laps down, so he's not going to make up any time. So it's almost a sense of save your tires and or engine, maybe. All you're going to do is potentially brake. You see Klinge trying to get past Grollo. Klinge running in second at the moment, and Grollo running second to last. And now he's getting tied up with everybody. That's the car 2 that they were getting all mixed up with, Morat. Morat and Grollo were close together on the time at 5th and 6th position. I suppose the only reason that Grollo would, well, 2 reasons. 1, pride. 2, maybe this is a backup tiebreaker to get 9 laps or 10 laps when you really want to be getting 13 or 14 or even 15 for four-wheel drive. So we're still with Klinge running in second. I think we've already followed the number 4 for a little bit, which I think was the orange car. Yeah. So hopefully that number 3 doesn't slow down Klinge, because but I don't hear any referees calls telling him to stay apart. You hear a lot of work together, but for some of these drivers, there we go. Now, see, one mistake leads to another. As one of my former race directors used to say, monkey see, monkey do, especially in RC racing. Your eye gets distracted and you take away. Now he's really stuck. So Tobias really not helping there. That's cost Ole quite a bit of time. Palle Hornum looks like he's going to certainly finish on the top of this heat with 13 laps in 10:04. It's nearly 2 laps behind Pouziat. Zimmerman yet to finish. He's probably going to finish on 13 laps anyway. And looks like Klinge will as well. 13 laps in 10:19. So those results popping up a little bit sooner than they ought to. And that was Group 8 of Round 2 of qualifying for four-wheel drive. Next one out will be, anyone want to guess, will be Group 9. So you're watching RC Racing TV and Control Sport, bringing you the EFRA RC Motorsport European Championships of large-scale off-road in short course, truck, two-wheel drive buggy, and four-wheel drive buggy, which is the class that we're on into now. Live from Fehring in southern Austria, not far from Slovenia. And it's brought to you for free from RC Fox and rcmodels.co.uk. So thank you very much for everyone watching. Thank you to our sponsors and to EFRA for organizing this event for us. Happy to be here. And we hope you are happy to be watching. So thank you very much. You're following us on the EFRA Facebook page or EFRA YouTube channel, on Red RC's YouTube channel, or on RC Racing TV Facebook page, or the RCTV YouTube channel, which is where we've got several people in the chat.
5 minutes to start.
Quite a lot of people watching. So I hope you're enjoying the show. If you want to see photos of on-track action and the pits and the opening ceremony from yesterday and even the live stream from yesterday, you can't beat the opening ceremony. So you can't miss the opening ceremony. It's actually live. It was live stream on the EFRA Facebook page yesterday. And we talked to a bunch of the racers and saw all of the racers and the mechanics and the team managers and everyone carrying flags and their home federation matching shirts. It's all quite a nice little spectacle. So quite a lot of fun. We do enjoy it. And that was on the live streamed on the EFRA Facebook page. You can go back there and watch it. Just pop on there and just scroll down or swipe down so you can see where everything happened yesterday. So we're going to have some little video bits. I think we're planning to do a track walk. We've got interviews that are being edited. You can follow us, follow EFRA on TikTok, RCXme. In other words, RC and me on TikTok, where we'll be posting some cool little video snippets and videos of the action and stuff like that. It's all good fun. All just meant to bring the world of RC racing to the masses.
3 minutes to start. The track is open.
So this next race is Group 9. After this, there will be 2 more. There will be Group 10, which is the faster guys. These are the second fastest guys. So the fastest guys are in the next group of racing. So in about 20 minutes time they'll be on the track. And then it'll be group 7 well, it's confusing. It's the slowest group of four-wheel drive racers. And then we go straight into qualifying round 3. So there's no break between round 2 and round 3. We've already had a lunch break, which was after round 1. So we just go straight in. And we'd like to welcome, if hopefully everyone at Alfie Jack's school is still online and watching and listening. We'd like to welcome everyone from Harper Hill Junior School to join us at about 3:18 p.m. today. It's not far now. And hopefully Alfie Jack will be on the track so we can watch him zip around the track with his Sonic the Hedgehog themed short course truck.
1 minute to start.
So about 1 minute before the racing clock starts. We haven't had Martin Kraus cross the line yet. Or no, he just has. Okay. So it looks like everyone is actually going to start this one. It's good. And we've got Tarha, Pekko's mom, cheering for Jarno and Essa. So Tarha, maybe you can tell it, maybe like, I don't know how, if you can type out how we pronounce Essa's last name, that would be amazing, because we've got Mylllymaa, which is tricky for someone who's not familiar with Finnish, with the Finnish language. But we do have two Finns in this one, Jarno Sultanen and Essa Mylllymaa? I'm not sure. I'd love to know how to pronounce that. So the first racers are crossing the line to start their first laps. Van Hellman and Sultanen. And I believe we're with Martin Kraus, the car number 1, going over the double. These four-wheel drive cars able to make that double pretty easily. Over the RC Models Bridge, around that slick ironwork track section. Big step down and straight back up it. It's like a cliff face, that thing. Very tight left-hand corner there. Very fast into this. Over the RC Fox jump. Coming downhill. It looks like everyone but Trotman has finished their first lap, or started their first lap. Tricky diagonal jump of the infield. Oop, little weird bobble there. Just landing the back end on the top edge of the down ramp jump. So we had everyone check in, but Kraybaum and Trotman haven't crossed the line to finish their first line. Oh, and Tara replying, "It's hard to type. Please find someone from Finland to teach you." Well, you're from Finland! Actually, can you message Pekko to pop his head in so we can have a chat with him? I'm sure it'd be... Oh, there goes Kraus. Over. All right, let's leave Kraus alone. Let's see if we can find Jarno Siltanen in the car number 6 to help Tarha convince Pekko to tell Pekko to come in and have a chat with us on the stream. So you can tell the Finnish racers by that white flag with the blue cross on it. What I love about these old school flags is that the Scottish flag is just the same colors reversed, and then instead of a cross, it's an X, which in some cultures is still a cross, but it's it's an X. But that's Scotland, and this is Finland. They're two completely different flags, two completely different countries. It's great. So this is Jarno. Jarno, I'm more familiar with Jarno Trulli, I believe, an Italian from Formula One. Yeah, because he has a vineyard in Italy, doesn't he? Jarno going around the paving bricks, variously called the kitchen floor or the patio decking or whatever. Coming over the RC Models Bridge and over this double-double. No, taking it pretty easy on that second set. And down the pit straight. So, let's see who... Oh, Ken Valkiers. Car number 3. He crashed out in the first round. Are we on him already? There we are. There's Ken. Great stuff, Jude. Over the RC Fox jump. And over that tricky off-camber turn. I mean, it's a very off-camber turn. It's an off-camber jump. Really. And here's kind of another. This is a tricky one that catches a lot of the lower racers out. These guys, it shouldn't be that much of a problem. Doesn't seem to be, especially when in four-wheel drive. He's double that one. Hard braking into that hairpin. You can see the dark line is where the rubber is being laid down from the car tires. So that's going to be a higher and higher traction corner. So traction and grip will be changing over the course of the week. Not on this section though. I mean that iron grating is just slick. There's nothing that you can do about it. And that turn there is quite going to be high grip. A couple of different lines that people are taking around it. Some are going tight and slow, and some are taking the wide line, like Wesley Van Hellman likes to take. We were watching him in the first group, in his first qualifying run, I should say. Yep, Brian, the Scottish flag is the Cross of St. Andrews, the golf course, which St. Andrews learned how to golf on. I'm kidding, of course. I'm not sure what the Finnish flag is called. I'm sure it's a cross of something, or someone. Okay, so that was Ken Valkiers, former two-wheel drive off-road champion, way back in 2015. Well, it's only 7 years ago, but you know, it was a while back. So this is the car 4, I believe, yes, of Dan Kribbaum from the Netherlands. Quite a good contingent of Dutch racers here. We saw a bit of the Orange Army yesterday. So comes over the RC Fox jump and down the hill and into that hard braking turn. The hairpin. You see the rubber building up. And they're not doing a massive amount of maintenance on the track. They're letting it degrade sort of naturally and develop these potholes and things like that where cars are crashing and you know, tearing up the jumps and stuff. They're not repairing it because these cars can withstand quite a good amount of damage, to be honest. But obviously that's down to the EFRA rulebook, whether you know, how much things get repaired. Maybe there was some sweeping that was happening this morning, we're told. So you can come offline a bit, but obviously as the day goes on, there's more and more dust gets put just off the racing line. And during the day, there's no track maintenance that happens, much less truck repairs. And by repairs, I mean literally filling in the potholes and stuff like that. They're just letting the cars tear up the ground as they do. So Kribbaum coming under the bridge and up the tiled slope. He's got the car 6 of Jarno behind him. Very fast, very tight left-hand turn there. It's tricky. We've seen some cars. No one's grip rolling yet, so that's when we know the grip has really started to come up, and that might start happening tomorrow. But it remains to be seen. We're also expecting possibly some rain on Saturday, or at the very least, maybe a lightning storm, which may bring showers and stuff. We don't have a lot of high mountains that are just around us, but there's lots of hills. So this is the second, little mistake there. This is the second fastest heat of racers in four-wheel drive. There's 4 total heats. There's 4 heats of four-wheel drive, 3 of short course, and 3 of two-wheel drive. So we're on for her last lap, we're on Melanie Trotman from Switzerland. That is a sizable hit. One or both of those cars may be broken. Seems like they're okay. Yeah, that's not a place to get a end over end bouncing crash.
Finish 1, finish 2.
So everyone but Melanie has finished that one. Connie Svensson having to stop before the finish.
Finish 5. Time is
So,
over. Race finish.
top 3, Wesley Van Hellman, Ken Valkiers, and Jarno Siltanen. With Essa, Martin Kraus, and Dan Grabbaum in 4th, 5th, and 6th. So the next heat is the fastest heat of four-wheel drive. We'll see what these guys can do. Names like Vaseli, obviously. Pekka Ivanen. Tarha's joined the stream just at the right time. So let's see what these guys need to do to challenge for the top spot. They need to, let's see, Puziat's first run was 15 laps in 10:36.6. So we've got a few racers in this one who are going to look or try to beat that time. Patrick Sveinser, 2-time European champion. Dario Vaseli, 4-time European champion. Leo Bucher, or Boucher. Pekko Ivanen, the reigning four-wheel drive European champion. Romain Walter, Sven Rodewald, Tim van der Elst, Ferry Fernie, and Valentin Puziat. So things conspired in the first run for Puziat to take the first round TQ. But if Sveinser, Vaseli, and Pekko can keep things rubber side down, I think we're going to be seeing for sure a change in the TQ. Not sure what happened to Pekko in the first run. Dario said he had a mystery engine problem. Schweinzer, let's see where he is sitting at the moment. I think third. Yes. Rodewald is sitting second at the moment. So, of course, they're going to want to go better. Rodewald is at 15 and 10:38. And Schweinzer has a 15 and 10:39. So not far from the 10-minute 36 of Valentin Pouziat. But I dare say we're going to see better times from probably Dario and probably Pecco. This track is quite familiar with a lot of these large scale guys, although it has changed, and at least first impressions for the large scale guys was that they weren't too impressed with it, to be honest, because it seems they've moved the jumps so that they're more suitable for 1/8 scale. But 8 scale is very, very, very popular. So it it makes sense if that's what the local racers want to do. But weirdly, we have actually seen 10th scale buggy racing on this track, which is absolutely bizarre. I think the track, the jumps were completely different. I think I remember metal jumps. Because obviously, being a large scale, to have things last without having to rebuild jumps constantly. So let's see. I think that's the number 2 car is Dario. He is out there. Yes. Yep. Number 1 is Schweitzer. Haven't seen him come across just yet. Pecco's definitely out there. I see the green car with the white wheels and the Finnish flag on the wing. So I haven't seen Schweitzer yet. Oh, there he is in the bright yellow and orange. So when we do get going, they haven't started their clocks yet, so plenty of time. These guys are just warming up. But when we do get going, following cars, we'll follow the number 2 first of Dario Vaselli. And just make sure he's going on his way okay. And then we'll move on to some of the other racers, like Pecco and Schweitzer. Obviously, Dario had a low lap count last time because of his engine issues. Pecco, I think his wheel came off. Saw his car stranded in the middle next to the marshal that's in the middle of all the jumps. That's position 3. And I think that the spread, usually there's a danger corner on a lot of tracks. And I've seen plenty of broken cars by that marshal point 3. Not this particular marshal. It's not his fault or anything. It's just that's where there's a lot of corners there where cars can tend to flip over and do whatever they do when they flip over, which is usually sometimes break. Tarha says Pecco had a problem with one tire and the whole thing melted. Wow. That's what happens with large scale. It's a bit like full-size cars. The bigger you go, the bigger the problems are. If you have a problem with your full-size car, suddenly, major problems. Tom's RC Blah is asking, why are a lot of the top drivers running the 160mm wheel instead of the 180mm wheel? I have no idea. I'll have to ask the next top driver that pops her head into the commentary booth, because I hadn't even thought about the size of the tires. Are you referring to the size of the wheel, and the 180 being a lower sidewall? That's kind of what it sounds like. I'm not really sure. So let's find the number 2, Jude. It shouldn't be too hard to find. He's multicolor. I think he's... No, that's the 9. He hasn't crossed the line yet. Or I think he started his... Where's Dario? Is Dario having another nightmare? I don't see Dario out there. Time has started. They're a minute down. Sven's crossed. Let's pick up the car 6. He's currently in the lead. He's one of our top dudes. Dario still hasn't crossed the line. Vaselli's number showing in black, that number 2 at the top right of the screen. Has he had another nightmare? I mean, for his sake, I hope not. And for our sake, we'd like to see a good battle for the top positions here. So we're on Sven Rodewald. Dario's car looks very similar to this, but more orange than yellow. Similar to his touring car scheme. As Sven coming into that hard braking corner over the off-camber turn under the RC Models bridge and up the tiles towards the little kicker over that double. It's no problem at all for the four-wheel drives. Over the diagonal jump, over the double there, over the RC Models bridge, around that slick section, down the big step, up the big step, and then a double-double to finish off the lap with a hairpin. And he's still in the top spot. That was a 42.2 second lap. This comes over the RC Fox jump. Dario has not started. He's 2 laps down. So this is not great, to put it mildly. He had a low lap count in the first run, and I'll look up what that was. He certainly didn't have a good run. He did finish 5th overall in the first round with 14 laps in 10:02, but he could have done at least a lap better than that, I'm sure. The MCD car is no slouch, and Dario himself, as I said, is a 3-time world champion in this class. So whatever has happened to him, that's what I wouldn't say that 14 lap is a banker, but it's something at least. So if he hasn't started this one, I think he's just crossed, yes, 2-minute lap time. Now, he's still on 0 laps, but he has crossed, I think. So he started 2 minutes late. Is that what that means? That's Dario there on screen. So I think this is just going to be a testing run for him, because he's going to... sorry, is that Dario on screen? Looks like a 2. It is a 2. Yeah. So we'll stick with Dario, and I mean, there's not going to be a whole lot we can diagnose with his engine woes, just from watching on screen. But he's let that's Patrick Schweitzer, who's running 8th at the moment. He's not doing too hot himself, but he's let Patrick go past. So obviously Dario, he's a good racer, professional racer. He's not going to hold up racers who are on a better run just because he's trying to get some laps in. We'll try at some point to get a word, just a snippet, not an interview. I don't think he's... I was hoping we would be able to have him come in and have a chat, but I don't think that's going to be likely today. He's under probably a little too much stress to try and sort things out. His father wasn't here yesterday. His father's his main engine mechanic, but he is here today. So as you watch Dario come down the hill, we got Schweitzer, and I can't tell what car that is. That's car number 6 of Rodewald ahead. Rodewald's still in the lead. Schweitzer running in 7th, 8th now. Pecco in the car 4. Let's find that green car with the white wheels and the Finnish flag. Is that him already? Nope. He's coming down. He's at the hairpin now, about to go under the bridge. It's Pecco. There he is. Hard braking in that tile turn. This is Pekka Ivanen from Finland. Goes over the double-double. And high up on that banking to get a good shot across the line. Over the RC Fox jump. You see the black line forming over that off-camber hump there as well. Taking the dumbbells pretty easily over the RC Models bridge. Singling those jumps for just before the step and easily double-doubles the last couple of jumps on the lap. Whoa, a little bicycling action there. I think that was tapping the inside barrier rather than grip rolling or hitting a pothole or anything like that. We are going to see potholes and such develop on this track. We've already seen some of the racing. Oh, old champion's roll there, landing on his wheels. So Fehring leaping up into third place. Vasily still in last. Everyone else still running, but the expected names, Ivanen, Schweitzer, and Vasily. Ivanen just leapt up into top position now from 8th with a 42.4 second lap. Boucher with a 41.4. So Pecco expected to hit 15 laps in 10:22. Wow. Which is, yeah, a lot faster than Puziat. So let's stick with Pecco here. Obviously, having his mother watch from Finland, doing him a world of good, bringing good luck. So BJ in the chat asking about, does anyone race the HPI Baja? Unfortunately, no. I believe it's a much longer wheelbase than is used for the two-wheel drive classes. Or two-wheel drive class, I should say. Although it's quite fun and still a pretty good car. It's just considered a bit too big to be raced in with these machines. Pecco going over RC Fox jump. There's 1 minute left. So there's this lap and maybe one more if Pecco is able to keep it shiny side up. We're going to stick with Pecco because he might be able to steal, or it looks like he's on pace to steal the round TQ. Around the slick iron grading section. Taking that as a single, and then a double, and a double, and is he going to, yep, he's going to get another lap. He's not finished, so, yeah, that's, might be able to get another one, because that was, he finished in 9:01, still on pace for 15:10:25, so slightly slower pace than the computer was saying earlier. So, ooh, okay, no, it's all right. Keep it going forward. So this lap, obviously, plus another one. Time has stopped, but everyone is on their own individual 10-minute clock.
Finish car 7.
So he might not finish, or he shouldn't finish here. No.
Finish 8.
No, that was someone else that was caught. So not car, he's car 4. Comes under the RC Models bridge. Everyone else is finished. I think he's going to be the last one to finish. So on the screen he's showing as second, but he's going to finish on the top spot, I believe. Ignore this timing results that have come up just now. Unfortunately, it's covering all the action on screen. So he's coming over the double-double, last double, and then the finish line. So that is 15 and 10:27. That is 9 seconds faster than Puziat. So it's a change in TQ. So good job, Pecco. 15 in 10:27.
Time is over. Race finished.
So that's round 2 change of TQ, just like for short course, where we had Morat overtaken by Audi by many seconds, by 13 seconds. In two-wheel drive, Petter Hartman has kept the overall TQ there, but Ivanen sweeping away the four-wheel drive TQ. So very good. And as Taha is saying, great job, Pecco. Now send him a message and have him come up to the timing, the commentary hut when he's done marshalling. So the next group is let's see, group 7, which is going to be our slowest racers, and the last of round 2. So obviously they're not going to bother challenging for the top spot. So we're just going to check the official. Okay, it's not updated yet. Or is that four-wheel drive? Yes. Hang on. Is...
Five minutes to start.
Just checking the official overall ranking list for quali, for four-wheel drive. Puziat is still showing as top because he finished 5th in that heat and top in the first round. So he's got a total points of 5, so it's a 0 and a 5. Pecco is showing as a 0 and a 24. So it's still good. Obviously, he's gone fastest in the round, and that will certainly once we get the third round, we'll start to see a more true as the rounds carry on. I should say, we'll see a more true representation of what's happening, because at the moment it's going on just the total of both rounds that have been completed so far. After the third round, then the computer starts to drop the worst run. So, for example, if Pecco were to finish first or second, he'd finish in the third round of qualifying, which is coming up immediately after this next race. There's no break. It just carries on straight into the third round. Pecco will have either a 0 or a 1, say, if he finishes first or second overall in the third round. Even if he finishes, say, behind Dario, he might, and Schweitzer and Rodewald, these other guys who are doing quite well at the moment, he might finish. He's going to be right up there. He's going to be top 5 at least, I'm sure, probably. So he's going to be riding pretty high at the moment. So 3 minutes before the time starts for the next group. The track is just opened, and we'll see them out on the track going up the hill towards the RC Fox jump. Yep. Apologies for that. We're just tweaking some of the sound settings. I'm fixing things and Matt's breaking things. So there you go. There's your runners and riders in this heat, which is the final heat of round 2 of qualifying. And like I said, immediately after this one, there's no break. We just carry on straight into round 3. So, in case you're just listening and not watching, that is Visa Sarja, Michael Thompson, Boris Lass, Christian Paul Benstrup Williams, Kristen Scheimski, Leon Satchel, and Peter Schmidt. So we have Finland, Denmark, Germany, UK, and Germany. In that order. And thanks to the beauty of computerized timing, we're running only 35 seconds behind schedule. Good stuff. Seems we have a visitor. Our second visitor of the day. Got Mr. Matt Buxton here representing Team GB. You can have a seat. That's fine. I'll stay seated. So how are things going for you, Matt?
Yeah, it's going really well actually. We had a really good couple of days practice to start off with, and now into the quali, it's still going nicely. So
yeah, that's very good.
Pretty happy, to be honest.
We noticed you were at you were in Fiorano.
Yes.
I think you were running the half red and half white car with the Union flag on top. Is that right?
That's the one.
Yeah.
Yep, the RS5.
The very confusing one, I must say, because you're going that way down the track in your white car. You're coming this way back on the track, and you're suddenly a red car.
That was the idea.
To make it very hard for the referees and the commentators to keep track of what's happening.
Hopefully the other competitors too.
So I don't know which car is following me. How do I have 2 cars following me? This is amazing. I'm very disconcerted. Discombobulated, I meant. And concerned. But anyway, you know what I mean. So how are things going here for Team GB?
The team's all doing really well.
Yeah.
No major issues to speak of for anybody.
good.
So yeah, that's a good thing. The guys are all helping each other out and putting in some good times. We've got guys at the top in most of the classes by the looks of it. So
Yeah. Obviously Ian up there, and we expected him to do, fantastic things in the first round, and then his throttle servo.
Yeah, he had a
throttle
throttle servo that burnt out, so
Right.
a bit of bad luck, but
Yeah.
nothing lost. I think he's going to claw that back in the next couple of qualies.
Yeah, we think so. I mean, we just saw Pekka Ivanen take the top of the round for four-wheel drive. Obviously, it's not officially over, but it's essentially over. But he's officially, overall, he's 24th because he had finished 24th, but then he has a 0. But in the next round, we expect him to be probably top 5, top 3 maybe for round 3, which is coming up right after this run. His mother is watching, so cheering him on from the chat, and so it'll be interesting to see where he ends up. Obviously, a former European champion. Ian himself, former European champion. I think we've had some other. Who else was? Is Ian the only one? No, we have Matt. Is it Matt Perry?
Matt's not with us. We've got Matt Stokes with us here today.
Right. Well, I mean Perry. He was
previous
2017
champion, yeah.
European champion from UK. So, it's fairly well represented, and like you say, there's British racers from across all the classes. Apart from Ian, who we, I hate to say it, we kind of expect him to do quite well in short course, but who else is, would you say, is looking strong?
From the UK team, we've got obviously Taylor Letchford. He's always up there over in the nationals in the UK, sort of. So he's going to be one to watch over here, and Jack Keatley as well.
Right, yeah. running the
All
grey bad boy.
The grey bad boy Lozzie, yeah. Another driver that's going to be up the front battling. It's going to be a tough final. It's going to be a really tough final.
It'll be
it's
interesting
going to be
as
close.
well.
Without any unfortunate breakdowns, we should have some good racing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hopefully the track sticks together and it doesn't. Hopefully, we don't get any showers as well, because obviously these slick surfaces are going to get very, very, very slick on top of everything else. Because I think the last time we checked our forecast, we were looking at. That's an interesting way to get around the corner. Wow. Anyway, the last time we checked the forecast. The last time we checked the forecast was lightning storms, possibly.
Thunderstorms for Saturday, yeah.
Yeah, which we have seen before. The last time I think I was here, we were having lightning storms and power cuts and all sorts of great and wonderful things when you're surrounded by electrical equipment and a metal box.
It'll definitely be interesting if it's a wet one in the finals. We've got a few rain masters out there, I think.
Yeah. So it should prove to be quite interesting. I think I don't suppose many of the other countries that are here as teams have as much experience in the wet, but then most of the UK wet weather experience is on AstroTurf.
It's all Astro for us, really. Yeah, so it's going to change it up if it happens for sure.
Yeah.
Having just about got used to the track now, it's been a bit of a challenge.
Well, how much of a difference was it? I think there's a few other guys here. I mean, not just Dario, but Sven Rodewald and a few other racers who were in Fiorano with us last week and are here as well. What sort of a mentality is it to change from doing no jumps, super high traction tarmac, to big jumps and still sort of almost not quite as fast, I would say. I don't think, but what kind of change mentally is it to go from high-speed touring car to this with all the jumps and everything?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's chalk and cheese. Last week, you had to be on every single point of every part of the line to be spot on. It's probably a little bit more forgiving out there. The lines are quite hard to find as it is.
Yeah.
Mentality-wise, I mean, you're trying to make the car survive out there with the bumps that we've got this week. Whereas last time over in Italy, you just had to be on point.
Yeah.
It is different.
Is it? Was there any break, like mentally, in the track in Italy? Like when you're going down the straight, as long as you're pointing straight and you're going generally towards the first corner, could you just go, okay, and then get back to it? Is there any break from the mental?
Wow, no, I mean over there,
the black stuff sort of thing.
If you knew if you were going a little bit offline, then you had to really back it off and take it easy. As soon as you that racing line was probably a half a meter wide, if that.
Yeah.
A bit of a breather. Probably just going down the main straight. The rest of it, you were pretty much on it all the time.
Yeah. Well, we had. I don't know if you've been able to watch back the finals day. We had a big production for the finals day. We had Martin Lissau, obviously former European champion former world champion, but never a European, I think he said. And he was saying that he didn't really like the Fiorano track because every corner had a specific place where you had to put the car.
Yep.
And especially when you're going over the paint, which Matteo told us was grippy paint, basically. You had to really keep the inside wheels of your car on that paint. Otherwise, you just go out wide.
Yeah.
On most of the corners. But here, do you get any sort of mental break or anything? Or, I mean, I know there's jumps and stuff like that. You have to, control your throttle finger and stuff like that constantly.
The run around the outside here, obviously they've changed the track quite a bit from last time, so you've got almost a complete circuit around the outside, which is it's probably it's going to be the easiest bit. You can sort of, as long as you're keeping your car straight, you've got a bit of a breather around there. There's no big jumps that are going to cause you too many issues on the outside, so you've got a bit of a relaxed time there. But as soon as you hit that infield, you've got to be, again here, absolutely on point with all the jumps. Otherwise, it's going to throw you out.
Yeah. Well, I've noticed a lot of, especially the two-wheel drives, at least the lower qualifiers, seem to have a lot of trouble with the double coming off of the tile section. There's that double... the left hand, the double after the left hand, and then coming around it's just left, and then that diagonal jump really throws off a lot of people. but I was talking to Martin Kreisig earlier, and I was wondering, well, is it just a matter of the faster guys figure it out because they're able to figure it out, and that's just part of what makes them fast? Or is it, because it's the same conditions for everybody, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the same for everybody. And the two-wheel drive guys are going to have a hard time trying to keep it straight with the traction braking through there. With the double coming after that sweeping corner there, if you're not exactly on line, you're going to nose it into the landing ramp.
Yeah.
Just as you said, the quicker guys, they've got it on point as they come through the corner. The key thing through there, it looks like, is not taking it straight across. It's wider at the far side, which you can't really see from up on the rostrum. So they're kind of going almost diagonally across the jump.
I think it's quite interesting with especially what I call the downhill section, the downhill hairpin, and then there's that little kicker bump after it where the big concrete hump is. But you can definitely see there's some rubber being laid down there, and also just before the diagonal jump on the infield. So there's some good amount of rubber being laid down in these important corners.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine that you could put rubber down onto dirt, but it's happening. And when the first couple of days there was none at all, so the track has rubbered up a little bit, like you said, in some of the corners, and it will continue to do so as long as we don't get too much rain or anything coming down.
Do you expect the track to break up any further?
I think it's kind of getting to a point where we're going to get some consistency now, hopefully. Like I said, it should rubber up a little bit more, as long as we don't get any rain. The rain's going to change everything. Hopefully that'll hold away.
If it does rain, the rubber line is going to be useless, and everyone's going to take the very wide karting line to get around. So I hope that at least somebody has some big chunky rubber tires rather than these. They're not quite mini pins. I mean, they're definitely not 10 scale size mini pins, but they are kind of mini pins. Well, there you go. That's the last of the group or qualifying round 2. Round 3 is about to start. I don't know.
I think we get a 20-minute break before the short course come back out.
I'm being told there's a 20-minute break. This is 3:42. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. So 18-minute break. So. Yeah. Okay. So, but just to. We want to make sure and bring you in because the British lads seem to be all supplied by RC Models.
Oh yeah, RC Models. We're here with quite a big team. Obviously, it's myself as the team captain for RC Models. We've got Steve Jones, who's racing again in the short course for us. We've got John Hall, who's also racing the short course. Unfortunately, Robert Hartman was supposed to be, but he couldn't come. And we've also got Ian Oddie, who's sponsored with RC Models as well. So a nice contingent from the RC Models camp.
And a few guys sponsored by Audified as well.
Yeah. Well, a lot of us are running the Oddie engines.
Yeah.
It's the one that works for us.
Yeah, you probably would want to, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
It's like it's going to be pretty strong. All right. Well, yeah, that's great. Thank you very much. And we do have an RC Models. We call it the RC Models Bridge.
Oh, okay.
So either going under the RC Models Bridge or over the RC Models Bridge. And of course, the RC Fox is our other sponsor, and we have the RC Fox Jump at the far end of the track, which is now completely in the sunshine, except for the one marshalling position number 4 over there. But okay, well, we're going to maybe get a drink and I don't know, maybe a bite or something, a snack or something like that. So we'll let you get back to your pit, and thank you very much for stopping in, Matt.
Yeah, great, thank you.
All right, thanks. Right there. So that was Matt Buxton. Thanks very much again for stopping in. So we'll be back with the large-scale off-road Euros here in Austria at 4 o'clock local time. That's 4 o'clock CET.
Ich bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht denn mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach sie mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.
just about ready to start the final round of qualifying for today. There's one more tomorrow. And this one here, Fabian Morat not checked in yet. So something may have gone wrong with the Frenchman's car. See there? Ah, there it goes. He's checked in now. So 1 minute left, or 40 seconds left.
30 seconds to start.
We got about 20 seconds to go.
10 seconds to the start.
So we're right out of the blocks with our fastest short course racers. First up in this round. And we're followed by Group 1, which includes Alfie Jack. So hopefully his classmates and teachers are watching from his school. Harper Hill Junior School. Sorry. I knew it was something Hill. Very good. So, yep, Miss Marshall's class. Hope you guys are ready for Alfie to come out in the next race. It'll be about 15 minutes. So I don't know if you, if anyone understood that well. The race director was shouting away underneath us. Miss Marshall's class at Harper Hill Junior School. Hope you guys are ready. In about 20 minutes, Alfie will be out on track. He had engine trouble in his last race, which is something that can happen during racing. We have 2 marshals missing on the track, and we have a dead car right next to
Master number 3, look at the right-hand side, please. Okay.
It's just not too great. So we're following. This is Ian Audie, followed very closely by Jack Keatley. Both of them are running for Team GB. As they come down the hill into the very tight, well, it is a hairpin. It's very high grip hairpin as well. Track's pretty much stabilized there. There's lots of potholes and all sorts of things everywhere. He's coming over that weird diagonal jump. Get a good line in the four-wheel drive. He's able to launch him over the second jump. Call that a double. Here they are coming over the last couple of jumps of the lap. So Audie finishing his third lap with a 44.6, and he's on pace to do a 14 laps in 10.27. He can go a bit quicker. He'll be able to make that into 15. His lap time his race time last time was 14 laps in 10.26. So it's about the same pace, really. Don't know if he's going to be able to make that into a 15-lap run. But we'll see. Fingers crossed for Ian. I'm sure he's I don't know if he'd be relishing the he's a competitor. He's a racer. I don't know if he'll be relishing the pressure, the expectations, especially after the few rounds of practice. I think most of the racers in short course are expecting him to do pretty well, if not just outright win it, but there's still plenty of racing to happen. It's not just handed to you on a plate. You have to qualify well, which so far he's doing pretty well at. His first round didn't go all that great. He had a throttle servo in his run, which meant that he couldn't control the engine, basically. And it just died on him. So, second run, he was able to complete 15 laps in 10 minutes and 27 seconds. And in this one, he's on pace to do even better. So, should we be surprised or should we expect more? I don't know if he wants any further pressure, like I said. Let's see. So, who else can we follow? Let's follow the 5 car about to go, the 5 truck about to go under the RC Models bridge. And this is Mark Kreisig of RC Fox. Going over the double. And over the diagonal jump into the other infield double. Ooh, getting a bit wrong there, but that Armco barrier helping him out. It's metal barrier, so he's able to kind of just slide along it. It's not rubber or plastic or anything like that. It grabs the cars. Just down the main straight. And very tight left hand. Gets that a little bit wrong. Up the hill, over RC Fox. Jump. Back down the hill into the hairpin. You see that blue or black coloring to the corner. That's tire rubber that's put down. So it's like you'd see on a real racetrack. The track rubbering in, literally. So extra high grade. Oh, and he lands that double wrong. He ends it up upside down. Getting help from the marshal. Coming over the bridge and around that very slick metal surface. And down the main straight again. Getting it a bit wrong there. I know Mark hasn't raced in a little while. Didn't want to put him under any pressure when we talked to him before, but he's handy with the radio. Certainly knows what he's doing. He's one of the top 5 racers in this class. So apologies for the zoom there. Some of our cameras getting quite warm in the it's about close to 40 degrees outside, so as you can imagine things the heat taking its toll on everything and everybody. It's not quite as hot as it was last week in Fiorano. We had temperatures consistently of 38, 39, and in the sun well over 55.
3 minutes to drive.
So getting up on 2 wheels there, that's not the fast way around. So let's see who else we can follow. I think maybe this number 4, the white car truck about to go underneath us. That's Taylor Letchford, another one of the Team GB drivers, who's probably, I think we can put him in the top 5. Running that very high downforce, almost rally car looking body. Which, love it or hate it, seems to be pretty quick. Hitting that top jump there as it goes over the RC Models bridge. Picking the wide line around the slippy plates. Up the step and taking this as a double-double. Down the main straight. Hard on the brakes and left and very fast out of there. If you can, as fast as you can, over the RC Fox jump. Kind of a wide line there. Let's see what pace Taylor's on. 13:10:08. It's all right. Audi still on pace to roughly equal his time. He's probably going to end up with a third round TQ, which will put him on overnight TQ, I'm sure. That first run, one to forget. But he's going to hope that tomorrow's run is equal on pace to this one. And that way he's got 3 solid runs.
1 minute to drive.
See who else is out there. This number 6 car about to go over the bridge. The yellow and orange front with the Union flag rear end. Number 6, that's Matthew Stokes. Another one of the Team GB drivers, obviously. He's expected to do 14 laps in 10:43, providing nothing goes wrong with his run. It's coming down the hill. No major jumps coming down there. That jump towards the top, it's a small jump, but because you're coming down the hill, it looks bigger than it actually is. It comes up a little kicker. Four-wheel drive taking him over that double. And then taking the racing line over that diagonal jump to successfully finish the double on the infield around the slippy plates, down the big step, and back up it. And we'll take this as a double-double. Swings it around to finish another lap. So that is Matthew Stokes at the moment in third behind Ian and Jack Keatley. So the run time has completed. So Emil Karamfilov is the first one to finish. Taylor, who we were watching, the white truck, is now finished. I think Ian may be done. Yeah, Ian is finished with 14 laps in 10:24. So he's gone 2 seconds faster. And that definitely puts him in the overall 14 in 10:24. Ian Audi overnight TQ in short course.
Finish. Time is over. Race finished.
And the rest of the runners and riders is Jack Keatley, Matthew Stokes, Taylor Letchford, Team GB taking the top 4 spots in this one. Mark Kreisig, Emil Karamfilov, Urs Gehrig not finishing, but finishing 7th still. Simon Modney, Team GB, and Fabian Morat, our first round TQ, didn't get started in this one. So next up, we'd like to put out a special attention call for Miss Marshall's class at Harper Hill Junior School. Your friend and classmate, Alfie Jack Shilcock, is about to be on the track in just a couple of minutes. So I hope you've been looking forward to this. Apologies for, we didn't really know what was happening in the second of his races earlier today. He had some engine problems. That's kind of, well, it's not, you don't expect it to happen, but it does happen. And you kind of just have to work around it when you're racing, no matter what you're racing, really. If you have engine problems, you just deal with it and you come out for the next race. So we're expecting to see Alfie Jack in this race, and then his mother, Heidi, in the next race immediately after this one. So they got 5 minutes before. The way these European Championships work, it's a little bit different than what we call a club race back in the UK. It's a lot more organized, so we know exactly when the race is going to start. The race clock will start at in about 5 minutes, so you might be able to hear the computer voice say that. And so that means there's kind of a countdown clock then. So we know there's 5 minutes. and they have about 3 minutes of track time. That's just driving around the track, warming up the car, making sure everything works, and they call that the warm-up. So they'll be out on track. They're basically in the pits right now, just like in a real race, at a real race track. And now there's 4 minutes left. So in about a minute, they'll be released onto the track. And then they'll have 2 or 3 minutes of driving around. And then the clock, the computer timing will start, and everyone will be on their own individual race timing clock. So it's as if you're just with a group of racers doing, say, something like a park run, and you start your race clocks at different times as you're going around the park. If that makes sense. Oh, hopefully that makes sense. I've explained it a bunch of different ways. I'm trying to make it sound more and more accessible, but I don't know if that one was was any help. So anyway, we're expecting to see Alfie Jack with he's got a Sonic the Hedgehog themed short course, what we call a short course truck racing body. So basically it's a dark blue body. And there he is with the yellow wheels. Might just be able to see him. He's that second to last truck coming down the hill now, and he's going around the corner. So there he is, just passing the green truck. And there he goes, underneath that big metal bridge. So we hope all of his friends and classmates in Miss Marshall's class enjoy watching Alfie get around the track. He is also truck number 1, so he is the first car, the first truck that we would be following coming out once the clock starts now. We're not following right now, but we will be in a couple of minutes, because this is just the warm-up. They're not actually racing against each other. This is like they're just doing a couple of laps to get a feel for the track and see how it may have changed since the last time they ran. Now, Alfie raced, the last time he was on the track was this morning, and then he wasn't able to make it out for his second qualifying run, which is fine. It's okay. Everybody gets a couple of what we call throwout races, where basically there's 4 qualifying runs, and you keep your 2 best and you throw out your 2 worst. So we call that just the 2 worst are what we call your throwout races. You just ignore them unless it comes down to a tie break, which we hope it won't come down to. It's not very common, really. You see Alfie again coming down the hill on the left side of the screen. He's coming across the screen in that blue car with the yellow wheels. Blue truck, I should say. And big yellow numbers so we can see everybody's numbers. And there goes Alfie's truck again. So we'll follow Alfie from the start of the race, and then we'll have to move around to see what the other trucks are doing. But we'll come back to Alfie for the end of the race to see how he's done. So there's just a few seconds left before the clock starts. So if we can follow Alfie going up the hill, and he's about to go over the RC Fox jump. Got less than 10 seconds before the clock starts. So there's Alfie on screen, getting past that green truck again. This is a tricky jump here, but he makes it just fine. And this is an even slightly trickier jump. This one right here, he doesn't. He takes it as 2 individual jumps. We call that doing a single. And this is a big jump here coming up. And he's just taking it easy around there. Just make sure he puts in a good lap time. a safe lap time. So there's the big jump there at the top of the hill. Call that a tabletop jump because it's basically it's sort of a jump and a landing ramp, but they're sort of filled in. So it's kind of like a table. It's flat like a table. And that is their what we call a kicker jump. And that's a double because there's two individual jumps. And if you clear them both, we call it a double. And this is what we call the RC Models bridge. And then just after that, all that black stuff that's on the surface of the track, those are actually steel plates. So they're very, very slippy. It's a very fast corner there. You can see there's actual highway barrier, bits of highway motorway barrier there that protect the people on the outside from the cars inside. So it's a bit like a real racetrack, isn't it? You see banger tracks with the Armco barriers. Big dirt berms. Nope. Landed that one a little bit off the track, but it's okay. Takes this as a single. And then over the bridge again. Around this slippy section. He's going the quicker way. The tight line is the faster line there. These jumps he could go a little bit faster, but he's taking the safe route. He's doing a pretty good job here, keeping it pretty much on the track. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Little roll there. That's completely fine. Oop, now he's stuck on the pipe, and he's going to require somebody, this chap here, come across the track and help him get off that pipe. So that's a very tricky corner there, that little hump that's in the corner. This is a very slippy area here. It's basically like kitchen tile or bathroom tile. So it's a tricky old lap, this one. Oh! I think he may have broken his rear wheel. Yeah, he's broken his rear wheel. You can see how, yeah, that back left wheel is hanging off, unfortunately. So, we're sorry about that, but that is racing. It's engine problems one time, and you break the car maybe the next time. So, let's find this car number 2, just about to come underneath us, Jude. There we go. Car number 2 of Patrick Weiss. It's another British racer. So it's unfortunate for Alfie Jack, but I'm sure he's broken his car many times before. These things are really rugged, so they can take a pounding. So very easily repaired though, so he'll be able to fix that overnight and get back out on the track tomorrow. So it's Patrick Weiss going up the hill over that double, around over the tricky diagonal cut. Ooh, he hit that pretty hard. And another one. This is the same thing. Another British racer, car 5 of John Hall. So now these guys are together. Let's hope they don't get in each other's way. Patrick Weiss actually in the lead at the moment, the yellow and blue car. The white truck is John Hall, not holding him up. Now you can't talk to each other while you're on the driver's stand because you do have it's a very tall raised platform, basically first floor, looking out of a big wide open window to drive these cars. All right, let's see, who haven't we followed? I don't think we followed, let's see. Oh, Rinus Visser, car number 8. We haven't followed him at all yet. This is the green car about to come underneath us. About to go down the step, there we go. We've seen him when we covered other drivers, but this is, ooh, someone's exhaust is loose. Has he already gone in? We're going to be hearing the race director shouting at car number 5 over and over. The white truck that's on screen. He either doesn't recognize or doesn't care that it's his exhaust that is out, and he's been called by the race director to come in. There are noise limits that all of the drivers must adhere to, and a loose exhaust pipe is going to certainly make you sound way louder than than a properly sorted one. So he's going to have to come in or get a black flag and be totally disqualified from this particular run. Stick with the green car because that white one should be pulling into the pits, and there he goes. Stick with the green car. Stick with the green car. There we go. We'll let John's mechanic sort out his truck because not battling for the lead, so it's just basically just a running repair, but I think that effectively means his run is over because you're not going to be wanting to touch a hot engine and hot exhaust pipe. Oop, oop. Yeah. Come on, Winnis. Oh, is that... That's car 7, Martin Petrov. I know we followed one of the Petrovs previously. So let's follow this purple and green car that's going underneath us. This is Martin Petrov. We followed Damyan Petrov before. So here's Martin. This goes down the pit straight and up the road. And across the RC Fox jump. Down the hill. It's going underneath the bridge now and into that very slippy paving section. Oh, yeah, lucky bounces there. So gets over the bridge. Good acceleration. Ooh, a little squirrely coming out of the corner. He's making it. Got some lengthening shadows on the left side of the track. Ooh, big roll, and he's upside down. And get rescued by Mr. RC Fox himself. Yep, lucky bounce. Seen a lot worse happen to racers, even in this heat. Oh, don't get over the bridge. Don't fall off the bridge. It's the first time we've seen that. He almost actually came off the bridge. These cars are very large. And this race has about 20 seconds left in the clock. But because of the rolling clock, as we call it, it may still be about a minute before everybody finishes their racing. So race time is finished, I believe. And the first racers are going to start call. I think Martin is about to get caught here. No, not quite yet. Got a couple more that are about to get caught, I think. There we go. The first ones are starting to finish. Rinus is finished with 11 laps in 10 minutes and 13 seconds. So, Miss Marshall's class, we hope that everyone that is Alfie Jack's friend and classmate has enjoyed that. Back at Harper Hill Junior School. So, unfortunately, Alfie wasn't able to finish this race, but we're sure he'll be back on track and have no problems at all tomorrow morning when the last round of qualifying happens. So it'll be around 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock UK time when that happens, sometime after 8 o'clock. And we're sure Alfie is going to be out with a fully repaired truck and ready to go for tomorrow. But the rest of the finishing order in this race was Patrick Weiss with 13 laps, Damian Petrov with 12 laps, Martin Petrov with 12 laps, Martin Fitzpatrick, Lubomir Mihailov, and Rinus Visser with John Hall and Alfie Jack Shilcock not able to finish. So we got a couple minutes before we're back out with the rest of round 3. This was the second group out. So yeah, the next group will be the middle of the 3 short course racer trucks. And then after that will be the fastest racers in 2-wheel drive. And the fastest racers in 4-wheel drive will be out at 6:06 Central European Time.
No Jesus shoes. Hey, stop! The man with the blue shirt. The man with the blue shirt, the marshal. Hello. Hey.
We have a race director shouting at one of the drivers who's just trying to collect some broken parts of his truck.
He said no Jesus shoes.
Yeah. I mean, you can't call them flip-flops, really, can't you? Heat 2 about to, Heat 2 of short course about to go out. It's very confusing, the numbering, but this is the third group of racers in this one, but it's actually the middle group. I think they're trying to say that there is a dangerous, exposed piece of the track sticking out. And that's what the driver with the flip-flops was pointing at, and another driver was trying to tell the race director, but we'll see if that gets fixed. I don't think they're going to do anything this time.
Minutes to start. The track is open.
All right, so this next heat is out. Getting their warm-up laps in. You can see Heidi Shilcock out there. So we have a friend of Stjord Lubelinkov. Now, if you're able to, who's it? Edward Bosch in the chat. If you're able to describe how to properly pronounce Stjord's name, I imagine it's a lot like, not literally sword, or maybe it is like the English word sword, as in a long pointy thing that you stab medieval peasants with or something. But yeah, feel free to. I just like to. It's just a thing that I have. I like to pronounce people's names properly. Yeah, you know, another member of the team doesn't really care how you pronounce his names. He's just. It's just. Oh, we got a wheel coming off the number 8. That is our man Sword Lubelinkov. I mean, come on. Let's get the guy's tire on. Let's not have it fall off like during warm up. So we're hoping Alfie's classmates in Miss Marshall's class at Harper Hill Junior School are still watching, because we've got Alfie Jack's mother, Heidi Showcock, out there on the track. She's just about to come over the bridge. And there she goes. Down the big step. She's about to... Oh, that's not great start. But it's okay. Time is not started for her. Her clock is not started. So now it has. And there we go. So she started her first lap. Heidi Showcock going up the hill. Across the RC Fox jump. Little jump there. Another little jump coming down the hill. It looks bigger than it actually is. And a tight hairpin there around the, all that black stuff is tire that's debris that's been laid down. Little kicker jump before hitting the double there. So, but she's taking it as 2 singles. It's okay. Taking the wide line. Taking this as 2 singles as well. This is the safe line. It's all fine. And around the slippy bit. Taking the wide line around that. Doubling that and single, then going up on the bank and down the pit straight. So she's the first one to cross the line with her 52nd lap. So I'm sure she can improve that time. I think we're generally going to see about 45 seconds, so it's maybe just first lap jitters. But I think it's mostly going to be about... taking a lot of these jumps as singles, like this right here, and the last set of jumps just before the finish line. So that's an easy double. Up there. Oh, yeah, there we go. There we go. That's going to be a much better lap time for Heidi with a 48.53. It's 48 seconds, 0.53, 48.53 seconds. Big jump off the RC Fox jump. And good landing. Nice and solid. Hard braking into that hairpin around that off-camber turn. Onto the very slippy tiles here.
8 minutes to drive.
It's only 8 minutes left now. 2 minutes down. Good jump and landing off of that double. Let's see if she's taking the... no, she takes that as singles. It kind of depends on the line that you end up taking. A lot of the more... the quicker drivers use the confidence to go wide, but then take the inside line, so you're you have a bit more. You're not in the air for very long, and you're able to get some good drive to take that infield jump as a double. So coming up on the black and white number 1 car truck, Michael Loeffler from Germany. Oh, gets a little spun out there. Easy to do. It's a very low traction corner. And over the bridge onto that slippy section, taking the inside line this time because that truck number 9 of Ian Southey just very slightly in the way. Let's see if she can get past Ian. So Ian takes a couple of hard hits there from singling the jumps, and she's able to get past him. Same top speed, but it's just about confidence in the corner and braking at the right time. Just like a full-size car racing. So nice, good line around that hairpin. Taking the double nicely, and see, going wide there. Okay, but nope, not taking the racing line there that the other four-wheel drive guys are doing. Going wide in that corner. Interesting line. We're told that the inside line is just a bit better. Okay, so we followed Heidi for several laps now, so I think we can move on to other cars. So she is leading, but we do have some other challengers in this heat. So let's see the car number 4 of Matt Buxton, who we had in earlier. Let's see where he's at. I think he's got, yeah, he's the pink and white coming down the main straight, or yeah, the pit straight, taking that hard left, going up the hill. Big landing off of that. And directly behind him, he's got Ian Southey in the red truck. All of the Team GB racers running the Union flag on the roof or on the back of their trucks. Showing that team spirit and camaraderie. So he's able to take, yeah. Oh, he nearly lands that very wrong. I think the Armco barrier pretty much saved him there. This truck taking a pounding. Taking a interesting line across the last set of jumps. Then up the main road towards the RC Fox jump. Another big jump there, and then jump coming down the hill. Hard on the brakes. Swings it around a little bit too much. It's like it needs a little bit more traction on the rear. Little kicker before, ooh, gets a bit wide there. We do have a lot of wind picking up now. That shouldn't be affecting these guys, though, too much. He's coming up on the number 7. Oh, tough hit on that second landing there. So Matt Buxton, who we're following, has actually passed Heidi Shocock on the timing clock. His last lap time was 49 seconds, so it's a bit slower than Heidi and Bruno, who's actually passed Heidi and Andrew Spence. Something happened to Heidi now. She's still on the track, but just going noticeably slower. So maybe when she crosses the lap time, crosses the finish line this time, she'll finish again, pop up to the top. She does. So she is on pace. Very slow lap that time, 52 seconds. She's on pace for 13 laps in 10:45. Quite a bit slower than Ian Audie's time of 14 in 10:26. So at the moment we have Heidi Shocock, Matt Buxton, Andrew Spence, Bruno Trotman, Van Medevort, Jones, Loeffler, and Southey. Lubilinkov, unfortunately, has broken out. And Cheshire Tomcat agreeing with me that, Heidi Shocock has had to come off the track now. So that is terrible luck for the Shococks. I'm not sure. I think this is their first European Championships. I'm not sure. The Marshall I think he's just trying to find the kill switch because he's not supposed to start up. Well, I mean, he's okay to start up the truck. It looks like it is running. Let's see. So we're still with Matt Buxton in that white and pink car coming down the hill. Going under the bridge. Right, so let's see if we can find the number 7 truck of Vandemort. I think it's going up the hill now. That's just about to come down the hill, I think, the number 7. The yellow and orange. There we go. The yellow and orange and white. That's Gert-Jan Vandemort from the Netherlands. Whoa. Very enthusiastic over that. The back end kicking up. Ian Southian is now broken out. Well, he's still running. I see a car number 2. Oh, no, he's not. He's car number 9. It's Steve Jones. I had those guys mixed up. Heidi Shilcock back out on the track, but way down the order. She's lost 2 or 3 or 4 laps there, I think. She's back out there, though. Something happened, and her engine cut. So we're still on Vandemort with those yellow wheels. The number 6 truck that he's just behind is Bruno Trotman. They're very close on, well, they're close on the track, but they're very close on time as well. So in the tight sections, we might be able to keep them, or maybe not, I don't know. If we're able to keep them in the same shot, great. If not, it's okay. Oh, Vandemort getting it very squirrely landing. And yet, Trotman not pulling away all that much. So he must have had his own travails somewhere. Yeah, he's very slow over these jumps. Vandemort taking him as a double, so he's going to catch up to Trotman very quickly now as these guys get into the final set of jumps. Very close together now. They were the other way around, I swear. I'm pretty sure anyway. So Vandemort, yeah, just a bit faster on top end pace. Okay, ignore these timings. These are not correct. Matt Buxton, Jones, Spence, and Vandemort yet to finish. There's still going to be one more lap for each of those guys. So this is the middle group of short course racing trucks. Here there are 3 groups at the European Championships. And these 2 about to come over and finish. Well, Trotman is already finished in the pink and white. He's losing his tire as well. See that white rim. Everyone is finished. So Matt Buxton finishes on 13 laps in 10:27. So he's about a full lap off of Ian's time. Steve Jones, Andrew Spence, Gert-Jan Vandemort, Bruno Trotman, Michael Loeffler, and Heidi Shilcock finishes on 12 laps.
Marshal number 2, please come to the race director.
And the marshal that was helping Heidi Shilcock get back out on track. He was holding her truck for quite a bit. I think it's going to get told off for spending a bit too much time and effort to get her going again. Okay. Next up, we got another Vandemort, but in two-wheel drive. So two-wheel drive coming up. Kevin Vandemort, Peter Hartman, Luke Vandenberg, Martin Consul, Lars Abbes, Fabian Ritter, Neil Sivens, Bastian Kollares, Marko Lahtinen from Finland. Good Finnish representation here. Actually, quite a lot of countries have pretty good representation. The French and Germans usually have a good turnout. Last week in large-scale touring car, the British team had very few racers, just a handful. But here, there's a huge number, and you can find photos of everyone that's here from all the different countries, from all across Europe, from Denmark to the UK to Finland to there's no one from Italy. Italian large-scale off-road doesn't seem to be a thing. It's large-scale on-road is a thing. And you can see these guys are out. Now they're looking at the track. So I don't know if you can get a good shot of that, Jude. If these guys are out to... Looks like the drivers are pointing out that there's a large thing sticking out. And unfortunately, the race director is right in the way, I think, of what they're all looking at. Having a good look at it, though. Got a hammer out. That's the way to fix large scale, with a hammer. Can you zoom in a bit, Jude?
Minutes to start. The track is open.
There we go. I don't know if the track is actually open because there's people on the track. So... yeah, something is... I think it was just like one of the spikes that was holding the pipe barriers in place. So it seems like it's been fixed. So we've got a couple racers haven't checked in on this one yet. Oh, no. There's Vandemort. One racer left to check in. And they're all checked in. So it looks like we're going to have a full heat of 9 racers out there now. So moving into two-wheel drive.
1 minute to start.
Someone cheering on Marko Lahtinen.
30 seconds to start.
Of course, Finnish racer. Of course, it's going to be Tara. We had a couple other Finnish people in the chat early in the day. I don't know where they've gone. I mean, they're probably working or whatever, but you know, there's more important things going on, like
10 seconds. to
European
start.
Championships of large-scale off-road here in Fehring, Austria. So we'll give these guys a couple laps to get settled in and find someone to follow. So while we're doing that, just like to remind you that you're watching RC Racing TV and Control Sport. And in one of many places that you can find us. 2 different pages on YouTube, on Facebook. There's EFRA, RC Motorsport Europe on Facebook, and the RC Racing TV page. And on YouTube, 3 different channels are carrying the same stream, and that's Red RC, EFRA, and of course RC Racing TV. Now, RC Racing TV channel has the most active chat, so that's where we tend to get most of our comments and questions and whatnot. So if you do have any, please do log into YouTube and find RC Racing TV, and you'll find this video, obviously. At the moment it's live. We can only answer questions when it's live. So these guys are starting to come across and finish their first laps. That's Marko Leitinen, I think. No, Petter Hartman that we're following. I think the car 2. Who are we on? Yep, that's Petter. So we followed Petter previously. Let's see if we can find Marko Leitinen in the car 9. He's just about to go under the bridge in the bright, oh, I got some pictures of his car yesterday. Tara, they're going to be on Facebook, if they're not already. I uploaded some photos to Facebook of all of the cars that I could get. Nicely edit them as quickly as I could. So there's Marko. So feel free to tag any of the racers that you know. For example, this blue with the yellow, blue with the orange and the yellow wheels. Marko Leitinen. He's definitely, if not already on the Facebook page, he will be by the end of the weekend. So Marko going up that double. 2-wheel drive, not having much of a problem really getting over those doubles. These are a little bit different. So I think, I mean, as much as some of the races were saying that the track is the jumps are changed too much, most of the racers seem to have a little problem with the jumps as they are. So Petter Hartman, Czech racer, is in the lead currently. Vandenberg, Colares, Van Medevort, Ritter, Abbes, Leitinen, Consul, and Sivens. So who haven't we followed? Let's see, car number 4 of Consul. Where's he at? Oh, he's just coming underneath us. I think we have followed him, but it's the red and white. I think it's Marlboro colored. I know there's one car out there with like literal Marlboro stickers on it. I'm pretty sure we followed him though, but we'll give him a little bit of give him a little screen time love, and we'll see if we can find Neil Sivens after he comes around. I've found Neil, so we'll follow him next. Okay, now I've lost Neil. No, there he is. Neil is just about to come over the bridge. He's the white and blue and red with the white wheels. That's Neil Sivens there from the UK.
5 minutes to drive.
Neil currently running in last place, but that could change at any moment. There's lots of drivers on the same lap as he is. So any mistake, obviously, you're going to lose time to the drivers behind. And so let's give Neil a little bit more time, and we'll find Lars Abes in the car 5 next. See where he's coming down. We don't seem to have followed many of the drivers in this one. Lars is the next car coming over the bridge with the white rear wheels and yellow front wheels. So it's fairly easy, I think. We weren't far away from following him already. So this is Lars Abes. Lars from the Netherlands. He's already lost that car 6 that was behind him. No, he's right there actually. So we have 3 and a bit minutes left in this one. 3 minutes 45. Who else haven't we followed? This one, this particular race seems to be, I think maybe we were chatting with somebody earlier and we just completely haven't really followed. Fabian Ritter, I don't think we followed him from Switzerland. Car number 6 of Fabian. He's just about to go underneath the bridge, the white and blue car with some green on him as well. It's Fabian Ritter going up the hill and over the double. And across the tricky diagonal turn, making the double just fine. But then getting a bit turned around just before going over the bridge. Fabian Ritter. It's coming down the hill. Hard braking into that hairpin. You see all the rubber that's been laid down by the tires. So we got Hartman, Vandenberg, and Colerace. Czechia, Netherlands, and France, followed by Netherlands, Switzerland, Netherlands, Finland, Czechia, and the UK. You're welcome, Tara. I'm trying to get photos of all the different cars that are out there. Obviously, some cars are doubled up, and some cars there's more than 2, maybe 3, because they're sort of top quote-unquote racers like Dario and maybe Ian Audi. But I don't know if you've noticed, but the holding screen that we've got is actually Pecco's car. So anytime you have some extra time to make some socks, we're here.
1 minute to drive.
So there's 1 minute left in this one. I'm not sure. I think we followed everybody during the day that we have that's been in this one. We might have some time to catch the car number 1 in this race of Kevin Van Medevort. I know we followed a Van Medevort. Oh man, agony for these these 3 cars. Van Medevort, Kevin is the yellow car in this one here. that number 1 in the middle. So just following him, just in case. I don't think we followed him today. It's a bit difficult for me to remember because there's some of these cars I distinctly remember getting photos of. And ooh, well, that's handy. The number 7 of Sivens turns over right in front of Vandemort. Like, well, okay, well, you can take my position, please. Over the double. And around, and see how he's, yeah. No problem getting over that double. Nice drifting around that slick iron sheeting turn. And the number 1 about to finish his race, I think. Yes. So that's 13 laps in 10:34. Not too bad. I think Petter Hartman is about to get 14 laps, though. Where's he at? Number 2. He's coming across. Oh, yeah, he's about to come across. And there he is. So that's everyone finished. 14 laps in 10:36 for Petter Hartman. Then it's Luke Vandenberg, Bastian Collares, Marco Leitinen. Oh, he finished quite well there. Started from the back. Lars Abes, Fabian Ritter, Kevin Vandemort, Martin Consul, and Neil Sivens. Well, I'll be in Spain, Tara. I will be in Spain for the 1/8 Buggy Worlds. That should be a pretty good racetrack. Redevon is pretty good for a track and for a location as well. And then the week after, the Electric Touring Car Worlds in Gubbio. So we're in Gubbio next week for the Nitro Touring Car Euros. And then there again, I think it's the second week of September. So, yeah, we're busy. And in between all that, we're at, in 2 weeks, we're in the UK for the RCGP Round 3 at the Nemo Raceway.
Minutes to start.
Okay, just a few minutes to go before the next race is on the track. It's Heat 4 of two-wheel drive. And in this race is going to be our friend Thomas Ryan, Roger Coos, Kurt Hafliger, Paul Diver, Michael Schulz, Krejkar Ludwig, and Uwe Dombrova, who I think one or two of those guys at the bottom of the list haven't actually started a race yet, so I don't think they're here. So let's see. We haven't had the fastest guys out yet. So we are in, let's see, just after 5, so 5:12, 5 minutes.
4 minutes to start.
Group 4. So that was the fastest group that we just saw, the fastest group of two-wheel drive. The slowest group is next, and then the middle between the two is after that. That one is starting at 5:30 Central European Time, finishes at 5:40. And then we get into four-wheel drive with the second fastest group and then the fastest group. So that starts at 7:48 Central European Time, and then 10:06. And then we have the slowest group and the second slowest group. So everything that brings us all to finish at 18:52 local time. Tara, yes, I am a size 43 actually. That's the size of my Birkenstocks that I'm wearing. Actually, 44 45 is a bit safer. For some reason, Birkenstocks are really big on me. I don't know why, but anyway. Discussing shoe sizes on the stream.
Thank you very much.
So, Heat 4 is on the track, getting their warm-up laps in. And there's that low slung car of Thomas Rhine, or Reen, I'm not sure how it's pronounced. It's unfortunate, I talk about these guys all day long, and then I see them in the pits, I don't know any of their names, I just like smile at them. So it's always a bit surreal sometimes. It's always sometimes a bit surreal. Yep, so there's their drivers that are out on track. Got Germany, Switzerland, UK, Germany, Czechia. So just about a minute to go before this next heat is, the clock is starting for them.
Seconds to start.
Now we're still only 40 seconds or so off the actual official schedule. It's not too bad.
10 seconds to the
Still going to be finishing just before 7. So since we were here just before 8, only makes it about a 11-hour day. It's pretty light work. So there we are. There's car number 1 going up the road over the RC Fox jump. I would love to see, I mean, we were commenting on this earlier. I was asking why it's so low slung, and the couple of comments in the chat were guessing that he probably bottoms out quite a bit, which is a very fair guess to make. Really, I mean, look how low it is. It's as if he's running it on road, and I suppose on parts of the track that would be fine. But you have to land every jump just right so it doesn't bottom out and you lose all your traction or steering or whatever. But for whatever reason, these chassis, I don't know. They just either they work. I don't know. Quite interesting. But it's a nicely painted body, and again, got that really steep rear wing. It's like a wall. Oop, a little bit squirrely there. Okay, so we followed Thomas for quite a while now. See if we can find. I think we followed everybody in this race already. Ludwig not starting. So let's see who we find first. Either car 3 or the car 4. I'm sure we've called the car 4 quite a bit. Paul Diver. Remember reading his name quite a lot of times. So car 3 of Kurt Hafliger. Or Hafliger. Car 3, where is he at? Car number 3, where are you? This is him coming down the wrong side of the hairpin. Is the white and orange car with the black and white wheels. There's Kurt from Switzerland. Successfully getting over that double. And the slippy bits there. Very, very slippy indeed. I'm pretty sure on the front of these cars, I think they're running mini pin tires as well for the fronts for two-wheel drive, which is interesting because in 10th scale, something track like this, you might be running. At least in the old days, you'd be running ribs, multi-ribs, mini ribs, or the Harlequin, the diamond-shaped pattern tires. Oh, he's past Thomas. You see, he's just able to get. I think part of having a proper ride height car is getting the bounce off the top of the jumps. So it's like pumping action when you're doing jumps with the BMX or something like that, or a motocross bike or something. Not that I've done either, but that pumping action is part of what helps you get a longer distance and a softer landing. And if your car isn't riding high enough, you're not going to be getting that. So I don't know. Thomas is the one driving it, not me. So just leave him to it. It's not like I'm going to give him any advice, am I? And there goes passing that's the number 4 car that we were searching for earlier, Paul Diver, that he's just passed facing the wrong way. You never want to be facing the wrong way on a track. Okay, so I think we've given Kurt some good love here. Roger Coos is another Swiss racer in this one, car number 2. See if we can pick him up somewhere along the way, unless you're already on him. I'm going to guess you're already on him. Yeah, there you go. Running the... Now, see, he's got... You probably can't get green wheels.
5 minutes to drive.
But if those were green wheels, I would forgive the mismatched color. Forgive the focusing. That's just part of the situation we've got. Ooh, that's a little bit too much rear brake there. You move that brake balance forward if you even can. So yeah, it loses a lot of drive being stuck on the pipes, and then he just has the single over everything, and then he gets flipped over again. Roger Coos. So he does over this last set of jumps. It's all right there. That very last one could land it a bit flatter, but it's all right. Oop, and squirrely coming out the back. Either too much front traction, too much steering, or not enough rear. Comes up the paving slabs. There's Roger Coos from Switzerland. Let's see. Dombrova. Let's follow him. Where's he? Car number 7. I think we may have followed him already, but He's getting a bit excited. There he is. Jude right on him. I am very certain we have not followed this car yet. Uwe Dombrova. Nicely painted as well, very bright. I mean, how distinctive is that car? And over the double fairly well. And that one, yeah. Oh, nearly tanked it, but yeah, it's all right. Taking the wide line around the iron plates. And up the hill again over the RC Fox jump. Oh, not really getting a lot of air there, though. Who's he passing here? I think this is the one, Thomas. So just a couple minutes left in this one. Actually, about 3 if we're counting all the lap times that might be possible. Very slow over that. Ooh, and Thomas flips over behind him. This last set of jumps, and we'll see who else we can give a follow to. I know we followed Paul quite a bit. Michael Schulz in the 5. Where's he at? I think. Oh, yes, it's the Joker car. We have definitely followed him, but let's give him another little bit of RCTV, Control Sport, EFRA, RC Fox, RC Models.co.uk, Red RC, EFRA, Control Sport, RC Racing TV. Love for the camera. Not really troubling these jumps for to make him into doubles, is he? He could be making up a lot of time if he was taking those as double jumps. Gets passed by, I think that was Uwe. Oh man. Let's find out what the rest of the schedule looks like. 5:21. We're just sorting out a cantankerous AC unit, not an RC unit. I think we've seen enough cantankerous RC units for today. You're a cantankerous RC unit. Sorry. We do have some absolute units out on the track, though.
Finish car 1.
All right, so that is... the time is finished, but we're still going to have about 30 seconds or so to finish off the drivers as they complete things. So we've got Group 9 coming out next. Group 9 is the second fastest group of four-wheel drive racers, and then it's Group 10, which includes such luminaries as Pekko Ivanen, Dario Vaselli, Sven Rodevald, and many others. And they are coming out in about 20 minutes' time. But before them is Group 9. Finishing order in this one, Kurt Hafliger, Uwe Dombrova, Roger Kuz, Thomas Ryan, Michael Schulz, Paul Diver, and we didn't get a start from Krejkart Ludwig.
Finish 2. Time is over. Race finished.
Now the time is officially over. just waiting for the next group of racers to be clear sort of the computer timing, so I can read them off to you. And there we are. We've got Thomas Kraus, Lucas Hartman, Mark Higgins, Krog Kim Nygaard, Sasha Kuz, Cone Middlecoop, Darren Smith, and Essa Leitemaki. Leitemaki? Leitemaki? I need to find the Finnish racers and just get them to pronounce their names for me. I'm sure that when they watch this back tonight or whenever, maybe Sunday on the drive home or whatever, they're going to be like, what is this guy butchering my name for? What have I done to him?
5 minutes to start.
So 5 minutes. It's going to be a couple more minutes before these guys get out on track.
Minutes to start.
Okay, so we're down to 4 minutes to get going. Yes, indeed, Tara. Big up the Finns. We have quite a few Finnish racers spread across all 3 classes. But not so many that they're like crammed into one. I think only one of the heats has 2 Finnish racers in it. This one has Czech racer, German, British, Danish, Swiss, Dutch, another Brit, and a Finn. So the cars have just gone out for their warm-up, and already one has had to be rescued. And I think the engine is cut. So it was rescued and then just kind of rolled down the hill. I don't know, it seems to be running. Or is it? No, the mechanic is already there to get up there. To take it back to the pit. That's a long walk back with a very heavy car. So we're starting to get racers checking in at 2 minutes remaining before the qualifying timer starts. And there's your drivers and their country of origin. So this is the second fastest group of four-wheel drive racers. Fastest group is out in about 15 minutes. So if you want to get any footage, maybe pop a drone in the air, maybe get a monopod. Now's the time to get ready. You have to get ready to start getting ready. Prepare to get ready. Little Sync RC, can you video Middle Cup? We certainly will. In fact, let's start with him. Car number 6. Well, there's still about a minute to go, so they're not like they're racing. They're driving, but they're not racing just yet. About 30 seconds, according to the lady on the camera, on the computer, I should say. Not the voice that lives inside my head. So, since this is the second to fastest group that's out there for four-wheel drive, let's just run down the top qualifying time for these guys, which previously in the first group was Puziat, former European champion, 15 laps in 10:36. In round 2, Ivanen beat that handily by 9 seconds, 15 laps in 10:27. So that is what these guys are going to be aiming for. Ivanen is in the next race, so he'll be getting ready. There's quite a well-provisioned, and spacious car starting up area on the far side of the driver's stand from us. So there we go. There's Middle Coupe, car number 6, the leading car of these two with the bright white wheels. These guys running most likely, I mean, considering this is the European Championships, brand new tires in every run. So that's why you'll see bright white and bright yellow. So the last time these guys were out on track, group 5 was at 1:44 local time, and it's currently 5. It's almost 4 hours, about 3.5 hours. So plenty of time to wipe off the body, and as long as nothing major broke, you know, just clean off stuff, make, you know, check the status of your shocks and whatnot. Don't have to do any major rebuilds, I don't think, unless you have, you know, extra sets of shocks and all that, diffs, stuff like that. Of course, with four-wheel drive, a lot more moving parts. You got the front wheels, front drive shaft, front diff, lots of extra things. Let's go coming down that the downhill straight. Lots of definitely a blue groove line starting to appear around that the curve going underneath the bridge, and I'm sure going up into this double there. You can see the blue line there just at the start of the diagonal jump. This here, there's never going to be a blue line there. It's just very slick steel plating. So this is Cone Middle Coupe, currently in second, so he's doing pretty good. He's on pace for 13 laps in 10:26, 10 minutes and 26 seconds. Okay, so let's, I'm sure we follow the car number 1 quite a lot, because that's what we tend to do as just as a default, follow car number 1. So let's, who haven't we followed in this one? Kim Nygaard, the car 4, I don't think I've mentioned him very much. So car 4, where's Kim Nygaard at? It's actually Krog Kim Nygaard, I think. I think it's the yellow and red car just coming into the downhill, out of the downhill hairpin now, going over the camber corner under the bridge. That's Krog Kim Nygaard. Very, well, whippy around there. Getting a little bit wild. Making the double okay, though. Track officials previously hammering down some spike that was sticking up or something. Ooh. Not the quickest line. It's a line, but not the quickest. So again, down the hill, heavy braking into this hairpin. Yeah, you can see the blue, we call it blue groove because it kind of starts showing up as a sort of a blue-gray sort of line. If it's lots and lots of cars going around the track using really soft tires, it does turn a much darker black-blue or blue-black, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, for RC racing, we tend to call it a blue groove. You can see it actually just there as well. Banking just before the finish line. A little bit high on the nose. Looks like we didn't have a start from Sasha Koos. So sometimes these drivers, they just miss a couple of laps and they come out anyway to just make sure the car is functioning properly, especially if they had a major rebuild or something. But sometimes it's just not enough time to get things put together. No idea why Sasha is not out on track, unfortunately. So if you're following Sasha at home, so it's Kim Nygaard in that 4 car, popping up into the 2nd spot and then taken over by Matt Higgins. So I think we can drop back a car, I think, to find that number 3. I think that's Matt Higgins there. Number 3 coming downhill into the braking zone and over that off-camber corner. Got a lot of drivers battling for the 2nd position overall. Kim Nygaard currently down in 6th, but when he crosses the line last time, he was in 2nd. So there's a lot of drivers battling. So we got Middlecoop, Hartman, Leitemaki, Higgins, and Kim Nygaard all battling for that 2nd spot. Thomas Kraus staying in that top spot. The only reason why we're not following number 1 car is because we have definitely followed him in previous rounds of qualifying. So we just want to make sure that all of our attendees get a little bit of camera love so that their friends and family back home, and even them when they, the racers themselves, when they watch the racing back tonight maybe, or watch it in the pits or whatever, wherever they're watching it, maybe when they're rebuilding their car tonight or whatever they're doing, so that everybody gets a bit of camera love from us here at Control Sport and RC Racing TV. So we've been following Mark Higgins. Let's see, Darren Smith in the car 7. I don't think we followed him either. He's just about to come across the bridge. The second of these 2 cars about to come across the bridge. The next one back. One more back. There we go with the yellow, orangey bits. It's Darren Smith. So he's definitely taking the safe line over most of these jumps, doing them as singles instead of trying to double them out. And getting a bit, getting past Cone Middlecoop. Trying to get a lap back. Oh no, he's lost it again. But ooh, don't get too interfery. We're following the blue, white, and orange one with Darren Smith. And that slippy corner. Steel sheets. Those are. Whoa, where'd it go? It's hard to make a large-scale off-road car disappear, but coming off the jump there, that certainly did it.
1 minute to drive.
So just 1 minute left in this one. But in reality, because everyone started on their clocks started at different times, it's going to be about a minute and a half from now. And he's got, ooh, very quickly past him. Let's follow the one. Let's give him a bit of love because he's certainly running away with the win on this one. Thomas Kraus from Czechia, and this number 1 car here. Mismatched wheels, but you know we can forgive it. Personally, I think maybe black wheels on the back would look quite cool on this one. What do you think, Matt? Matt agrees. Double thumbs up from Matt. As Thomas comes down the hill, hard braking. All right, so the cars are starting to finish now. Heat 5.
Finish 4.
And after this one, we've got our second fastest group of 4-wheel drive cars. And in about 15 minutes, our fastest group.
Finish 1.
Oop, you have a dead car in the middle. Something's happening with that. He's not going to make it over the bridge, is he? No. Oh! Race director should have been calling that one. Maybe the marshals should have like yellow flags or something. I know they've got orange vests, but they're not really calling things. Thomas Kraus taking that one. I think Lucas Hartman and Esa Letamaki. Have they finished? Yeah, okay, there's Letamati. I think it's Darren Smith that got hit over the bridge. So we didn't have enough time to follow everyone that we wanted in that one, but it's all right. Kraus, Hartman, Letamaki, Middlecoop, Higgins, Kim Nygaard, and Smith. And Kuz did not get that one started. When is Ian Audie back on? He's back on tomorrow morning. He's already had 3 runs today. The times are available on myrcm.ch, so you can find the times for the WMW Fehring circuit in Austria, and just click through and you can find the time schedule for tomorrow, which is going to be the 22nd of July. So 5:48 local time. It's about 5.5 minutes away. It's the second fastest group of 4-wheel drive. So if you want to get some footage of the second fastest group for 4-wheel drive, some big names in there. Some former European champions. But if you're not bothered about them, you can keep an eye out for 6:06, which is about 23 minutes away. It's our fastest group of 4-wheel drive.
Who's going to TQ?
Are you asking me who's going to TQ? 4-wheel drive's a tricky one, actually.
Who's on top of the moment?
At the moment, Ivanen is top.
What group's he in?
He is in Group 10 in 2 more races. The fastest group.
Make sure we record him.
With Vasily and Rodewald.
Call that one group.
Yeah. So I think Ivanen's definitely going to I think he's going to finish in top 5 after today, for sure. I mean, he's TQ'd one round, and he came 24th in the first. And provided, I mean, everyone has had various amounts of good and bad luck. So we've seen that with Audi. We've seen it with Vaselli, unfortunately. I think Vaselli, provided everything has been prepared immaculately and he's got good luck and all that, cross fingers, if he finishes, he should be all right. But he's had 2 bad goes already. So he really needs this next run in to be spot on. Gravedigger 87, you can scroll back in the live stream and watch Ian's races. His first race didn't last all that long, but his second race went well for him, and his third race went good as well. So you can scroll back and find those. In fact, if you scroll back, you can see his name at the top right of the screen, where all the racers' names are noted for the live timing. First group of four-wheel drive racers out on track now. This is just a warm-up. It's not qualifying just yet. But this is the second fastest group after these guys. The fastest group, and where we expect to see our TQ driver for round 3 come from. But while we're doing that, let's check the results for two-wheel drive. So at the moment, we've got, for short course, we've got Ian Audi with 2 zeros and a 26. So there's his 2 best runs, unless someone like Fabian Morat can. Fabian Morat's the only one who can take him off TQ, but I don't think he's going to be able to. Straight off the time, he's not going to do it. But if something happens to Ian and Fabian TQ's tomorrow's one qualifying round, which is the 4th and final round of qualifying, he'll bring it to tiebreak, and then it becomes what it goes down to tiebreak. So Ian's, let's see, next fastest time is 26th best, and Fabian's next fastest time is 27. I don't know. I don't think it's going to happen for Fabian. I think Ian's got that one wrapped up. For two-wheel drive, let's refresh the MyRCM page. Go to quali. We've got Peter Hartman with 2 zeros and a 3. So he's finished 3rd overall in that one. Then we've got Luke Vandenberg with a 0 and a 2. And his next best is 20th overall. So it looks like it's going to be Peter Hartman with his 2 zeros. And in four-wheel drive,
10 seconds to the start.
four-wheel drive at the moment, with 2 runs left to do, is Valentin Puziat he's got a 0 and a 5, and Pecco has a 0 and a 24. So it depends what happens. Dario's got a 5th and a 21st. Van Hellman has a 6th and a 7th, so he's in with a good shot. Sven Rodewald has a 2nd and a 4th. Patrick Schweinzer has a 2nd and a 3rd. So it's pretty competitive. I think partly because there's also one extra group of racers. So there's about 9, and from 7 to 9 racers in each group. Four-wheel drive has 4 groups of racers, and the others have 3 groups. So we'll see. So Van Hellman is currently counting down. So the timing has started. So keep an eye on what Van Hellman's able to do. They're all coming around to finish off their first laps. Everyone except for Connie Svensson. He's had a pretty horrible time. But no, he has just come across. He's had to rebuild his engine. I think dirt got inside it yesterday. Which, yeah, it's not great. So Van Hellman, last lap, 41.9. Pretty good. After 2 laps, he's forecasted to do 15 in 10:33, which is not as quick as Pecco. It would beat Puziat's first round time, but all of these round times are compared against each other, against each individual round, not across all of the qualifying runs. So we're with the car 1 of Martin Kraus from Czechia. He's coming across the finish line. Across the RC Fox jump. Another little jump there. Coming through the shade, that dappled tree shade. Crazy hairpin. A little bit wild there. Whoa, very slick. Yeah, upside down car he passes. It's handy for him. So let's see if we can find, we followed Martin Kraus for a bit. He's popped up into the second spot. Let's see if we can find the car 8 of Essa Milima. Currently in third, the car 8. Are we on Essa? I think we are. That's the car. I think it's 8, yeah. Coming over the double, over the RC Models bridge. Ooh, getting it a little wrong there. Tight line around the very slidey iron plates. Car 3 trying to get past of Ken Valkiers. So Essa coming down the hill another time. That crazy diagonal jump. Oh, nice clearance on the double there. Over the bridge. Get hung up on the pipe again. Lose a tenth or so each time there's something like that happens. Across the finish line. Second place. Not too bad for the Finnish racer. All right, so I'm pretty sure we haven't followed Don Krebaum, car 4. I mean, we might have, but I don't remember. Car 4 is... I'm sure it's one of these cars on the track. Car 4 is the second of the cars about to go under the bridge just now. There we go, the pink and white machine. Ooh. That's what you want, is the car that you're trying to pass make a little mistake and give you enough space so you don't have to worry about them running up the back of you if you miss a braking point and have to, so you don't have to make any avoiding action. And you don't have to rely on them to make avoiding action on you. And up, ooh, little bobble there. So a pothole developing. Down the straight, or down the hill, I should say. Over the little kicker, around the off corner berm, off camber berm. Up the kicker, taking that double pretty nicely over this diagonal jump. Getting a good drive over that double, over the RC Models bridge. Oh, and upside down. Where's a Marshall? There we go. Luckily, the car behind has also crashed off camera. So now there's a 3-car clump of cars behind Krabbaum. So good for him because they're all going to be slowing each other up, trying to get past each other on track. I don't hear any referee calls. I haven't heard referee calls for a little while now. So just assuming the best and that no one is touching each other. Over the RC Models bridge. Taking the racing line around there. There's that behind him. Just 3 minutes left. Okay, so let's see if we can follow. We missed, let's get Connie on screen. I got car number 7. Where's he? We haven't shown Connie at all yet. Because he's had some pretty rotten luck, to be honest. Connie. Are we on him already? Yeah. Connie, the car 7. Not sure what model car he's running. Oh. So yeah, sorry about that. Just noticed that our timing has stopped for some reason. We don't know exactly what happened. It seems to be carrying on from my RCM, so I'll keep you abreast of that as much as I can. Van Hellman on pace at the moment to do 15 laps in 10:31, which is 5 seconds slower, 4 seconds slower than Pecco in round 2. But we're with Connie Svensson, the man behind House of RC. Is he missing his wing? I think he's missing his wing completely. Wow. I was able to even keep it on track. I think our timing is back now, so that's fabulous work from some mysterious source. We don't know. It's just a continual source of mystery. The number of magical black boxes that we just plug in and hope it works, as I'm getting swatted by a bear-shaped fly swatter. It's a wasp swatter. There are many wasps around. So there's a minute left, as you can see. Let's see, who haven't we followed? Let's see if we can pick up number 5 of Melanie Trotman. As Connie Svensson, I hope, has got some further holiday plans for the local area, because I'm not sure that the is that Melanie? Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, now we know what happened to Melanie. Or is that Dan Kerbaum? Because he's just gone orange. But he's just gone red. Svensson is black. Trotman is black. Well, Svensson's just crossed, so he's So here we are, Wesley Van Hellman, our leader, and likely to be the only one to get 15 laps in this one. It's going to be a tight battle. 10:33 now is the forecasted time. I believe Wesley is on his last lap, his last tour of the Fehring circuit for today. As he's coming up on Connie Svensson. Yeah, that is Wesley done. Do you know what's next, Matt? Apart from pressing record for the final run? It's the fastest guys. Isn't it? The fastest guys.
Time is over. Race finished.
It's not the final run yet, no. The final run finishes in about an hour. So Wesley Van Hellman taking that one. Ken Valkyrs, Essa Minima, Jarno Sultanen, Martin Kraus, Connie Svensson finishing a run. Melanie Trotman and Dan Krabom not finishing this one. So bad luck. Racing luck. And the next race is already listed. We've got Patrick Schweinzer, Dario Vaselli, Maël Boucher, Pekko Ivanen, Romain Voltaire, Sven Rodewald, Tim van der Elst, Ferry Fernie, and Valentin Puziat. So Valentin setting, I think it's fair to say maybe the surprise TQ run of the first round. Starting from 9th position, 9th seed overall in this class. Rodewald, possibly maybe another surprise. I'm not familiar with him as an off-road racer, but it's pretty good to be racing. 1 week racing large-scale touring car, and the next week racing, challenging for the top spots in large-scale off-road. Pekko Ivanen has had a very busy summer, racing at the 1/10 electric buggy Euros, the large-scale touring car Euros, and now the large-scale off-road Euros. And he's going to be, I believe, at the Worlds. No, he was at in Barcelos running the buggy 1/8 buggy Euros as well. So very, very busy time. Dario Vaselli, he's going to be on a charge. Well, I say he's going to be on a charge. I think he's going to try and just finish. First race, mysterious circumstances. I think the engine just stopped. Second race didn't actually get going for a couple of laps, and he went out. I think just to make sure, just a basic shakedown, but not sure what happened. And Patrick Schweinzer, two-time large-scale off-road champion, also wanting to put down some fast lap times. He's already done some good times. So in this one, we've got, let's see, Pekko, Dario, Sven, and Wesley from the previous race. I think there's 3 to 5 racers who can seriously challenge to take TQ in this one. Dario maybe being the outside shot, because I think I might take Dario off that list, because he might not go for the glory. He might just want to put down a safe race time. He's had 2 abysmal runs.
3 minutes to start. The track is open.
And they're just about to go out on the track. You can see them now going across the top, across the RC Fox jump, and across the middle of our shot there, going underneath RC Models Bridge. You are watching the EFRA RC Motorsport Europe Large Scale Off-Road European Championships. This is the top class. It's our most numerous class with our most talented racers. And this is large scale 4-wheel drive buggies. And you're watching this live from Fehring. Well, hopefully you're watching it live. If you're not, then you can. Just subscribe to RC Racing TV or follow the EFRA or RC Racing TV Facebook pages to find out when we're going live. Yeah, we are here from Fehring in Austria, almost the southern border, very, very close to Slovenia, and but not far from Spielberg as well, where the F1 circuit is, Red Bull Ring. So we'd like to thank RC Fox and RC Models, our sponsors, who are allowing us to bring this to you free all week long, all the way to the end of the day, Saturday. So this is our fastest group. After this, we've got 2 more runs, and the day will finish at 6:52.
1 minute to start.
So we have Austria, Croatia, France, Finland, France, Germany, Belgium, Netherlands, and France again. Schweinzer, 2-time off-road European champion. Vasily, 4-time off-road European champion. Boucher, Ivanen, our current and reigning European champion in this class. Walter, Rodewald, Van der Elst, Fernie, and Puziat, also a former European champion. So we've got about 10 seconds or so, I think.
10 seconds to the start.
So let's start with Pekko Ivanen, the number 4, green with the yellow wheels, I believe, or maybe white, and the Finnish flag on the rear on a black wing. I believe everyone has checked in, and Pekko has started his run, I believe. Yeah, there he is, about to go under the bridge, number 4 car. There's Pekko. Pekko, our cover model for our live holding screen. Goes over the RC Models bridge. And just want to make sure we are recording. Oh, Pekko upside down. Thank you, Jude. So it's going to be a slow lap for Pekko, but I'm sure he's going to be able to come back from that. 47.6. Other guys are doing 42 flats, 42.5, 42.6. Vasily doing a 41.7. So he lost a few seconds there. We'll stay with him another lap or so and decide who we're going to follow next. I don't think we followed Boucher's, actually. Car 3, see where he's at. He's definitely out there because he's in 3rd spot. He's only done a 1 lap though. There we are. There's Maël Boucher currently in the lead. Last lap 40.7. Now I'm going to ignore the forecasted time until they get 4 or 5 laps under their belts because nerves have to settle down. There's 8 minutes remaining. Let's see. Pekko unfortunately not doing too hot. He's forecasted, well, again, I don't want to say what the forecasted time is. Last lap was 42.5 though. Boucher's last lap, Ivanen just did a 44.5. Jumping up and down. I think he's gonna be moving up the order, but it's going to take maybe to the end of the run. It's a 10-minute run, so there's plenty of time. As long as he keeps the rubber side down and the shiny side up. Ooh, there's Boucher trying to get past. Oh, who is that? Number 5 of Walter, who we haven't followed actually. Boucher looking pretty handy around this track. And is that, I think that's Vasily just behind. So if we can drop back one car to Volter. There we are. This is Romain Volter from France. One of 3 French racers in this one. Boucher, who we were just following, is currently leading. With 4 laps down, he's predicted to have 15 laps in 10:19, which is quick. That is really quick. No one else is that close. And again, it's just predicted laps. Boucher, okay, it's gone up a little bit to 10:22, 15 and 10:22. Apologies for the loss of focus there, but our equipment gets quite hot. Let's see, Ivan is still down in 8th at the moment, so not able to. He did a 40.8 in the last lap, which is almost the fastest lap. It's only 1/10 off the fastest lap of anyone else in this race. Now he's hopped up to 3rd, so let's let him settle down for a bit. So let's find the car number 2 of Vaselli, who seems to be going okay. I didn't want to jinx him or anything, which is why I insisted on not following him early on. Car 2 is just going under the bridge now. This is Vaselli, who has had an absolutely terrible time so far in qualifying. He's on pace for a 15 and 10:30. He should, if he has a good run this time and a good run next time, doesn't have to be a stellar run, doesn't have to TQ, but he should be able to qualify directly into the finals. Dario Vaselli, 3-time champion, European champion in this class. Boucher still up there, battling for top spot, swapping it with Schweitzer. Over 5 minutes down now, 4.5 minutes left remaining in this one. Pecco currently in the 6th spot, but I think as soon as he crosses again, next time he'll in a better spot. Let's see where he's. Yep, he's popped up into 2nd. So let's. Pecco is just going over the big jump at the back of the grid, coming down the hill now. So let's follow Pecco for another lap or 2. Get some nice shots of Pecco. Goes up the tile. Oh, that kicker. Nice turning in midair with that 4-wheel drive gyroscopic effect. And around, yeah, nice drift around the steel plates, down the big step, and then back up. Get some good jumps on this last set. So where he pops up, back up into 2nd. So 15 and 10:31. Magically, Pecco, Vaselli is, Pecco and Vaselli and Rodewald are all battling. We got Boucher on a 10:24, Vaselli on a 10:26, Rodewald on a 10:35, and Pecco on a 10:31. That's all 15 lap times. So the battle is between these 3 guys. Schweitzer doing a bit better, actually a lot better, 15 and 10:22 predicted time. So these top 5 guys, oh man, if Pecco hadn't flipped over that one, whatever it was, whether it was a mistake or just a bad landing, those 5 seconds, 5 or 6 seconds are definitely going to come back to haunt Pecco after this race is done. Whoa! Bicycling have to come off the throttle. It's 2.5 minutes remaining in this one. So I think it's going to be between Schweitzer and Boucher, both on 10:22s. Going to have to find Schweitzer, the car number 1. Where's he at? Car number 1, the bright yellow, about to just come underneath us and down the step. As who was that? The car 5, I think. Was that Pecco? No, there's Volter flipping over in front of him. And he's around that hard left turn going up the hill. You'll be able to see Pecco in shot on a completely different part of the track there. As Schweitzer hitting that hairpin, going, wow, straight lining that chicane. Sorry, the off-camber corner. Is that the fast line? I think people are going to have to watch this race back and see how Schweitzer is taking that line. He's staying within the track limits, that's for sure. Let's follow him again because I want to see that again. That was amazing. Hard left, going up the hill. Full speed going over their RC Fox jump. Big air coming down. Hard, and now watch this. Straight lines. The off-camber corner. He's making up so much time there. I wonder if anyone else has been behind him. He's now on pace to do 15 and 10:20. And you can see him adjusting the attitude of the car in midair as he's twitching the wheels back and forth. The Frenchman, Patrick Schweitzer. I'm sorry, the Austrian. 15 laps in 10:21, still battling basically door to door with Boucher also on a 15:10:21. This is going to come down to tenths of a second as the car 8 has just lost a rear wheel, a rear tire of Ferry Fernley. So they need to. Oh, Boucher has made a mistake. As I was looking down to see Ferry's name, spun out over the infield. Let's see what that does to his time. Last time around was 41.4, and this time 45.3, but he's still not done. He's on pace to do 10:26. Boucher may take TQ right now. Where's the car 3? Let's see if we can find the car 3. Here he is, just coming around the steel plates, and just in front of us, the last of these 3 cars coming down the step and back up it. Pecco's got his body loose. Boucher across the line and finished with a 15 laps in 10:22 time. Vaselli with a very good time of 15 and 10:28. Pecco finishing fourth in 10:37. Schweitzer taking second after that mistake that cost him 4 seconds. So we got Boucher, Schweitzer, Vaselli, Ivan, and Rodewald, Walter, Puzat, Van der Elst, and Fernie. So Boucher, another new TQ for the four-wheel drive class. (15 and 10:22). So that puts Pecco's time at 4 overall. So he'll have 4 points after that. So once we refresh the ranking lists, this will give us a bit more of a overall time. Yeah, it was a thriller, wasn't it? That really came together the last half of that race. So we got right. So we've had 3 different TQs, which makes it very, very interesting. Pecco currently in 3rd. So there's one to cheer for. Boucher on top, though, with Schweitzer 2nd from Austria. Ivan in 3rd. Puzat in 4th. Rodewald 5th. Vaselli 6th, so he's leapt up. He's had a 3rd, a 5th, and a 21. So at the moment, his 3rd and 5th are the best, obviously. Van Hellman, 7th, Van der Elst, Walter, and Valkiers. Thank you, Cheshire. Cheshire Tomcat. Yeah, it really came together. Got lively there at the end. I mean, there are still 2 races to come. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure they'll be almost as exciting. But yes, Tara, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching and cheering on all the Finns. We'll try to follow all the rest of the Finns that we haven't caught on camera yet. Yeah, there's still a couple more races to go. We're going to be here for another 30 minutes or so, ish, at least. And then, but yeah, so we've got Boucher, Schweinzer, Ivanen, Puziat, Rodewald, Vesely, Van Hellman, Van der Elst, Walter, and Valkyrs. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 previous half of the top 10 drivers in four-wheel drive at the moment are previous European champions. So very, very good company.
4 minutes to start.
Excellent stuff. So next out is Group 7, which are our slowest racers. I hate to call them that, but I don't know how else to say it. Our lowest heat, which is Visa Sarja, Michael Thompson, Boris Lass, Christian Paul, Benstrup Williams, Christian Shimshi, Leon Satchel, and Peter Schmidt. Oh, I have an Almdudler waiting for me. So these guys about to go on track in about 3 minutes or so.
3 minutes to start. The track is open.
I think the computer lady's just listening to me. And you can see all the racers getting out there. There's only 7 listed in this one, but I think there's only 5 running, if I remember correctly. So we do have another Finnish racer in this one, so I'm sure Tara's not gone anywhere. And start to check. The transponders are starting to tick off as they cross the line. And there's your runners and riders in this one with their country flags. There's Boris finally coming across. So just as a reminder, we are back on the air tomorrow at about 9 a.m., just before 9. 9 is when the next round of qualifying starts. And then we got a lunch break. And then we have the time schedule for the 22nd. We've got a lunch break. It's basically exactly the same, apart from just the running order of stuff, as today. So we start at 9, end at 11:52, and then there's a lunch break up to 1:45 when the quarterfinals of all the classes start. And we won't know who is in each of the quarterfinals until the end of qualifying tomorrow, which is, again, just before noon. So the fastest guys for the fastest drivers you can find car 4, Jude. Follow car 4 first, Jude. We've had a special request. I think the fastest racers are up first again. So 9 a.m. is short course fastest drivers. Ian Audi, Jake Keelty, Mark Kreisig. 9:54 is the fastest group of our fastest qualifiers for two-wheel drive, and at 10:48 is the same group that we just watched. They'll be racing next time they are on the track is at 10:48 a.m. tomorrow. All these times are Central European time, so if you're watching from the UK, add 1 to your clock. If you're watching from East Coast US, add 6 hours, and so on. So it's GMT plus 2, basically. So 9 a.m. for short course, 9:54, not 10, exactly 9:54 for two-wheel drive, and then 10:48 for four-wheel drive. So let's see who is exactly car number 4, as most of these drivers are starting to cross the line and complete their first laps. Car 4 is our first place car of Christian Paul Benstrup Williams. So Dan Hansen, since you seem to know Christian Paul Benstrup Williams, can you please let us know what is his nickname, or what is his short name? Does it just go by Chris? Does it go by CPB? What do we call it? 'Cause that's quite a long name. Boris Lass jumping up there. Peter Schmidt taking over the top spot, but Christian Williams still in the top 3.
8 minutes to drive.
As he's coming down the hill and into that hairpin. Nice looking car. Coming around the tile hairpin. Up the kitchen paving or bathroom paving or whatever you want to call it. Okay, so he's running an NRP, and you just call him Williams. Okay, that's fine. Which works, because it's also an F1 team name, so it kind of, it works. And he's back up into the top spot. Currently predicted to do 13 laps in 10:46. So Leon Satchel is the only driver who hasn't started, it seems. So we're watching Williams from Denmark. Okay, so who are the other guys? I don't think we followed Boris last in the car 3. Ooh, we got a... Where's car 3 at? I'm sure. Is he on the back? Is he coming down the hill, I think, Jude? Car 3, a Boris Lass. Yep, that's him. Quite multicolored car. Blue, white, and fluorescent red. Oh, lucky bounce. Not really a bounce, but a lucky flip. Taking it easy, though. A little bit too easy. He's losing a lot of time over those, taking these individually. He's losing chunks of time. Looks like the car 1 has died. Visa Sarja. Just at the edge of the screen. Or has it been rescued? We don't know. So when we're at sort of this side of the track, something could be happening on the uphill section. We just have no idea, because obviously we're watching the screen, and obviously that tile hairpin is very close to the pits, as you can probably tell. Is this Williams? Unfortunate. we on now? Car 5 of Shimsky. Shimsky going under the RC Models bridge. Not troubling the apex there at all, unfortunately. As Julian Ryder would say, the car park route, not the fast route, the car park route. So this is heat 7, second to last heat running today. This is the lowest ranked qualifying group. And then we have the next fastest group coming up next, and coverage will finish after that. We hope everyone has enjoyed it. You can tell by the long shadows. I think tomorrow we're going to be ending at about the same time tomorrow. Actually, slightly earlier. We're going to finish a couple hours earlier, actually. So that's good. Oh, tanking that double. Poor Christian there. Down the step, back up the step, across the doubles, taking them very gently. Let's see who else we can follow here in this one. Pick a car, any car, Jude. Maybe the 7 or the 2. Either one of those. Is this the 7? With the car number coming off of it. It's definitely a 7 there. On this side, anyway. The 7, Peter Schmidt. Running in second.
3 minutes to drive.
With 3 minutes remaining. Over the RC Fox jump. Down the hill. Not taking that fast line that Peter Schweinzer was taking across that off-camber turn. I think I'm going to be very curious to see. I'm not going to suggest it to anyone, but I'm going to be very curious to see if any of those top racers maybe try that in warm-up tomorrow, that same line that Peter Schweinzer was taking. He must have been saving at least a tenth or two of a second per lap. What do you think, Matt? Matt agrees. At the double thumbs up. All right, so where's that car number 2? It goes up on 2 wheels. That's what I heard me saying. Car number 2, where are you? Are we already on them? We are. Excellent stuff. We are actually getting some cloud cover coming over. Ah, here's the one Red Bull car. I saw this a bunch of times yesterday as I was taking photos. I'm pretty sure we haven't covered them today. So basically what this is doing, we're making sure that everybody gets a good amount of camera time, so they can go, hey, there I am. Or their friends can go, hey, there he is, or she is. Family and friends can go, ah, this is what he's wasting all his money on. And tomorrow we can concentrate on the fastest, just the fastest guys in each qualifier, fastest racers, I should say, in each qualifier.
1 minute to drive.
As this car 2 of Michael Thompson, should have mentioned his name. Oh, just as I mentioned his name, it gets stuck on the pipe. Sorry, Michael. Electronic timing board fritzing out a bit. Oh, up on 2 wheels. Saves it though. You have to go off throttle and ideally turn towards the ground at least. But if you stay on throttle, then you end up. I don't know if it's such a big thing with these guys. I think it's more of a thing with the touring car guys. But you can really warm up your diffs and make them lose, your diffing action, as it were. Diffs in these all limited slip, grease-filled diffs.
Finish car 7.
Yeah, I was going to say, Patrick Schweitzer, I'm sure this is his local track. If not, I mean, even if he's from the far north of Austria, you're just going to assume he's quite familiar with this one because he is Austrian. We're in Austria. This is an Austrian track, and yeah. So most of these cars are finished. I think we're just waiting for number 5 of Christian Szymski to finish. Should be able to get 11 laps. I'm not sure if he is out or not. I think he just, no. So anyway, the top 4 positions are Williams, Schmidt, Thompson, and Lass. Szymski is, I think the race directors ended the race, so he's officially not finished. Whatever lap he was on, I think it was his 11th to finish. But he's officially listed as getting 10. Visa Sarja only getting 3 laps in that one. So the next race is going to feature our lone Australian, Callum Gunn, along with a bevy, one Frenchman, and then a bunch of Germans and Danish racers. 2 Danish and 3 Germans.
Record Callum Gunn.
Jude. Going to want to make sure to record the next race, Jude. Just Callum Gunn.
Five minutes to start.
So we've got a few minutes before this next heat comes out, and this is the last heat of the day. So once again, we'd like to thank everybody for being in attendance to watch the large-scale off-road European Championships, brought to you by EFRA, RC Fox, rcmodels.co.uk.
4 minutes to start.
Just got a few minutes to go. My name is Frank McKinney. We've got Matt McCallum next to me and Jude McCallum out on camera. And so we've got a little bit of cloud cover about to come over and cover half the sky. So it's interesting. It's not dark clouds, it's just tendrils of overcastness. I'm not expecting any rain though. I'm not sure if I've been here when it's been a wet race. I know there have been some. So we want to thank everyone who's been viewing this live stream on Red RC, on RC Racing TV, and especially on EFRA. We've been on Facebook and YouTube all day.
Three minutes to start. The track is open.
So they are out there to start. We got 6 cars. Are we going to have a 7th? And of course, before the timing even starts, like 3 cars are all together, just doing the old clumping thing. We do have 7 cars out there now. Ah, see, so good local info. Patrick Schweitzer lives in Fehring, so this track is his home circuit. So, yeah, well, you know, like I said, any of these other racers can watch his race, or maybe just follow him, or note peripheral vision the line that he's taking. I mean, there's plenty of people with phones to take scouting laps of various competitors' driving lines and stuff like that. So, yeah. It's up to them if they want to check it out. I would certainly recommend it, though.
First seconds to start. Seconds to the start.
And time has started. Got we're following Callum Gunn. He's the number 1 car yet to actually finish his first lap as he comes around the tile corner. He certainly seems to have the measure of this track. I am going to be watching out for that off-camber corner cut, though. Well, it's not a cut. I shouldn't say that, but is the line, the Schweitzer line. Coming over the RC Fox jump. That big tabletop at the back end, the top end of the track. Let's see what he does here. Yeah. He doesn't cut it anywhere near as tight, but he's pretty confident going around it, so that's all right. Yeah, for some reason the dust is kind of just hanging around. The wind is really stopped. It's just completely just a standstill. We did have some a good breeze during the day, even though we're right next to a cornfield. And then on the other side of the track, to our left, is just basically a massive dirt berm where there's a bunch of I think it's gravel crushing that's happening, and to our right is a cornfield, which just, you don't even when it is gusty, we don't see anything happening with the corn stalks. And at the far end of the track, you can see the trees as Callan is, well, maybe not, just above this bit of the track. There's some trees. Oh, that was tight. So doing the endo, but hitting the gas, I think, just to make sure it gets back on all four tires. Pretty good. You can see the trees at the end of the track just here, kind of blocking in all the wind. So yeah, the dust is just sticking around. It's not going anywhere. I think the track, or at least the racing line only, will be swept away tonight. Maybe the launching ramps for the jumps like that, the launching sides. I think that'll happen usually in the morning. Callum getting in some good laps here, so he's definitely in the lead. He was about to cross over and finish his fourth lap. He's on pace for 14 laps in 10:23, which is about a lap off the TQ pace time, but going pretty good. Someone probably suffering some form of jet lag, depending where he is from in Australia. It's I think it's anywhere from 8 to 12 hours time difference. I'm not sure. I think it's up to 8, so maybe it's 6 to 8 hours. I'm not sure. So he's the lone racer who's coming here from outside of Europe. Allowed to race because there are no races anywhere else for large-scale off-road. As far as this sort of level, like European championships, there's no Asian championships or North American championships, that sort of thing. Taking the wide line. That's pretty quick as well, I must say. But I think the Schweitzer line is going to be the quicker line. Taking these doubles pretty well. Okay, so I think that's several laps following Callum. Is that? And so is those been recorded yet, Jude? Just a little thumbs up if, yeah. Okay, so let me see. Who haven't we followed in this group? Yeah, you can stop recording now, Jude. I think we followed Tobias Grollo, because we're halfway through the race and be probably pretty good if we follow some other racers. Car 3, Thomas Grollo, or Tobias Grollo. Where's car 3 at? Dust is really hanging around, isn't it? There he goes. About to go underneath the bridge. That bright orange and dark blue car going around the blue tiled painted corner. Coming over the RC Models bridge. And over this little section here. Taking it fairly easy. So we're told Callum broke his battery cable in Q2, so his transponder wasn't working. So I wonder if that was accounted for in the race timing. It very much depends. I think he's racing with the Belgians? I mean, he was with them during the opening ceremony. Or maybe he was just with them because A for Australia is very close to B for Belgium. Not really sure. He's racing with the Belgians. So this here is our current leader, actually. Tobias Grollo. Callum dropped down a bit. Maybe as he crosses the line this time right now, yeah, he's popped back up in the top. So, but Tobias, who we're following on pace to do 14 laps in 10:25. Next fastest is Ole Kling with a 10:29 forecasted time. Dennis Zimmerman. Let's see if we can find. We followed Frank Haler, I know that. So it's Zimmerman in car 5. Let's see if we can spot him somewhere. Everyone's still out on track. It's car 6 in the green. Car 5. There we are. Nope. There's Anthony Morat. Get 2 for the price of 1. Momentarily. These guys somewhat close on track. I mean, on the overall timing. They're obviously close on track. Oop, upside down car. Who's gone turtle? As Dennis Zimmerman from Germany. Let's see, Palle Hornum. I don't remember saying his name very much during the day, so I don't think we followed him. Car number 4. He's currently in 2nd, so he's jumping up and down, playing around with the top 3 or 4 spots. Just like Callum, who's about to come across again, and he was in the lead, and he's now still in the lead. So it's 10:26, 14 laps of 10:26. This is Palle Hornum we're following now. Orange car with the white wheels coming over the RC Models Bridge. And across the finish line. See where he pops into 2nd place. Goes the Dane. Wow, the dust is just, it is not going anywhere, is it? I wonder if the drivers are having a tough time seeing the corners now. Seems to be okay on that side. It's on our left side as you're watching on the screen. Just this area. Look how, oh, it's just literally foggy. Around the slippy sheets of iron gridwork. Piga, the fast guys have finished for the day. The fast guys are back on the track starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow, Central European time. So the race is finished. The time is finished. So these guys are going to have about another 30 to 40 seconds before everyone is actually finished on their individual clocks. This is Palle Hornum that we're following. Callum Gunn is finished with 13 laps in 10:15. I think that's going to put him, oh no, Morat has just crossed for 14 laps. So ignore this timing on the screen at the moment because these cars are still finishing as that is showing. So Palle Hornum, who we're following, just popped into the top with 14 laps in 10:35. Ole Kling with 14 laps in 10:38. Also in 10:38, but just for half a second behind, it's Anthony Morat. Callum Gunn finishes, like I said, with 13 laps in 10:15. Frank Haler taking the final spot. Tobias Grallo, I think, hasn't quite finished yet. The car 3. So that is that's it. We're done for the day. We'll be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central European time. Thank you very much for watching RC Racing TV, Control Support, EFRA. Thank you to RC Fox and rcmodels.co.uk. And we'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m.